getting some durable goods data to kick things off here for the week. Month-over-month basis, 0.7 to the upside for the U.S. versus 0.2% reading. So 0.7 versus 0.2% reading. We're supposed to get some housing sales as well. Data a little bit delayed there coming through, it looks like, but better than expected. Back to the upside for that. Again, U.S. core durable goods. Overall, the number negative 0.45 versus negative 4 expected. As we head into a brand new week, futures trying to hold on to positive territory here. Back to the upside after all three U.S. indexes, that is, ended the week last week in negative territory. The Dow even went negative on the year. So a couple in a row for the S&P and the NASDAQ. We'll see if we can find some footing here to kick off things for the new week. Tesla trying to help so far. Back to the upside this morning on a better than expected production number coming out of their Berlin factory, already producing 4,000 vehicles. They're going to ramp that up to 5,000 by the end of the next coming couple of months. So good look for Tesla to start things off. Chip stocks, little bit iffy so far, along with big tech as well, as interest rates are back in focus. Rates higher to start, the dollar higher to start. So a little bit of the same old story as we were talking about last week as well. It's Monday, February 27th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Interesting to seeing oil downside on that move as far as the overall market is concerned. Not much reaction to that durable goods number, but there it is, 0.58 right now for the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ. As I said, all three trying to bounce here after a negative week last week. 0.2 for TSX futures here in Toronto. 0.4 to the downside now for crude oil. It was positive when I sat down this morning. Nice bounce there for Ethereum and Bitcoin, 2 and 3%. Back to the upside. Sharif with me as always to kick things off on a Monday here. Going to be an interesting week as we are past all of the significant inflation-related data points, all three, CPI, PPI, and then PCE that we got on Friday. Higher than expected. Focus now a couple weeks out from the next Fed meeting.
Do we have any Fed speakers coming this week?
Just one today, I know of, yeah.
They always present great surprises. I just noticed that cryptos closing in on break even. The futures are closing in on 4,000. So looks like we're starting the week with an upbeat here. Let's see what the rest of the day brings.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one going forward, guys, as we head towards the next Fed meeting. There's a few headlines I saw this morning of 50 basis points back in talk or back in play as far as what's going to come coming up in March. The initial thought was we get two more, guys, good morning, and that was it. But now it looks like they're pricing in a total of 75. So is it going to be 25, 25, 25? Do we get 50? I mean, at this point, I think they just need to get it over with.
I would tend to agree. Just get where you're going. Get there faster if you have to. But when you were showing that board and talking about the things that were up, natural gas is up today because that's been trending down so heavily. I do wonder, like, is that actually going to start to get back into the upside and maybe reverse the trend? I see some people in the chat talking about that one. Tesla's a strong one, looking pretty solid today on the charts, obviously above that 200 level. I think it's going to be an exciting week because we get some EV numbers. Tesla has an investor event this week. You got Li Auto today. We'll get NIO, obviously. They're going to be reporting. We'll get this one out of the way. AMC's reporting this week. We'll see what happens with them. So there's still a few earnings names to get to that should be interesting, and definitely some movers and shakers out there. Nvidia's still looking pretty strong. And, you know, today, Meta at 174. If we get an up day, I was looking for things that were at key resistance or get to key resistance levels, and Meta kind of stood out to me. If it pops in front of that 174 level, it's just been gently trending down since those super strong earnings. But Mr. Paul did not get the win.
No, he lost. He had a split decision. He got the one knockdown, but nothing else other than that. So he did that. Yeah, that was kind of a boring fight. That's a little disappointing. Yeah. But
so does that mean
it's almost like it's a professional fight.
Well, that's exactly the mark of a professional fight, when you start to see the higher quality go the distance, and it's not.
Yeah. But you know what? It was only eight rounds in a smaller ring. Like I don't know. It was okay. But it was,
will you guys have a chance to do that bet though? Was the question now, because will he Remember you and Fahad had the.
I don't know. Well, he's going to fight Tommy Fury again.
Yeah, so
This,
put it on ice.
This salt and pepper guy, I don't know if he's ever going to be fighting that guy. But yeah, no, look, great weekend, huge weekend for my family. Tons of stuff happening sports-wise, and big trades in the NHL all over the place. Lots of stuff happening. But I'm here to look at the market, right? We're up at 0.83 now, starting to rock and roll. I like that Boyle. A lot of people talking. You just talked about Nat Gas there. Boyle was $4 on not Thursday, on last Wednesday or so. Now it's 650, so that's been a nice move up there. BOIL here, I think it's AM, yeah, for AM here. So a huge move up for this Nat Gas. Come on, let's go. We're still on NVIDIA charts. There we go. Okay, so up 8% and starting to go as well. Look at this move to the downside. $42 back in December, all the way down to 640 right now. This has been an absolute disaster, but you're seeing a nice move to the upside right here. So we'll watch out for Nat Gas today when you can see here oil flat on the day. We'll wait to see what Nat Gas does. The NASDAQ is up as well. I've got Apple on my mind. Apple at a really key level, I think, anyways, of that 147, if I can get it. We're going to see if it can hold this 145, 146 area. And then, of course, we hit a $5 winner on Friday, $4 winner on Friday, $7 winner on Thursday with NVIDIA. We'll see if it can do it again, but it's breaking the high side right now on NVIDIA, so we might have to use this 236 as our bottom, but right now I'm looking at 230 still. I've got the sticky note ready to rock and roll. I hope everyone had a great weekend. It's going to be a great day and a great week. Like Neil said, lots of interesting companies with some earnings reports. AMC coming through. Today we have Fisker, which is on my mind. It's going to be on the sticky note as well today with Fisker. Starting to bump up that 10%, so that's nice to see. Hopefully get that Pope Mobile going. But we're ready to rock and roll here on a Monday, on a long, I was going to say normal week, non-long weekend. Should be fun here today, and we're excited as we are just watching durable goods. Kind of, yeah, not much happened there. Minus 4.5 versus 5.6, so a little different as expected there, but not much happening in the market other than some upside moves. So we're excited. Going to get the sticky note out to you in a second.
Yeah, I kind of shrugged that number off, did the overall market, but there is a move happening right now in some of the yields, guys. Here's the, this is a daily chart. If I drop down to hourly here, you'll get a better idea. That's what's happening right now for the 10-year, so a big move down on that durable goods number. Here's the 2-year as well, back below 480, so we were higher to start things off initially on the day. Here's the overall US dollar kind of chopping around top end of the range. Look what happened over the past couple of weeks. Yeah, wow, so much strength coming back into the DXY, but the 2-year and the 10-year back downside here. Again, when I sat down this morning, everything was doom and gloom as far as rates are concerned. Here's another kind of interesting headline. Neil, you mentioned briefly coming up, I think it's Wednesday. We get Elon's Master Plan 3.
I like it.
Which will, I think, I mean, I don't even know if it matters what it includes at this point because you can't seem to go wrong.
I don't know. In the past, my buddy's been a long-term investor in Tesla, so he's been following it for a while. He says that, you know, people are buying up the stock in anticipation of the investors' day, and then it kind of sells off. It's a buy the news, sell the rumor event, or buy the rumor, sell the news event. I need to wake up.
One of those.
Yeah, one of those. Yeah, so we'll see what Tesla does.
Yeah, it's going to be a live streamed event, in fact, directly from their Gigafactory in Texas. So hopefully we'll get some headlines coming out of that for us on Wednesday, guys. But it's all about Master Plan 3. I didn't even know there was a 1 and 2.
I didn't even know there was a 3.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes it's like, okay, whatever they do, it's going to be interesting. But yeah, I have no idea what happened to 1 and 2 because I feel like that's something we should know about. But I think Sharif kind of nailed that one. You know, I think there's a decent chance we could find some kind of interesting temporary top on the week off of that investor event. That's probably not until Wednesday. And if you look at where we're sitting now, then, you know, that kind of obviously, like, whether you get to 210 or 218, you know, on the daily chart, you've been in this, I guess, malaise between 190 and 220 here. So you're kind of diddling in the middle. You've definitely got strength off the 190 level. I don't think there's any question about that. So, you know, if we get a big dip, great. I like buying low 190s if we can catch them. And I'm going to be looking for a possible like turning opportunity. This will come later in the week, I guess. Like on Wednesday, it's going to be about that. You know, maybe it's 215. I don't know. Maybe it's just so strong as 225. I'm kind of looking at that top that got put in last week and the way that it reversed off of it. I just think it's, 2 weeks ago, I think that could be a monster level if we ever got back up to 217. I'm not sure what they can announce is super exciting. Is the robot going to be great? Who knows? But I mean, the Berlin factory doing well. You're back above the $200 level. My first thought for the dip buy was, okay, well, I know I like 192, but I don't think that's realistic that we'll see that today. And then sometimes you look at that triple top, and NVIDIA has a similar setup to this, where you have this interesting triple top from Friday. A lot of stocks did this, and that level was 197.5, 198. That's kind of like that sweet spot. Can that turn into dip support? So this is where I want to be picking up Tesla today, in and around that previous close, 97, into this 97.5 top just in front of 98. So if we do get a little bit of a chance at a dip trade, that's where I want to be picking this one up. Now, Li Auto has the earnings, so they'll be on their own here today. But Tesla, I just feel like we can be strong going in the next couple of days into that, I already forget, whatever 3 it's called. Yeah, whatever. It's we just talked about it like 2 seconds ago, and it's like number 3.
I don't know. Market Event 3? I don't know what it's called. I don't know.
Terminator 3.
Horizon 3? I don't know what he's doing here. But yeah, no, look, Tesla's been super strong. I mean, we had Danielle Shea on the show. She's been pumping the tires for a while. You did have a great dip buy opportunity if you're not in. I think there's a lot of people that are already into Tesla. This 190 seems to be holding, like a champ down here. So I just think that you want to stay strong and long this name until we find out exactly what's happening. They're pumping out more cars a day than some of these other companies are even selling or producing in a month or in a year, some of them anyways. You got a number from Li Auto today. We saw Lucid, not producing as many cars, and then their Berlin auto plant now pumping out thousands of cars. It's going to work, right? And I say this all the time. Thanks to Brian James. I am not the father you never had. But, thanks for the nice compliments there. I try to be the best, obviously, father I can be. And raising 3 kids, I mean, that's the trading is something special to me. But obviously, raising a family, has been something that's been the better thing. But 192 here to the bottom, I just think that that's something that means everything. And if it can hold it, then there's just more upside here. You're above the 50 period, which is 180 now. And Tesla just continues to work. 197, maybe if we dip down to there. I really feel like this market, I don't feel like it. The market is rallying. We called this whole move, by the way. We said on last Tuesday when we came in that we were too high, that we were going down to 12,000. That's exactly what we did. We almost went down there in a straight line, and now you're bouncing off 12,000 right back upside. So I think today we probably get to this 12,250, which is another 100 points up. Maybe the NASDAQ is up 2% today or something like that. We'll wait to hear what Arun wants to say about all these levels. But when you're looking at futures, this is the one thing that I say, and Arun's going to come on, well, not for a minute now, but anybody can give levels for futures. It's how you trade around them, right? And so I think that's really the important thing, is that you want to be able to see the levels that Arun, myself, or anybody's giving, not just on stock, but on futures, and understand that those are potentials that we get to those levels. What happens when you get there? Like that 12,000, did think that we would bump off of it, but we did go down to 11,930 first, so the fact that you're back up here to 12,125, you did have to hold that if you were going long at 12,000, down 70 points. So now you're up in the money 130. So, it's risk versus reward. You got to be able to trade them. We trade stock here and don't hold overnight, so nothing's going to be a swing trade. But for Tesla, this is one that I would swing long. I think you're busting up to the top side here. I don't think we take 220 or anything today, but definitely down here at 200, at 190, at 195. I like all that. And a shout out to you, my guy, Playmaker. If you're watching, I hope, nice to get that message from you. So right now, we're going on the sticky note. It's out. Hopefully it's good.
If we take a step back, kind of look out at what else is coming up this week, one of the notable events is going to be retail earnings. We get more from this group. Walmart, obviously, end of the week last week, but Kohl's, Macy's, Dollar Tree among those coming this week. Target as well. Aftermarket tonight, I believe, is TGT. So this group going to be in focus. There's not a heck of a lot going on this morning, but if we get more positivity coming from, or in the sense that there's underlying strength, therefore these numbers should be higher once again right across the board, as we've been saying, as the retailer remains full of cash.
Yeah, definitely. They've been very strong. You saw a good report there from Walmart last week. My concern is going to be their forward guidance. We kept hearing over and over from analysts how money is shifting from being spent on goods to being spent on services and on experiences. Somebody's got to suffer in that result. So I want to see how the retailers are going to look for the rest of the year, Brendo.
Yeah, so we get Macy's going to be the big one probably. We get Kohl's, guys. We get Target, as I mentioned, all coming along after Walmart, and some of the home improvement names have already reported, obviously. But it should be interesting as far as whether or not we can see this continued strength in retail.
Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting for sure. And one of those names that you mentioned, Macy's, it might be breaking trend, and that's what would scare me about like this chart is it's had such a great run. And a lot of things have had a great run since like the back half of last year, holding those higher lows. But you just took, like last week, you just took out the 50 period to the downside. You bounced off the 200 period. You had already taken out the 50 period. So if this doesn't hold up this week, there's a lot of room to fall below. And this would be in the list of names, like the retail names where you could see a pretty big retracement. It doesn't have a gigantic short float. It's like 7% now. So I don't know that that's going to be as big a factor as it usually is. And there may not be, too much of a trade in here today, but that $20 level for Macy's, one way or another, I think we see either a breach of that or a rally off of that number. And it's going to be worth watching, maybe closer to when they report later this week. But that's the one that I'm geared on this week, to be sure. I don't know that I see too much of a trade. I mean, Target, Target, great when we'll trade it like when you get the actual number. Like Walmart was great the day of. You could trade it the next day after. It's like that 1 or 2 days after, it gives you a couple of good opportunities. And I think Target is pretty well poised that we'll just wait and see. One thing that I always find interesting is when the 50 and 200 kind of converge, and that's happening right here on Target at 62. If this was any other stock, I'd say, hey, I'd be looking to make that trade off of that level regardless. I just bounce off 162, go for the long, but it's not necessarily an NVIDIA or one of the higher volume type trading names. So it is more of a wait until you actually see the numbers before you dive into it. Macy's, I think, is for sure going to be a day trade later this week. Target, that's more on the maybe side, and it is all geared on that 162 level for Target. I do think everything you've heard about the big box retailers has been suggesting that they are very, very cautious for the rest of the year. I can't see any reason why Target was anything different.
All right, I'm going to just remain real to what I've been doing, and that is shorting Amazon pretty much as I possibly can. So I think it's the #1 stock for me over the last couple months for sure. Amazon just continues to be red, right? I mean, to the downside. You have like four green days in the last 20. Just continues to get hit downside today. It's up. It's following the market today, so I don't think a short is per se the right thing off open. But if you're going to look at all of this, I have it written down here. Oh, here it is. I want to show you on the sticky note right now. If you guys want to find it at Trader TV, Sean with a couple ideas. Here's Amazon 97. This is just in case we rip to this level. I mean, I just want to see it short. I got to have some short ideas. We have a few longs on the sticky note today, so let's get a couple short ideas going, and just to make sure that we have something in there. And I like Amazon. So if you go into the 20-minute chart here, you're going to see this is 97 all the way up here. I mean, it was bounced off of it, I guess, Wednesday, Thursday, then again, and then on Friday, looks like we got as high as like 96, 96.20, then 95, on Friday, 96. So all these highs are just nicely lower every day. So today, I think you're going to get a bump. Not I think. I mean, the market's up 1%, so is Amazon. So we are getting this bump up. I just don't want to test this right here at 95. Patience has been so key. We're ripping it this month. We ripped it last month. And patience, patience, patience. It's exactly what we talked about on our Twitter feed, and that's just what's been working for me. So Amazon up here at 97 is a no-brainer short. My order's already sitting there, and we're getting ready to rock and roll, man. I got orders on Apple, Fisker, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Amazon, and we're not messing around again today. It's Monday, but hey, if it's a day and that ends in Y and the market's open, then we're excited. So I'm ready to go. It's Amazon. I'm not looking at Macy's. I'm not looking anywhere else. Target, Walmart, blah, meh, all that. I'm going to stick with Amazon and see if we can hit this one on the head one more time.
All right, one more to put on the back burner, I guess, until the end of I think it was Thursday, you said, for Best Buy coming up as
March
far
2nd,
as earnings are concerned. Telsey Advisors cutting to market perform on BBY. So BBY down significantly where all the other ones that we saw there. not so much. I want to mention this. Zillow, as far as analyst moves today, JP Morgan going to overweight on Zillow?
Funny.
Seems a lot.
We've had 3 straight weeks of rate increases in the mortgage world, and JP Morgan was not just selecting Zillow. They selected Redfin as well, a competitor in the real estate market with Zillow. So JP Morgan looking bullish on the real estate market. Let's see.
Yeah, it was 12%, depends on where you look, but about 12% on the short side for that. Open Door, obviously, a little bit higher than that, but not really doing anything here in the pre-market.
No, I'm not doing a heck of a lot. I actually wanted to address something that was just in the chat there, because I think it was back-to-back people. Momo was asking about Pfizer, and I think I saw someone else asking about Pfizer's weakness. So there is a rumor, like Merck was interested in SGen, and now Pfizer is possibly buying them. I want to say I saw 30 billion, maybe it was 40. It's very common for a potential acquiring company in a large-size deal to get dinged. So I would expect in the next coming days, as this settles itself out, you're probably going to see some downside pressure on Pfizer. And then you throw on top of that healthcare in general has been typically relatively weak when we've seen strength. We've seen strength back into the tech name. So you have a couple of things working against it. It is at a pretty big level here. At Pfizer, you're going to notice. Oh, yeah, we got the QR code in the way. I can pull it back this way. Oh, thank you very much, Brad. So you're going to notice it is at a triple bottom on the daily at 41 even. But I don't necessarily think that has to hold up if they're going to be making this big purchase, and that's going to get finalized in the next couple of days. We'll get some details. I saw the rumors this morning. If it has already been finalized, that's news to me. But SGen, big company. I think it's something that they probably get done, expand their cancer treatments. But yeah, Pfizer could be under pressure through this 41 even area. Doesn't mean long term I think anything bad about it, but just expect you might see some weakness today.
Yeah, you picked up some Pfizer, right? So, I think it's at a good level.
Yeah, this is a level that I've bought twice before. So, I mean, the deal happens or it doesn't. I don't care about that in 5 years. But as a trader today, I might not want to be thinking too long off that level for support today. Just watch out because acquirers get dinged.
Bed Bath & Beyond news. Okay, so Zillow sold all of their houses, I believe, that they had. They sort of changed a little bit of their direction, what they were doing. So it doesn't surprise me. I think the housing market is going to start to bubble up again. Mortgage demand is increasing, like we just mentioned there, as rates start to get a little bit better. But I mean, they're not. We're going to have 75-point increase probably before they're all said and done. So rates will continue to be hammered downside a little bit. But look what you're doing. You're just bouncing off the 50 period. Now you've had a nice move for Zillow, especially off these bottoms as they restructure some of their business plans. So I don't have a short interest on it, so I don't really know what's going on with it. It's only $9 billion right now. It's pretty low. And, does it get bought out at some point? Probably not. I don't know if it's that exciting. But you're bouncing off the 50 period, and if you want to respect whatever, I think it was Morgan, did he say? Or I'm not sure who upgraded it, but, you have a $40 bottom wick. So a bottom wick there at 40, bottomed again at 40. Now today you're going to get a 42 bump and you're above the 50 period. Yeah, why not? Take this one 42 to 48, 49. I don't swing trade or anything like that, but I think that this is something that you could definitely work with here. 40 to 42 up to this 46, 48 area. Yeah, we probably get there. So if you're going to go long now, I think it's well worth it. Get long off the open, or you can wait to see what it does. But if you get long somewhere between 42 and 43 today, then I think you have a 40 bottom that you can get out at, those bottom wicks plus a 50 period break. So I like it. The NASDAQ's been hit last week. This was come from 50 down to 40. Actually, looking at this makes a lot of sense. So if you think real estate is going to boon a little bit here, you got Redfin going on. You have Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. Those things are washed out. They're not doing anything on the pink sheets right now. But with mortgage demand getting increased, on the daily chart here, I actually like this trade. I think it makes a lot of sense. You have 40 bottoms here. I'm talking myself into this. This could be an options play where you sort of take a 47 call or something like that, maybe end of the month, end of March, something like that. You get going here. I don't know exactly how aggressive Zillow can be, but looks like it's pretty still here between $40 to $50. So what do you have as a short float?
12 to 14?
Yeah. Okay. So Neil found it on.
Not bad.
Yeah. So 10 to 15%, let's call it. There it is. He has it up there. So yeah, TD Ameritrade with nothing, but everything else there is then. It's more that it's a $9 billion company. It's not that huge. But again, I don't think they're a buyout target. So we'll watch out for Zillow. But I like the 40 bottom. Why not?
Yeah, interesting look for both of those today. Redfin, here we go. There they are, both from JP Morgan on the upgrade side of the board here. Redfin and Zillow, Union Pacific, State Street from Wells Fargo, and then Best Buy jumping up. As I said, earnings coming up later in the week. Domino's here, DPZ, Wayfair, and Unity Group.
Look, we're going to talk about, we just talked about Zillow just now, but Unity with the downgrade is pretty interesting. By the way, just one thing before I get to Unity, Fubo just had a 14%, like it's actually dumping right now, breaking through $2, so 25, so 250 down into 2. So yeah, I mean, it initially looked like it was a good quarter. I'm assuming we got some kind of an update. I'm just kind of scanning, looking through. I'm sure Brendan will get it to us. But look, I was looking at like Unity, and it's one of these plays. Wow, Fubo's getting absolutely dumped right now. I'm kind of curious what's going on there. Maybe we can check out to see, because I didn't really see anything in that report, unless they just dropped something new, or maybe the call's going on right now. But Unity for sure. This is a name. It just broke the 50 period last week, and Unity. And it's actually potentially breaking a trend. I like to draw the trend line these days, because like I used to do this in my head. It's like I can just kind of see it. Like, yeah, it's breaking the trend line. If it holds beneath here today, it's up. But there's two ways you can always look at these. You can either have the day that we recover above it, above $30, hold, and you're going to get that bounce. Fantastic. I almost think that's a better, almost like day 2 type play. Like if it breaks, maybe something in the afternoon, like Unity becomes a little bit of a hold above the trend line on the daily. Just keep in mind, every time it's touched this line, it has ran away from it. And we're talking about like one day, and then we're gone. So it's kind of testing it a little bit stronger here. Let's see what happens on Unity. But Fubo, wow, that was one heck of a move to the downside just now. Big reversal. I mean, like this $2. I mean, $2 in the daily was the support level. I'm kind of asking myself why I don't want to be sure. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something obvious.
Yeah, well, I mean, they reported, right? So there's probably some sort of a call going on now, or some upgrades or downgrades coming through. You want to talk about something going on a run right now? Look at Microsoft right here. Microsoft getting some bullish action behind it. It's still up the same as the market. As the market runs, so does Microsoft. So I just saw a lot of people talking about it. It's on the sticky note today, but I was really liking, obviously, this 248 level where we dipped back into on Friday. You know, whether or not that holds or not, you still have a 250 level. That's huge right here now as well. So I'm going to be over 250. I have a 248 bid, but all that has changed now because we're up to 250 here. So I think as long as this market continues to work, Microsoft is pretty thin. Like there's a lot of liquidity here, but when it moves, like this name can get to 248 off open and still close the day at 256. So this is not, like, I'm not scared about this name. I just think that if you're going to trade this, you have to watch out for this 248 to break. Just as easy as it went up there, $2, like this thing, if it hits 248 and the market is reeling, this thing is tank city. So just be careful about Microsoft. I like the long. I'm here for the long. I want to go long, but my out is 248. So, you know, if I written down longs on here, I'm also giving support levels. And I think that if you're going to trade this market, you have to have your outs. So for me, Microsoft right back in here to 250. My bids are at 248.50, but now they're going to move up. They're going to move up to 250. See if we get a dip down here. We still have I was going to say an hour to go, but it's only a half hour to go. But realistically, I don't want to trade the first 3 or 4 minutes on this name. So we're going to let Microsoft settle down. But I feel like if you can get a 250 bid in this, just because of how it's ran upside, that's going to be a good one. Let's have a quick look on the imbalance locator. The reason why it's not super important right now, there's Pfizer on there, which has sort of been talked about a little bit. Other than that, man, Square getting sold off a little bit from Friday's number. Fisker there as a bid, but there's nothing on here that is worthy of a look, in my opinion, right now. Fastly, I mean, I don't know. Fastly's only $13. Okay. Yeah, so there's, you know, that's a number there. I don't know where that's coming from. That was 16 or 17 downside. Doesn't look like they reported only 38,000 shares right now. I don't see Oxy on here or XOM or anything. So we'll just wait. NIO off Li Auto numbers, which I believe we'll get to on our sticky note as well. That's a little bit of a bid, and that's, again, still sub $10. So I think a $10 break on NIO is something to look at as well. But for right now, it doesn't look like it's super exciting off the open, other than the fact that the NASDAQ wants to go up a little bit off that 8:30 number there. So yeah, we're above 12,000. So I think you just go long all these names until we break 12,000 again to the downside. But I see the man, the myth, the legend is waiting to talk a little bit about futures. So as the S&P right now is at 4,011. I mean, if you're looking at a psychological level of 4,000, I'm sure Arun will talk about this. We've sort of cut back and forth through it. So let's hear if there's any sort of top side expectations today or bottom side. For me on the NASDAQ, 12,000 staring us in the face.
Just be aware, guys, just looking into Fubo here a little bit. The call is still going on. I haven't seen any comments coming from them right now, but it started at 8:30. So someone said something that didn't go over too well there on that earnings call. We'll bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market as we head towards 9 o'clock on a Monday. Arun, what are you looking for this week?
Well, we're coming to the end of the month. It's always exciting when we come to the end of the month. Keep in mind, February, the end of February is also tomorrow, is also the MSI rebalance. So there should be some extra activity there tomorrow. So that we'll get to that. It brings in numbers. End of the month also brings in numbers. Now you have a rebalance to deal with, as well as coming on Wednesday, you have ISM numbers, and then you have jobs reports. And you have a lot of stuff coming up from the end of the month to the beginning of the month. So that'll be exciting. For today, though, this market's taken off, and it's going to be hard to kind of, based on how it's been trading, it's kind of hard to set top end ranges, because we were talking about last week where when it's expanding, horizontal levels don't really work. Now it's starting to put in a wide enough a range, we can start coming back in with some horizontal levels. Now to the top end, I still haven't put anything back in, just because every time we got it to 30, 35, we kept just getting just above and then coming right back in. So we're not going to put anything up top. We're going to let this market discover what's up top. But for the downside, I do have that area of 39.70 where I'm working with 39.70. So essentially, given how strong this market's moved, now before 8.30, 8.35, we were sitting around 95, 39.95, and we were taking our time with it. So I think coming back in that 4,000 area should be a decent area to pick up some longs. So 4,000 going down to 39.90 should be an area to pick up some longs using 39.70 as your stop. That's what I'm going to go with anyways. And then also below that, we're going to keep that low from Friday in place as well, just underneath 39.50. So I'm going to say 39.45. We'll just leave that there just in case that we do pick up some activity to the downside. So for now, it's going to be just a matter of see if this market can slow down a little bit, just come down just enough to get us to fill, and then continue this move to the upside. And given that I don't really have any levels upside, that's kind of the easier trade. I think the more complicated trade is what happens if this accelerates 20 points to the upside right off the open. That makes things a lot more confusing, because then at that point, we're starting to hit resistance levels or resistant areas, but we are going to have to wait for those to trade out until we can actually make some moves there. So I think the best course of option is for a pullback long and then see if we can expand out.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. If you haven't done so, guys, make sure you grab that every single day. We send it out before we come on right at 8:30. Absolutely free. Just use a QR code, watchlist.tradertv.live. Get you everything you need to know in the pre-market every day. Again, before we come on at 8:30, here is Tesla to kick things off this morning. So ahead of Master Plan 3 coming up on Wednesday, we get this note this morning. The Berlin factory already producing 4,000 cars a week, which is way ahead of schedule. Apparently, they're going to go to 5,000 over the next coming months here, coming out of Germany. So good look to start things off here for Tesla.
Super interesting, too, because we heard about them wanting to increase supply at the Shanghai facility to export to Europe using the cheaper LPC batteries. So maybe a little bit less reliance on Chinese development and actually more focus on Europe. But interesting, Brendel, because didn't Elon call these gigafactories giant money incinerators or cash incinerators? All of a sudden, they're doing well.
Yeah, can't get enough Teslas. Everybody gets a Tesla in Europe, guys.
Everybody gets a Tesla. You get a Tesla, I get a Tesla, everybody gets a Tesla. So like a couple of things here. We did talk Tesla a little bit earlier. Look, if we get this week a chance at the 190, this 192-ish level, sure, great. That's going to be it. Like the double bottom last week, I like that. I think it's going to be a good one if we ever trade down there. Just don't see us getting there today. you're pretty much either playing off 200 or 197. I'm kind of ambiguous as to which one. I like that pre-market notion. Usually, sometimes it's a pop and fade when you like a short. Sometimes it's a drop and bounce. I don't even know what you want to call it there at that 200. But that triple top that we saw on Friday that almost the entire market made, Tesla's was at 197. So if I see that, that's kind of the level I want to be going for if we get enough of a dip buy. If we clear out 205 today, there's room. But we need to get there first. So like that 205 level, I think you almost want to play that as it comes. I would not want to punch long a 205 break on a parabolic move up. Like if we break out here and all of a sudden within a couple of minutes, you're at the 05 level, I don't want to be taking a break like at the open, at the high when you've just screamed $2 or $3. That's a level where I'd like to break if it settles down. So I'm going to be looking for the dip buy. First, the 200, if we bounce early, needs to hold at the open. Otherwise, I can be patient waiting for the 197 there. I guess we're going to talk Li Auto separately.
Yeah, we have just a new position here. Let's wake up a little bit. Fubo we have in the building one more time. So Fubo just drops on that share offering. Again, 30 million shares or so to the downside. And it's just bouncing off here. We're just going to play off 175. The bottom is 178. We just went long there at 84 cents. Let it make, like, this is how I trade, right? Let it make a bottom. Wait to see what happens. Let it make a bottom. It almost doesn't even matter about the news. It's just, we're just trading what we see here. So I'm going to have my first out here at 90. That top is 92, so that's where I'm sitting. The top is 93. I'm sitting 92. We could take a piece out at 90 maybe as it's coming back up to the upside, but it's pretty thin right now. So maybe we do break. There it goes. Just hit 89. So maybe we can get a piece out for Fubo at 89 instead of that 92 area, and then see if we can get something on that one. But right now, it's a New York name. It's Fubo. It's trying to get back up to the upside. I'm going to cancel my 90. There it is. So we'll take a little bit of a win right there as we get those 89s. We'll spin a little bit of an early money sign right now. But let's just see what happens with Fubo. My next out's going to be at $2. Could wind up being a loser, man. I mean, we're sitting here, that's 5 cents we just took. Like, whatever, it's a $1.89 name. We'll put that 3% or so in our pocket and we'll wait. So we're only out of 20%. One fifth of our position is out. Hopefully some more upside here coming for Fubo. But hey, you got to trade the news sometimes, and there it is. Come back in, give us that bottom. Whether or not it breaks now, who knows? But I like this trade back through $2 now. Let's see if it wants to test $2. See if it gives us that fill and on the downside. But you're still down that 18%, pretty nasty move. If you're going to really play a bottom here on Fubo, then you have 170 down into 158. Looks like it's been the ultimate bottom there before we rally back to $3. So that doubled up in the month of January. Now has come back down and pretty much hit you all the way back down if you didn't get out. So let's wait to see what happens. You're busting around 192 right now. Should have probably waited, but that's okay. We'll take a piece out. Now we're waiting for 198 and see if we get a little more upside here in Fubo. But hey, we'll take an early V here on this one and just start to get some more out. Now that I see this, maybe 195. I don't know. Let's take some money out of this name. We are already going to go long here as the NASDAQ continues to rally. So if we can get an early win here on a long, I think it's probably worth taking some more out. So we'll see if we get a 195 on Fubo.
All right, let's go to Snapchat here quickly. Just popped up on some volume, guys, through $10 there, all the way up to basically where we were back on Thursday. There was this note: they're going to begin rolling out My AI to Snapchat Plus subscribers in the U.S. So just be aware of that. And then let's go on to Lee. Nice report here right across the board. Good numbers, good production targets as well for Li Auto, leading as far as Chinese EVs are concerned. But it's worth noting all three of these up significantly.
Yeah, a lot of sympathy plays off Lee today. Lee delivering 46,318 vehicles in the fourth quarter, 31.5% year over year. They're looking to deliver between 52 to 56,000 in the first quarter of this year, and they've got 472 million of free cash, Brendo. Not something you typically hear from EV companies.
Yeah, pretty impressive right across the board. A nice beat, guys.
It is. So here's, I'm going to do the old but. Look, NIO's always had more institutional ownership than Li Auto. I was talking about this with Sharif, where we were talking about this one, how Li kind of has the hybrid model that you're going to, and then hybrid to full EV, and long-term investors are like, well, why are you dealing with the middle here? If we think long-term everything is going to be going fully electric, and you're starting up, then why wouldn't you be all in? I liked the notion of if it could have held 2450. Like, look at last week's top. If you could have held 2450, you could be looking for a breakout. This just feels like, with a lot of volume pre-market, this doesn't want to hold up all that much. And if we're not holding above 2450, you could see one of those patented, and we see this with the big three, Neo, Liato, Xpeng, where good earnings, or maybe it's a good delivery number, and then you get that dump at the open, where you kind of find yourself a bottom and then it kind of rallies. So if it does that beneath 2450, I don't think I want to be rushing to try to catch a level or to try to catch a bid. I'd almost want that to settle down. Has to be an obvious level like 23. Otherwise, let's see if it can hold 2450 when there's nothing on the bid or action right now. There's no trade there. There's 100 shares sitting there and 200 beneath it, and nothing really going on at this price level, which I thought was going to be key. So it has to hold above 2450, and then I get a little more excited. It's right in between the 50 and the 200. So if it gets either one of those, I like that for resistance or support. But this is the definition of diddling in the middle. Has to hold 2450. That sets up that 25 break that could have been in play for us. Unfortunately, you're just sort of seeing it fade off here. So the breakout is kind of kaputs.
All right, I'm going to look at Snapchat a little bit off that AI news. I kind of like that, rolling out my AI. I have no idea what that means, nor do I really think Snapchat has a huge future unless they get bought out by somebody. But Snapchat right now, again, nice move to the upside over the last day or so off of this 950 area. But without that news, you're kind of down there anyways. It's nice that you're up 2.5%. AI has rallied some names back forth, but the 20 period there is at 1020. So I like sort of a long break of 1020 here if it does come out. That's 1020, 1025 right there. It's also a key level. So we'll see if we can play that. That news just came out just now, and you can see we rallied to 1015, now have dropped back in. So if you go without that news and you take it back, I don't even mind a 10 long, but again, it needed that to break. So a little bit hesitant. If I could do faster math, I think we were up sort of as the market was up here. So if the market pulls back, it looks like it's trying to bounce a little bit. I don't mind this Snapchat on a 3-minute chart. I'm honestly holding it back here to 970. So it's going to have to break 970 for anything to, come into play for me. So that's a level there, 970 coming on Snapchat. Let's go long on a 1020 break. I'm going to use 1020. I think 1025 is probably a little bit better of a level if you're going to really hit it. But I'm going to take some momentum here in the morning. Take 1020, that's what I put out there. Bust it up to 1025, see if we break that. Then we can use something like a $10 as our out. And then if $10 breaks, then we see about this 970 and load up down here around 980, 975. So that's the interesting thing here for Snapchat for me. Let's play something that's relatively strong today. Neil just looked at some of the autos. I think that's going to be cool. I'm looking at Tesla or Fisker off the sticky note rather than the Chinese ADRs, but those are good names. They often move, and they can be frustrating because they can move so fast and out of line. So can Snapchat. Snapchat was one of my biggest losers in January. I forget what the news was, but it just ripped up against us on that one day. It's similar to what Intel did that one day. Snap, hold on a second.
It was a bad earning.
Was it? But I think it was something else too, though. It might have been bad earnings and then it ripped up. Yeah. So, but the thing is, it always confuses us because the short float is 5%. So, market cap still 13 billion seems low. All these market caps seem low, but again, if you're not making any money, that means you don't have a PE. And in this environment, with rates ever increasing, it seems like you don't want to be long a name that isn't making any money, which is why I do like some of those names that Neil was talking about in the pharma space. Those guys are making money, and the environment might just be getting better for them. So watch out for AbbVie, Merck, things like that, not necessarily Snapchat, but if this goes to the upside, the NASDAQ today, I like a 1020 break for reasons discussed. It's Snapchat, and I hope Rob doesn't stand in front of the green screen today.
I hope he does. He should. That's like.
Rob is wearing a green screen-esque hoodie this morning. So that's a great segue, guys, into the next topic here. We'll talk a little bit about big tech in the sense that, when this inflation talk popped up again late last week, we've had, as we said, 3 prints in a row now on the inflation side, including the PCE that we saw on Friday, higher than expected. Everyone was saying, here comes recession, first of all, and then here comes more interest rate hikes. So tech specifically going to be the hardest hit when it comes to that.
Always, Brendo, the most interest rate sensitive. We had the worst week we've had on the market this year, last week. And then rumblings of a 50 basis point hike started coming to the front. Come to my screen proudly if you can. Here we go. 25 basis point hike still, 75% odds on the Fed rate tool, 23.3 now, Brendo, for a half rate hike. Should we just get it over with?
Yeah, I would say so. That's a bit of an uptick too. Remember last week, I think it was 22. So,
yeah.
I mean, it's 1% either way, but we're picking and choosing now. This happened this morning as well. If you're just joining a little bit late, we had the durable goods number sent both the 2-year here and the 10-year back downside in a big way on an hourly chart, but they are starting to bounce once again. 2-year back towards 4.8 currently. Yeah, still watching that Snapchat. I also double checked. So the 14th of March, we get the next CPI print, and that's a week out from the following week, following Wednesday, which is when we'll get the next Fed decision, guys, on the 22nd.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we're going to be keyed in on those numbers. At least those dates for those numbers. But also, look, the economic numbers have been pretty important. So let's not ignore the fact that when we get employment data, that's pretty big these last little bits. And look, I'm going to cheat here because I'm not the only way I can work PanW into the rundown. So look, last week PanW, obviously cybersecurity name, great quarter, great everything on the daily. I mean, the chart speaks for itself on the daily. Looking at that post. I guess, earnings, like it's just the greatest looking setup for a breakout at 189. I don't know another way to say it. It's a higher low every single day. And then the same 189 top. So I'm looking on this name. If we're going to sustain strength in the market today, then this stands out as a breakout with room above. 194 would be the next level up if it takes out 190, and then you would go from there. If there's something that in this group I kind of like for a short, and I'm not saying it this week, but it's kind of, and if you're not breaking 174 on Meta, then I think it's just going to be a short. You had the big gap up on earnings. Now I can zoom in past there. And then just this level has been, we've spent one day above 174 in the last 5 trading sessions, and that day you were selling off pretty much all day. So it's been resistance. I think if we get a couple of dollars higher, I like to short a Meta at said 174 level. It's not the only game in town, however. There's plenty of others to look at. Oh, I still have that line on my Microsoft is still there.
Charting.
I don't even need that one anymore, but it still wants to stay there. Look, Microsoft was ridiculous. When everything was making those triple tops on Friday, Microsoft made a triple bottom at 248. I almost like 250 just as much. So I think you can go maybe dip buying because it's the first day. It goes under 250 and then now over today. So almost like a false break at the 250 level, finds a bottom, higher low at your 24. And then the last one, you have to talk about NVIDIA. NVIDIA, whether it's 230, 231, that price area 2 days in a row, it has not broken the top since its earnings, so it could pull a PanW. Well, PanW hasn't broken either, and that would give you the 239. The other thing I like is this 234 level. If it holds a higher low off the open, then there's a trend trade. There's enough space between 34 and 39 that you can get some scalp trading off the 34 level. All it has to do is hold that at the open, and I think you got a couple of bounce plays into that top. I would much prefer to be working along and buying dips than taking a breakout on NVIDIA. Just feel like maybe it's gone a little bit too, I don't know, like when last time it got up there, it really did feel like each time it would broke 38 and then kind of barely went anywhere. I could see it doing the same thing, 39 break, because you have 240 right above it. Don't love a 239 break into a 240 level. It's one of the things I'm not a huge fan of, taking a break into a big psychological level in front.
So, yeah, I don't want to take any breaks early either, but look, I mean, we waited. This is twice, man. Twice is nice, and we'll take it thrice. I mean, we had a huge level there, 230 on their earnings day on Thursday. We took a $7 winner, so that was good. Then we had to wait, and we were patient until about 10:30, 11 o'clock, where 230 came back again. This is where we took that long one more time back there at 230. We were able to get some out here. And then, for some reason, let's hit it again. I don't know how we were able to do this, but we held it again all the way back here to 234. So we were long down here, out, let it come all the way back in, and then finally got the last piece out right there at 234 before we made a move back down. I don't want to hold out for 230 again, so maybe 232, 233. I am bidding 230 in case that does come through. up 1.5 with the market starting to rally a little bit here. I don't think we're going to get that dip, but you never know. We could dip down another $5 or so. And if that does happen, remember, it's $236. You drop down 0.5%, you're going to be in that area, right? So hopefully we can get back into there, 232, 233. But for me, I'm not even bidding those levels. I'm going to wait to see if it continues to fall down, and then we'll build off a predetermined level of 230. But if we dance around 235, or, we want the long in NVIDIA. So let's just wait to see what's happening on that one. And you know what? Let's go. This is for you, Henry. What's up to Brian James? What's up, my guy? What's up to Comp SRX1 again with a couple bangs? If you're long on Fubo, then you know what's good, because right now, Fubo failing on the day, but not in our accounts, because right now there's Fubo, and again, we're up at 184. It's at 197. How does 7 to 8% sound to start off your day? As day traders, of course, we don't look at percentages or anything like that. But if you do, that's not a bad move. I'd wait for this thing to open up, though, because I don't, we could easily come back in here on a move back down in. But there it is, man. Find the weakness. Take it. It's Fubo. And right now, paying for my weekend. So let's go Fubo to the long side right here. Hopefully we can get a little more on this one. We want more shares, obviously, on this. If this comes back down to 175, this ain't paying for any weekend right now. Needs to go back up to the upside here. Let's see. My next offer is 210. So kind of right where VWAP is, right where the 50 period is. It's Fubo. I'll tweet it out. But right now, it's looking pretty good on the long side.
All right, 10 minutes to go here. Let's talk about another one. Moving back to the upside quietly. Fisker's up 10% here, heading towards the open, coming off a decent report for them. I mean, it's all about the forecast, all about the production forecast. Not only did they maintain their target, they come across with decent numbers as well. So they're going to make 42,400 units this year alone, which is exactly what they said prior.
And a running theme here, Brendo, with these EVs, good cash on hand. They have about 400 some odd million. They're looking to spend a lot less this year. They're going to be in the surplus about 200 million based on what they projected last year. Funny enough, though, Brendo, they've got all this cash because they're not building their own cars with their own planes. They're not spending this money to build plant Magna, building the Ocean, the Fisker Ocean, and it's planned in Europe.
Yeah, it was a smaller loss overall, 42 cents versus 54 for Fisker. Nice look here, guys.
Yeah, it's actually got one. It flushed out on Friday. I mean, several things flushed out, but this really flushed out. And when you get a big volume event on the daily, maybe it's a little bit easier to see. Like, you get a decent volume event, breaking a support level at 6, and then you sort of reclaim that level. The previous bottom, 640 right here. And you're set up that you could be taking out 640 pretty much right off the bat at the open. Now, generally speaking, the way I look at I like these sort of one-day flush-out plays is just go back to what was like a little bit of support the previous day, like this 610 level. That's what I would generally like longs off that level instead of a 640 break. So that's what I would be looking for. I know 640 break sets up maybe even better for like some kind of a swing play after, but you've already gone 11% on less than 1 million shares worth of volume. I think you let maybe profit taking come in at the open and grab 6 to 610 on FSR. I just wanted to very quickly, because I don't think we get a chance to talk about LHDX here. This one making a pretty big, look, anything up 425% is making a move, so I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know. Just watch out here. The last time it had a day like this, it did a hard reverse at 90 cents, and then the dip was all the way back into 60. At the open, if it starts turning back in, I'm looking at that 60 level, like 60 cents that is, as a possible launch spot. So if you get like 60, call it 62 into 64, and without anything parabolic to the upside, a dip back into 62, 64 sets up to continue a possible move in here. So just another runner, but this one's done 55 million. It's probably going to do a few 100 million shares today. Not sure it can get to $1 based on the daily chart, but it's got some chance that it can hold 60. There'd be more than one move in LHDX.
Yeah, we wrote down Fisker to try to play it off any dumps, but I don't know if that's going to happen again. But yeah, Fisker's been pretty beat up. I mean, every single name in this space, other than Tesla, Lucid, Rivian, everything. I mean, they're below their low before this news. So I think it's good that they had a decent quarter. But with that being said, there is a lot of runway, right? And that's the other thing here. 7,720 is the 50 period. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to that, but that means that your stock's going to have to be up like 25% today. That seems a little bit high, but we've seen it happen before. Fisker with a 30% short float. Again, right here, if you don't believe me, let me call it up right now. I don't believe myself, actually. No, I already looked this up today. There's Fisker right there, 33%, sorry. I wrote down 30 on the sticky note, but there's 33%, oops, sorry. There's 33% for Fisker. Again, just a market cap of $1 billion. Like, that's the amount of cars that like Tesla's throwing out every day into the marketplace, of course. But there goes Fisker, you know, holding EBITDA, possibly talking about being EBITDA positive by the end of this year. What? Okay, that's nice. If that's possible, if they're able to make cars and actually make money on the car, then that is better than pretty much 95% of this business right now. You already saw some F-150 issues with battery. Let's see if Fisker can continue to roll out the Ocean and at a more competitive price than the Lucid Air and Dream and all that. Let's just see if it continues to work, man. You're gonna have to take this 660 level out, which looks like it's gonna do that right now. That's a good bottom break. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to take out the top. The market is really rallying now, and in just a couple sets. So I'm here to buy the bottoms. I just don't know if it's gonna happen. I do have a Fisker bottom of 605 right there, but I don't think that's gonna come into play. And we just get the NASDAQ imbalances out right now. So you see the NASDAQ is starting to tick lower, but not really, just down 5 handles. Fubo's a sell still, so that's at 197. We're still, I mean, I may get another piece out right around $2 and then just see if it wants to fly the rest of the way, maybe the day, but I don't see anything really here on the NASDAQ that's anything exciting. Fubo, the only name I'm in is there. NEO, we talked about that a little bit. CCL, I mean, there's nothing on here. Oh, there's NVIDIA, sorry. I just saw NVIDIA as a sell there at the late side, but again, that bumped it down from 237.30 to where we are now, 236.90-ish, 80-ish. So yeah, not too much of a move, but you know, this was cruising before those imbalances came. I don't know if that's true or not. You know, lack of liquidity brings this thing down to 236 right now. So this is the kind of movement. If I'm waiting for 230, maybe we are going to get a nice little dip down here off the open for NVIDIA where we could buy some of said dip. So that's probably the most interesting name on here. Some of you asked about Pfizer, but that's kind of stayed the same. Other than that, man, yeah, same old, same old. I'm going to take another piece out on Fubo, guys, just right here. I'm going to cancel. I mean, we can leave it at 210, but I just, right now, the fact that we're bumping around a little bit, you do have that sell imbalance there on Fubo. I think it's worth taking a piece out here at 97 as it's been the top. So let's take a piece out. Hopefully we get that fill here at the open with only 3 minutes to go.
All right, the rundown, guys, brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used by everyone you see on this desk and many, many more. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off. Shout out to Trade Ideas bringing you the rundown this morning. Carvana, we'll wrap things up here. We talked about it in depth, obviously, on Friday coming off earnings. And it was more or less a if no squeeze, then short type of day for CBNA. Goes downside in a big way. Here's Wedbush reiterating there might be more to come on the downside notion for CBNA.
And Citigroup, Brendo, maintaining a neutral and raising the price target to 11. Technically, though, it looks good at $8 if there's going to be a long day. You want to see it hold at 8. There's a long consolidation period here at $8 from the aftermarket on Friday and a hold of it this morning. So if you're long, look for a hold of 8.
More to come here, guys, possibly for CBNA downside.
Yeah, if it breaks 8, I think that's a level you could see that 750 bottom again. But I want to look for the afternoon resistance first, like 835, bit of a double top, a little lower high, I guess you want to call it, on Friday. So I'm looking for like that pop and fade. Short that first move to the upside if there is one. Hold it, give it to like 840. If it breaks 840, I walk away. It's too heavily shorted name to get too stubborn about it. I wanted to just mention something about Intel because it's like I didn't talk about Intel this morning, but I did say on Friday that I felt like Intel had made that bottom after the not so great report. There's me being nice. So big bottom on the daily at 24.5, 25. Makes the break of 25, doesn't get to the 52-week low, then puts in a higher low, breaks in the afternoon, now a higher low again. So I'm gonna, hate to say it, I like the dip buy in Intel today, and I like it into 25. I said this on Friday that I want to play off this level, so I'm going to be on the bids down there. As a matter of fact, not sure why I didn't already just get a bit out there. I'm probably going to start in the teens, then work all the way down into that 25 area if we catch a dip on Intel, that is. Now, obviously, NVIDIA stands out as well, but that's another thing that I'm going to be watching at set open.
All right, let's get ready to go, guys. Not too long, only a minute 40 to go now, a minute 20 to go. Let's get rid of these imbalances. There's not much happening. Snapchat, if we do get a bid back down to 10, look at that 10.20, man. We nailed that on the head. That stopped at 10.20 and came back down, so we did not get long there at all. And then, honestly, get out first, talk about it after, right? I don't know how many traders are watching this that are on Fubo or anything, but like I was talking about getting out at 97 there. Ever since I put my offer in, it just went down 7 pennies. So I have no idea what's going on, but we'll wait to see if we can't get that on Fubo. So what I'm looking for here off the open is pretty simple, man. Snapchat long, Microsoft back long into 250. That's pretty easy. Any sort of an Amazon pop, I don't know if we're going to get that, but anything sort of a pop to Amazon, we're watching out for that one. Fubo, we're in it, so we don't have to worry too much about it. Amazon, Apple at 146 as well with only a minute left right now, 30 seconds to go. So yeah, anything down here to 146 or so for Apple, we'll watch out for that. So I'm just getting everything all locked and loaded here. Now it's only 20 seconds, so let's go. Could be good opportunities right off the open.
Yes, sir, and guess who is on the bell? You know he done did it. Let's drop the countdown from a man, Fahad. You still have time to donate to the charity. This is what he did for you, but let's drop it, Fahad, in National Strawberry Day.
Yeah, I just bought
4, 3, 2, and 1, and there was none in the fruit salad.
All right. Yeah, I just bought some
I love strawberries.
Yeah, they were a
But
good
there's
price
none in the
there.
fruit salad this morning.
Oh, there is none on the fruit
None.
salad. Okay.
That's
All right. So right now we are long into Snapchat right here off the open. Let's just see. So 980 is that key level. We talked about holding that 980 level. We will average back into that. That's where we closed on Friday. So anything back into 980 is what we're worried about here. So we'll take an initial long here on Snapchat at 10:03 and see if it wants to work.
Yeah, Tesla instantly making a bit of a move to the downside, just kind of recovering it now. I'm looking for that 200 level, obviously. What just ran? I just had a script run. I didn't get a
everything.
fill.
Oh, okay. I was going to say everything's running up.
Oh,
right
I know. I
now.
did. That was okay. That was interesting. So I did get the fill there on Pan W. A little bit interesting because I felt like I didn't quite get that like in real time, like fast enough. So did get the break on Pan W. Only position I'm in right now was at 189 break in the daily. It's already into and breaking 190. So very, very quick dollar on Pan W. If you're just sort of tuning in, monster stock breaks even higher. Yada, yada, yada. Let's kind of like a flat top break. Let's see if it can continue. We've already paid $1. Let's see if we can actually hold a bit of a trend there. NVIDIA is the other name, one of the other names that we want to be watching here. Thought we'd get a dip buy into 234 and then work that instead of a breakout of the top. NVIDIA is already at 238. So looks like it wants to break out as well.
Yeah, and then, I mean, what are we supposed to do about Snapchat? You know, right there, instantly in the money, 17 cents, straight from that buy at $10. So again, we picked that one sort of out of nowhere, got that one off the AI news, and just a late addition there to the sticky note, or sort of an idea. But it's a nice move. They're back into $10. Buy the weakness early, but we were already sitting there, so it didn't really matter. We're long at 10.03, regardless of how that trade works out. That's something that we were looking at. All right, so that's the only name that I'm in right now. Well, sorry, I'm in Fubo as well. And by the way, we get that Fubo print. So that's another one right there. We'll spin the money for you and hit the sirens because we just took it out. Let's see what happens. We got 195s there. I actually went down. I didn't wait for 197. So I did get 195 as we just continue to look at different names here. So I don't know. The market's now pulling back in. So let's see what Microsoft wants to do. Oh, that's going to be an NQ. Okay, so here it comes back in a little bit. So Microsoft trying to come back. If we come back into 250, that's a level that we like for Microsoft. But right now, yeah, that's the only name that's really busting around. Apple's still not near 146. Go ahead, yeah.
So getting a bounce. Look, first off, Pan W did just retake the high of the day, but it's kind of going back and forth at 190, but got a nice bounce on that LHDX. So it came in, bounced right off that 60-cent level. We got 61. 61 half is on my actual price. I mean, it says 61, but I have 61 halves. Was able to just get some 64s and 65s. I'm not sure it makes it to the high of the day again, not the way that it opened off. 70 feels like after that wick that you saw at the open, 70 could be that resistance level. But I was just looking for that quick like dip and rip, which I think we're getting right now. So I'm already out like 2/3 of it, just going to hang on to see where it can go. My goodness, NVIDIA and Tesla, forget about, there's no dip buy to be had in either one of those names. So NVIDIA is at 238.50. I think obviously we're going higher. Li Auto, guess what? Looks like they are selling it off. So kind of glad it didn't go for the long there. They are dumping it off that 24.5 level. Just a couple of longs for me right now, and looking to grab a couple others, but they're all breakouts, the dip buys. not to be seen.
Yeah, no, we went long as well. Let's see if we can get it going. We're long on Tesla right now, 203.60. It just went in the money about $1 for us or more. No, sorry, about exactly $1. Stopped at 204.50 there. Let's see if it can go. I'm going to try this against 201. If we break back down below 201, then we're going to get out of this one, maybe 201.50, something like that. All right, Snapchat now taking out some of those highs. So let's go. We just got long again on a 20 break. That was the key level against 25. So I don't know, man. Remember we were saying we could have got a little more conservative and taken a little bit, of a different price at 25, but we got a little more aggressive and took out a 20 level. And of course, it stops at 25, almost dead right there on the dime. So we're gonna have to watch out. This may be a bad take on Snapchat, but I'm not, I'm still here for it. I'm offering right now 23s because 25s. No, sorry, 20. I have too many orders out. 25s. So we're going to wait for 23s. Watch out for that 25. That's the level. That's key for me right there. Fubo continues to work, trying to break above $2. And here goes Tesla again, trying to take 204. But we're long here. We're going to try to give this back to 202 and change where we get reloaded again. But that's Brendan.
Just saw some volume coming through on this one, guys. XPEV downside now, 4.25. Just took out the pre-market low there. Worth noting, it was announced this morning, it's going into the Hang Seng Tech Index on March 7th. So an index inclusion this time for XPeng.
Yeah, good look. But I mean, look, Li Auto selling off, that kind of selling off as well. Can't ignore it. But yeah, you think that would be good. But these names need to find a bit of a base here. Meta has found one, and it's looking like it's headed toward that 174. Still waiting for it to get up there. Like, I want to get the fills short off that 174 level. LHDX, I just took another leg out because, quite frankly, it's having some trouble getting through 70. So you get that 60 pounds, can't seem to get through 70. If it doesn't break, you get lower highs. It's up 370%. I don't have to tell you guys. You could pull back and break 60 and be gone. That's why I think you pay yourself out on those names. NVIDIA with its first dip. Okay, here we go. So NVIDIA, this is why I didn't want that breakout. Just didn't want the breakout of that 38. Now it's starting to come back in. I liked 234, 235. Let's see. If we get 234, 235, great. It actually looks like let's test that 236 that we saw off the open first. So NVIDIA is starting to pull back. This will give us a first opportunity. And then on top of that, Intel, I might not see 25 even, but it's making a move as well. That I'm already on the bid.
All right. Yeah, Tesla still, man. Let's just keep it going. Let's see if we can't sort of barbecue up some profits right now on Tesla. We're in the money 70 cents and looking for more here. So let's go, Tesla. My offer's at 205. Hopefully we can get a piece out right there. I have so many bids out, though. Like, I got to figure this out. All right. So NVIDIA, I might as well cancel that bid right now. We'll watch it to see where it's going to go. But right now, my eyes obviously firmly on Tesla here as we go back upside right now, up to 205. Let's go, man. We just got tested out again for $1 in the money. You're testing my patience right now because normally I'm all over taking $1 and maybe we should be again, but let's just see if it continues to go. The market still has a lot to go here before we even make a move. So hopefully we can do said move right now for Tesla, but we're going to go 2 for 2, man, or 3 for 3. Sorry. Fubo, huge trade there. Not huge, but well done. Snapchat, again, whether or not you're long at 20 or long down here at 10, hopefully that continues to work out for us. And there goes Tesla again. You know what? Maybe Tesla, first of all, we'll wait for Microsoft to come in. I don't know. Do we just want to take this? Let's just take a 50 here on Tesla if we're lucky enough to get that at this point. And then we'll cancel our 05s. Just a little bit more upside. There it is. Did we get that? No, we did not. We are waiting at 46 now. Hopefully it can spike up a little bit. I just don't want to... I don't want to be wrong, obviously. And as a trader, that's very easy to be. So we're going to wait to see here in case this market doesn't want to go. We could retest the lows. And then this Tesla is going to look silly that we didn't get it out. So there it is. Yes, sir. Spin it one more time right there. So we're going to do that. Pretty good trade there for Tesla. Let's see now if it goes back up to the upside. We'll take 80 cents on half. And now we'll see if we can hold the rest for that monster move. I mean, I'm long everything. So, yeah, we better get something out. We'll have to check out Fisker in a minute.
Yeah, I just got a big move up there on PanW. Broke 191. So the breakout, the only breakout that I liked, we go $1, we go $1.50. Now it's off to the races. If we get a chance to dip by it off support, fair enough, but it might not even give us that chance. Fisker, I should say. Yeah, it's like, oh my gosh. Let's just cancel the bids at the $6 level because that's not going to happen. This has now gone so parabolic. It's just breaking the 50 period here. The next trade is a day trader who's like, okay, is there a short off of the 7-quarter level? That's what I'm looking for. I don't even think I paid for locates, to be honest with you. That's why I hope they're free. But I think this is that price area where you'd look for that first little bit of a pullback. And then Fubo, that $2 level at the open, wick top $2. That sets up an entry for me here on Fubo. I'm going to take the short off the $2 level, but darn it, Fisker. I thought we'd get the chance at that $6 area. And I got to go pay for some locates as well if I want to be able to short it off to 50 period on the daily.
Yeah, good call there. Fisker, wow. I mean, if you're on the sticky note, man, hopefully you're on it. We just only put longs on there. The problem is it didn't dip down for us to get it. But if you're looking at it and you're making sense of my notes, I mean, I think that was definitely a good trade there for FSR, now trying to come back in just a little bit. So, yeah, watch out for Fisker there coming back. So there's our out on Tesla, pretty darn good. We're going to get out if it breaks back down below 201.50. We are going to average into this as the market right now is breaking. I don't really want to be long if this market's going to start to do this. So I am right now. It's a little conservative. I understand that. Let's just take out, a few more shares here at 19 there. We did take out something on the high side. We got a 22 and a 24, I believe, there on Snapchat as we were waiting for that high of the day to break. So we did step in front of that and took some more out. So we're still doing really well today. We're still up. We're up pretty nicely now. But, still more to come. We want more on this. Look at this move coming in. I'm trying to be patient as patience can be here on a Microsoft. I'm very close to just buying this now, but I still think that we can wait for that 250 to come in for Softy. So we're going to do that. And if it breaks too much lower, then we're going to wait for that 248 level that we talked about. So here's Microsoft. It just made a high of 253. Kind of not too shocking there, as that was the high on Friday before we dipped down. But let's see if we can get a 250, which was the bottom this morning. If we can get that, then we'll hold it for about 50 cents, maybe $1. And then if that breaks, then honestly, I'm not holding everything to 248. Too many shares. I told you what my new strategies are. Use more shares, get the best prices, and just think what happens from there. So right now, there goes Tesla. If you want something that's definitely making some money today, it's Tesla, as that is now, just like your Pan W, dollar in the money now for Tesla. So, it's these aggressive names, right? Pan W was great last week. It's obviously why you're looking at it. And then Tesla today as well continues to march a little bit higher, taking out 205 on great news, man. These guys are producing more cars. I mean, I see Randy walking around here. He's been liking Tesla for a while. So there goes Tesla right back up to the upside. Now $1 plus $1.50 now in the money on Tesla. Let's keep this momentum to the upside.
Yeah, I mean, the market's trying to bounce here, but there's some names are just way too strong. Like I thought we were about to get NVIDIA because NVIDIA was coming back in. But no, NVIDIA bounces off at 237. And right back up toward the high. So you have another day where it's stair-stepping into the upside. If this breaks out without the market, we could see that 240 break, which if it breaks 240, you're looking at 250 is possibly next there, guys. And look, it's not just NVIDIA. AMD's testing high of the day with an 80 breakout. We already talked about Intel for you guys. Just one note on AMD. I know, Sean, usually you're all over this one. The 81 from last week was kind of a big up and down failure at 81. So, kind of look at that 80 level. There's plenty of room, but just watch out for 81 over there on AMD if you are trading it. Netflix, by the way, Netflix, this is one of the weaker names on the last week, I want to say. Like last week, I had a couple of bad days in a row. Got a good bounce off this 314. This level needs to be put on everybody's radar. If we had any chance to trade this again, like that's an obvious level. And then look at the breakout it's trying to make through 328. If we dip, I like 322 on the dip buy. Friday high, consolidation, gimme, gimme, gimme. Brendo?
Speaking of Tesla, guys, Bloomberg reporting right now, Tesla is pausing the rollout of their FSD beta pending a software fix. So just be aware of that. Also this one, SATX, few people mentioning, up on a 5G wireless networking deal announced this morning.
All right, let's just see.
I missed that FHDX, he said?
I don't know. What happens at 205 here on Tesla. So that's what we're doing right now with Tesla. I just tweeted it out because I want to get all my positions out there in case you guys, some people aren't following or whatever. But right now, there goes Tesla. Let's see if it wants to continue to work. Breaking through 205 and now starting to go higher for Tesla. Hopefully we can get it even higher than that back to the upside. So again, Microsoft, it's at 251. I'm trying to be patient. It is coming down. Oh, this is what I want to talk about. New trade alert. Not new trade alert yet, But what about a break of 94 on Amazon? So if the market wants to be weak today, the market has yet to determine what it wants to do. This is about as calm, which is amazing that we're making money right now because the market's pretty calm, and it's a good thing that we picked on Tesla. We may have to watch out for that Tesla though, but right now the market's very calm today and not doing anything and just stuck in this range. That's not the kind of trading that I like to do off the open. Wait for the market to make a huge move and then try to catch one way or the other off of a predetermined level and a bias that we have. But my bias is an Amazon short. So, Amazon was just as aggressive as the market. It's now fading out. Amazon 0.9 versus the market 1.1. I don't mind a short here, but again, if this market rips, I'm long everything. Long Tesla, long Fubo, long Snapchat. I don't want to short Amazon at these levels. I want to short it if it breaks, because that way I don't have to worry about it if it doesn't break. So that's my sort of backwards logic there on Amazon. Let's see if it wants to continue to make that move though. I'm going to take another piece out at 21 here on Snapchat. Hopefully it continues to make a move, but yeah, it doesn't look like it wants to on Snapchat. We've already made a decent amount of cash off this 10 long. If the 10.25 doesn't break, it's not that much sweat now because we've just taken a few pieces out for profit, but not for as much profit as we'd hope. Look at the market fall in here. So here we're coming back in. Watch out for Amazon. There it is. There's the Amazon break. So right now, let's see what happens. Breaking back down through 94.
I'll take
hopefully more downside. And yes, I will take a refill as well. Mr. Tesla.
Randy's Mr. Tesla. For a second there, you got me. I just took the dip in NVIDIA for the first time. We'll take it for the first time ever.
Amazon,
not ever, for the first time today at that 37 level. Let's see if it actually holds the range that we've been in for a while. I also grabbed Fubo in front of $2, the short in front of $2, that is. So we'll see if that one's going to work. And then just to go back over to Fisker for you guys. I thought I heard, nope, not Brennan yet. But Fisker, yeah, I was trying to get this off the, I paid for locates. I was trying to get that short off of 725. You can see I didn't grab it. Did not pay for locates fast enough. That's on me. Preparation matters. So Fisker is pulling back. I still like the notion of a dip in the sixes, but obviously the short, it was there for you. There's no question. There was time to get it, but they were not free locates for us to be able to go short, so I did miss it. Fubo is the new position in addition to NVIDIA, and look at it go sideways here. So I'm short off of this high, and it's basically doing nothing here. So short, it's got in the money 1 or 2 cents. It hasn't gone out of the money. Kind of slowing down way more than I would have anticipated here on Fubo TV.
All right, we got our short, and we're already out of a little bit of this name here at 90, just taking 10 cents on this name. But let's just see if Amazon wants to go. My next bid is at 82. Realistically, a target for me is somewhere down here. In the 40s would be pretty sweet, sort of where we got to on Friday. Can we continue to fall even further? Of course. And I want to make sure that we have something on board just in case this does continue to fall down. We've already indicated that this was the name that we wanted short. It's now well underperforming the market here today. But again, that was a pretty dramatic move. The reason why we cash a little bit out here on Amazon is the fact is Fubo. Okay, I'm still in that one. Someone just said short Fubo, but okay. If we break above, we don't need to be, I keep saying this all the time, but we don't need to be in these trades. Let's just see if they're going to work for us. So right now, I'm going to be in this until we break 940. We break 940, then we can get out of this name. That might be even a little too aggressive. Maybe even sooner than that, as this is coming down 930s, maybe 930 break. We can get out of this. 94.30 is what I'm talking about. So hopefully it doesn't have to hit that, but I'm going to watch out for this 50 period right now on the 1 minute chart. This 50 period right there, we broke below. That should have been the short. I missed it, unfortunately. I do like to trade the 50 periods, but we played 94 short anyways, right? So it's all good because right now we got Tesla, which is $1.30, $1.50 now in the money. But yeah, more of our day right now is on Amazon. We have way more shares on Amazon than we do on Tesla. So risk to reward wise, maybe close, but it's Amazon is the one that I'm focused on to the downside. So let's see if that works. As Tesla right now, I don't know if that's what you're talking about, Professor, but this is pumping to the upside, and I'm not dumping this. If anything, should have reloaded it. There goes Tesla upside, and here goes Amazon, hopefully more downside.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter. If you're talking big tech, you just got a great bounce there on 4,000 on the ES. UPS bounced, NVIDIA bounced off 36.8 or so, got back up testing that 238. I did get some out because I want to go play rinse and repeat off of these levels. Like, look what it's giving you. 3-minute chart, by the way. And every single one of these bars is giving you like this dollar range back and forth. So I'm going to play this till it stops working. My goodness, Fubo does not want to move. That's a little bit frustrating. And by the way, Meta, yeah, Meta 173 instead of 174, and then absolutely flushing. So it was the right one to short the pop. It just never quite got there, and it's absolutely flushing. Meta, I still think, is a little bit weak relative to the market. Just need to see some actual follow-through on that name. Kind of a disappointment to have not gotten that one short. And if you're still watching good old Fisker, has yet to catch too much of a bid, but it is back above VWAP. So it looks like the bounce, holding VWAP. This starts to trend above $7. The trend can still be into that long. The short is already gone off that 725. I think you're looking 750 even if you want to short it. I'm actually looking to grab these longs if it can hold above VWAP for the next. If it holds that by 10 o'clock, I think that's the kind of time that I want to go for. And then one last one before we go back here. Carvana, I did not get the short at 825, but it is trending again to the downside. So as long as it wants to maintain that trend, then I'm going to go for it on Carvana. That would be first failing here at $8, gets back beneath, and I'll go for the short. Otherwise, we'll short off the high of the day. NVIDIA, first time, yes. Second time, does not hold, and then wicks me out. As Randy reloads the coffee,
Thank you, my friend.
I will look for my next reload in NVIDIA.
Can I drop this to you? Absolutely. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, Fisker going
We're just
crazy.
talking Fisker, yeah.
Also, Randy. But you know what else is happening right now?
Money.
Oh, man. So, like, I take back, like, the fact that I love weekends a lot because obviously it means everything to me and I do this for my family. But honestly, like, when this market opens up, man, I just love trading. And, I mean, there's Amazon again. Like, I can't wait to get in here and put up these numbers for everybody and just show you that it is very, very possible to do exactly what you want to do in trading. And, you know, there's a lot of people, trading's tough. There's no doubt about that. There's going to be a lot of traders that, you know, haven't made money in a year, 2 years, whatever. But, you know, when you're sitting there and you have a plan of action, it can be possible to sit there, put through the work, and then get paid off, just like we're doing right there. Like, that just dropped into the 60s, and, you know, we were sitting there taking some outs. We took some outs in the 70s, took some outs in the 60s there. Amazon continues to work. It's a huge trade for me, and that's what that is. So hopefully you guys have some. If not, that's fine. You can always catch another one. We're not going to be right on all of our trades, but even this one, we've sniffed this out. We have 20% left of this trade, of that breakout trade. So 80% of it out for profit. This last little bit, we're holding out for a dip here in this name. So let's wait to see what happens. Amazon's battling back a little bit. So now that we have our targets here, 94.30 is still pretty good for us. Let's short this into 94 again. So a little bit of a bump up. If we can get a similar price to what we have right now, then we'll probably do that. So let's average back in here to Amazon and just keep this party going, hopefully to the south side. Tesla did blow up as well, and that got to 205 and basically stopped at 205.20. So I still think more to come on that. And look at that. Let's go back downside for Amazon, man. This is a ring the register kind of day right now for us as the cash cow that is Amazon just continues. If you're watching, my wife, order whatever you want off Amazon. This has been a very, well, sub a couple $100 on that one for that. But let's see if Amazon can continue to work. Let me give her a shout in about an hour and we'll see where Amazon's at.
Yeah, let's see where it's at. I mean, I actually like the market bouncing off 4,000 for some of the longs. I'm not giving up PanW, and I'm going to buy the dip again in NVIDIA, take a chance, but I am now in the Carvana short. Allow it to come up. First curl off the pre-market high. Doesn't quite get to the pre-market high, but I'm able to grab some at 812. Did not get them all. It is short sell restricted because of what happened on Friday, so it's SSR. Trickier to get it on the way down. You need an uptick to catch your fill. That's just how it is. We'll see if we can get a little bit more. But I just think, look, AMD, Intel, and NVIDIA have all been pretty strong. But Intel has like this support level. I want 25. But it's now showing me like the bottom at this pre-market level here. So I'm going to take my first stab. You know, 25.35, it's like 5 cents worth of risk down here. So I'm going to go for the shot. And of course, the second I say that, it turns into 7 cents worth of risk because I have to pay up to 42s, and then I'm going to miss that punch. I'm not chasing it any further. Punch in first, talk after. But yeah, this is when holding key level on the daily chart and up here as well. PanW is just set up it might take another break. I've been waiting for it to give me the dip back into my breakout price at 189. I think I can get patient with this. There's always a chance that you can get that price, but the longer it holds 190, the re-entry to the long might just be up that 190 level. I still say 194 is my target to the upside, so I want to hold on to something for the 194 level. And lastly, Fisker, this is the other one that we're constantly monitoring. No trades yet, but it's now back above and holding that $7 level. So I need to see it kind of hold this a little bit longer, a couple more minutes, and then we'll go for the long off this 680 level and see if it can get back to the high of the day. 24% for Fisker today.
Booyaka, and easy to say because we had that trade written down, but hard to grab the price. All right, Marissa, if you're watching, just hold off on doing anything on Amazon right now, as we almost had to hit the return button on our last couple weeks' purchases. But right now, you are starting to go back down. So we have reloaded. That's something that we need, Fod. We need that graphic. I should say it to Justin. I know he's working on something right now. But there it is. We are reloaded. All right, get ready to possibly make another order. But I don't know here. Amazon is pretty tricky. The market's still bouncing around. The one thing that I know we cannot buy with this trade is a Tesla. It just keeps on stopping at 205.50. I would love for this market to fall down here. We do have some lower buys here coming on Tesla, but I'm just wondering about holding this just to see. We've already, it's been in the money $2 for us. A $2 move down gives us 1-to-1, and that kind of puts us in an area that we're not super excited about. So let's wait to see what happens with Tesla down there. I'm just going over, I guess I can cancel my $6 bid on Fisker right now. Fubo continues to sort of put me to sleep a little bit, not doing much, waiting for that break. Maybe someone gets excited about it, being down 15%, but we're still in Fubo. Off of that dip buy there, still in. We're out of 60%, 20, 40, 60. The highest it ever gotten was $2. I feel like we could break that and then we'll go on that. I'm just making sure that my Tesla trade makes a little bit of sense. If we're going to get out here at 201.50 on a drop, then I don't want to buy anything till about 202, right into here, sort of where we started the day, because there's 201.50. So if we do fall back into 202, then we'll buy it. I was going to buy some more 203.50s, but now, the market's still not doing anything. We're short Amazon, long Tesla, and then Snapchat and Fubo aren't doing anything. So we're going to look for some more opportunities. I know Neil's been in a few trades, but other than that, man, Microsoft, let's just check on it quickly. Okay, well, so where was my bid then, Microsoft? 250.20, so that didn't come into play either. That's kind of doing nothing. And then Apple was another name that I wanted at 147. That's not coming into play. So really, I'm just sort of, I don't want to say like, lying on Amazon here, but this is, I'm just chilling with it right now and not really chilling like a villain. Needs to get down a little bit more for that one. So we'll wait to see here if Snapchat and Amazon continue to work for us. Tesla is more just a wait and see on that. But Amazon, I like it. We just got another fill there at 85. It just bounced off 86 again. Let's put something again in the high 80s. I hate to get out for a dime. I'd like to get more, but you can see as these levels are starting to come down, my out of 94.30 is coming in question. I really feel like we probably do test a little bit higher. Amazon, I thought would be a little redder than this. The market is taking out the 50 period. That's not a reason for me to hold a short. So yeah, maybe Amazon's getting a little too spicy, but Brendan's always got some kind of spice. What's up?
CFRX, it was very, very spicy, up to 7 there, but just failed, halted downside, reopened. More volume coming in, guys, ahead of 5, though. Heads up on this one. 500,000 share float on this one, CFRX.
So new position alert for me here. We'll see what happens. The stock has been only going down, but this is long. So Li Auto does that thing where Chinese EV names go to the downside. At the open, profit taking pretty much every time, good deliveries, good earnings, doesn't matter, they just kind of get sold off. But we did talk about the 50, that's the 50 period moving average. There it is on the daily, 22.80. I'm saying this tongue in cheek because I didn't think we'd be here this fast. $23 was yesterday's low, and by yesterday, that I mean Friday. So it comes in, tests the support level, allow it to make a bottom at your key price area, and then go for the long. So not on the way down, catch it as it's trying to come back up there. Wow, I guess I'm only chuckling about this because the other play was like, you could just short the stupid thing at the open, Neil. That's literally an option as a day trader, is to go short if you think a stock is going to do a massive dip buy. Anyways, I got it. If we get some 30s, we'll take it, and then we'll see if it can hold. 2280 is an obvious line in the sand. That's a 50-period moving average. And I'd add one more time to this. Didn't quite get a full position on. Intel, we just got the dip buy, new Intel. And then, yes, I can go long Intel. I promise you. It's not only shorting this name. So it holds a higher low, double bottom. We grabbed 42s instead of 40s because I wasn't quite fast enough. Just got some out in front of 50. I'll take 52, and then I'll get some out in front of the high of the day. If it breaks a high, we're looking to hold through the top. And then hopefully we can start breaking tops in the market. We can break tops on PanW. However, that's going to probably bode poorly. Like now we have 3 longs. Well, there's Carvana. Like this one might not hold for me either. Pre-market high there at about 830. That gets taken out. It's a squeezable name. You don't want to be averaging in or holding on to it. Once it breaks, get out, look for the next trade. And somehow Fubo does nothing. I don't know. You're still in Fubo. It's like...
Yeah, I mean, I'm whatever.
There might not be anything here. If we don't talk about Fubo, it's because it's doing this. And if it does something different, we'll let you guys know.
Well, I'm about to be. So first of all, we have a new position there, Alibaba, and that's only 30 cents in the money right now as well off of a new position. But we are getting ready to get dumped out here, possibly sinking down as Amazon. Remember I told you about this 50 period, or sorry, the NASDAQ just starting to rip up here above the 50 period? Well, it looks like that's exactly what's happening. So our Amazon is testing its levels right now, and it's going to break. So, you know, we don't want to be, here it goes. If it breaks through 30, we're out of Amazon, and that's that. It's a good, our Tesla's $3 in the money, so there we go. So now we are out of Amazon. I do not want to go into the long yet on this name, but, you know, the long could be there. We're fine. It is a hit. We lost on Amazon right there, so we will flush ourselves down the toilet, put our hands up in the air, and say, what can we do? Not much when that goes against us there. But we just got that little wick right there on Amazon. Let's try it another short here quickly, just to see if that wick wants to hold at 40. That high is 50 there. This is not, you know, this is not revenge trading. We punched out of it. We'll try it now for 20 cents worth of risk. I just want to see if that top wick there, where we sort of got out there at 30, maybe that was something. The market is trying to pull back a little bit. Our Tesla's really getting extended, now up to 206. So yeah, man, this one, bang winner now on Tesla. Huge winner on Alibaba as well, as that's trying to get back up to 90. Let's see if we do get a 90 fill there. And here we go. Let's take a little bit out on Amazon if we can get it here at 16. We'll ring it a little bit there. So awesome recovery for Amazon, but we did get stopped out there at 30. But, you know, we'll hold that back a little bit now, see if we can make some of that back. If we get sub 94, we make it all back, but I don't know if that's going to happen. All right, it's over with Brendan and happening now.
Hey guys, brought to you by TD Direct Investing on a Monday. Personalize your investing experience with advanced features like heat mapping and customizable charts and watch lists across a range of investment products and accounts. Open a TD Direct Investing account and get up to 12 months commission-free trades. Offer ends March 1st. Conditions apply. Check out that QR code link in the description as well. We just got some pending home sales data on a month-over-month basis, much higher than expected, 8.1 versus 1 on that month-over-month number. So more indications of what Fed Chair Powell has been speaking of. Still a ton of strength in the housing market coming through there. That's the way the overall board is shaping up so far. Yeah, back above 4,000 for the S&P, holding on to almost a full percent to the upside, 0.85 for the Dow. The Russell, remember the Dow went negative on the year back on Friday. The NASDAQ composite in the 100 leading the way, 1.2, 1.13. We were discussing a bunch of things in the pre-market, Fisker, Tesla, and Apple, all included in those. We were wondering how some of these big tech names were going to shape up with rates back to the upside, overall the market back to the upside. Here's Carvana, not doing anything so far, guys. Back over to you.
Well, I wouldn't say not doing anything. It's making a bit of a move up. I got it to the south side here, but I'm just gonna adjust. I'm gonna adjust my south side. I'm gonna adjust PanW. Sharif over there is like, you say south side. He's like, south side. Okay, I know. I could have said it too. PanW is not going to give us doesn't want to give us 189s again. So higher low at 190. If it plays the top end of the range, and I think we start working off of that one. It's been a good trade. We'll see if it continues. But look what just happened on Intel. We got the bounce off 35s. got up to above 25.50, and then right back in, we're reloading it at 40. So I had 42s, I added some down at like 39, so we're gonna have a 41 price, and just gonna have to play the bounce here again. So we'll get a couple of outs above VWAP, basically rinsing and repeating the previous trade, and we'll see what happens. And then Li Auto, let's go for it. I mean, not a bad trade. However, I'm not looking to give horses in the mouth. You see the trend? Not necessarily a good one. So when it bounced off that 23, it's like 23.50, okay. Now we're gonna be right back off that support level. As a matter of fact, ooh, what happened there? As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to drop my bids a little bit tighter to that 23 even, just expecting, hey, if it's going to be weak, let's allow it to get down to the better price. I think we have a chance to be able to grab it. So that one hopefully is going to work out for us, but I need something that's going to follow the market to the short side. And I feel like it was supposed to be meta up at that 174. I don't know if we see 174. The market's breaking the highs. If we do not, these longs are great, but if we don't hold the highs, meta is a short. I just don't want to short it here if the market's breaking out. I'll allow the chance the market breaks out, and then I can get meta up at the top, 73 to 74. If that does not happen and the ES and NASDAQ reject here, then I want the short off VWAP on meta. I'm just not ready to pull the trigger when the market's through that resistance at the open.
I'm glad we turned it into a bull earlier on today. I almost said bear there. And that seems to be working out. I mean, we had a nice move to the upside here today already, as the pre-market gave us some indications, being up about 1% as we opened up. So it's nice to be up 1.3 right now. All right, we've averaged into our Amazon trade. That's going to go 95.50, 94.50. If it breaks our average price, you can see down there is 33s. But I just got a little impatient with Fubo. Not to the point where we got out of everything. I still want to see a 3 break, but we just got a 98 fill. It was just bouncing around 97, 97. I said, you know what? If we'll just take a piece higher than that, great. But here goes Fubo right now, starting to go. So bang that one out right now. Is Fubo nicely in the money here? Again, about 10% up for us off of our 180 fill that we had in the pre-market. And again, it was pretty easy for us. We discussed this trade as it was dropping back down there. We let it make a bottom. I mean, it wasn't a huge bottom, but 180 or so. Now it's a nice upside move. I thought maybe we'd get even more excited breaking through $2, but I'll take 204. Nice upside move. I'm going to wait for like 220, 210, something like that, just to see. But you know what else is, I mean, really, really working? We're going to get stopped out again of Amazon. This is what I mean about slowing down. The market, like we said, once it started breaking above the 50 period, the shorts should have been off the table. So we're not losing that much on the shorts, but we're also shouldn't have taken them. But look at Tesla right now. $3 in the money on this trade. So really happy with this performance off that long at 203. Just take the pre-market high break of 203.50. We saw it get going. It wasn't even the pre-market high break. It's just we saw it going. We knew we had some bottoms there. So there it is, man. And if you want to talk about risk to reward, you know, now you're starting to bank it out, right? We are $1.50 down here at 201.50. Now we're about $3 in the money. So it's a good risk to reward right now, but let's just let it go. If the market wants to keep going upside, then I'm happy to be long this name, Tesla, Brendan.
Another one moving here, guys. Not a lot of volume on this, but up nicely right now. This Opera Limited, the other web browser. I think it's like fourth as far as who uses what, but Opera up on this. They're also going to offer OpenAI's ChatGPT in their browser. So OPRA having a nice day.
You know who's having a good day? Ford's having a good day. Ford's up 4% right now. Yeah, like I'm a little, because we were just talking about Ford this morning.
Fisker, Tesla.
Fisker's up, Tesla's up. I'm missing somebody else that's strong this morning.
Probably Lucid.
Actually, I haven't looked at Lucid, but they're probably strong as well.
Yeah.
I'm about to get stopped on CVNA, but Ford, just to go quickly here, 1240. If it doesn't break through here, this could be a retracement play. It's just standing in front of these levels on any of these names. Doesn't feel like it's in. I want some confirmation for the shorts. So Carvana's looking like it's about to break the top. So it's here, it's now. Is it go another couple of cents? I don't know. This is $8.35, the afternoon high from Friday. If it breaks, it breaks. I feel like I'm going to get wicked out. That's where my gut is. My gut's telling me that it's going to run the stops up here and kind of wick me out, and then maybe it's going to fall after that. But I'm willing to get wicked out and then try to look for a re-entry as opposed to trying to hold on to it. If that's what it wants to do, then that's what it wants to do. Li Auto, I thought we'd be getting a reload. So here's the problem with Li Auto. Yes, I like the support level down here, and you're trying to go higher low. I'm going to take a stab at this higher low to add back into it. But let's just remember, as the market's been testing the high, this has been coming right back down into support. So it's definitely a weak name. We're just looking to play off a support level. It's not about relative strength in Liado, even if the quarter was okay. So we'll slap the fail on CVNA. Goes from best short on Friday to first one to lose right here on Monday. If it goes, $9 is the next level up, 9 to 905, technically speaking, and then that'll be a good one. But the longs, as usual, coming right back in. We're back above VWAP, so we reloaded Intel. So I've already longed Intel like twice as many times in the last 2 days than I have in the last 6 months, and it's working. So congratulations if you like the long. 25 on Intel. It's just a great price level, right? Like the thing about Intel, when it finds a level that it holds over and over and over again on the daily chart, maybe it's not going to go 50% or 80% from there like AMD or NVIDIA does. But you do have, why am I long Carvana? I'll just take 2 cents because I didn't want that trade. But it tends to go over and over and over again. You might not get the huge move when you're swinging off of it, but you get lots of buy support, which is fantastic. Again, I don't think their quarter was good or the dividend being gone is good. I just think it's found a bottom after getting beaten up.
All right. So Amazon just kept on going up. We're now $4 in the money, though, on Tesla, which is nice. But still, I'm still upset. We've lost. I mean, we're going to win on everything except Amazon today, as that's going back up to the upside. Just a quick little note here. Alibaba is continuing to work for us. I'm going to put an offer now 90, see if we can get that. And then sort of a new trade that I was thinking about is, well, I'm in it right now, but we're going to see if we can get a little bit lower on this one. NIO, this is a difficult stock for sure for me to wrap my head around sometimes. Like a huge move down, thinking he wants to go back up. We'll punch the 39s quickly on this name and see if it wants to work to the upside. Target like around 950, 955, something like that. If it does pull back, I am bidding 935. I think I just put a bid in. Was it 36s? 36s just to see about that bottom right there, 930. So, you have a little bit of a wick bottom down there to 930, 928 or so. So we'll see. We'll see if it wants to hold, but we're going to go long on NIO just to get some more strength. I mean, like I said, we're $4 in the money on this Tesla trade right now. So that's starting to work. The NASDAQ's starting to go back up to the upside. Amazon's gone to the upside right now, so nothing to do there. And then, is there a level on Tesla? I mean, here's our in. We only take one out, and that was for a buck flat. So we're still in this name. Tesla's still making moves. But we're right at a level now where I have to decide. 210, 209. Yeah, 210 looks like a decent spot to get out. So if Tesla wants to continue to climb to the high side right there, we'll have a look at that one. Tesla 210 right now looking like we want to get out if it does get back up there. So let's put an order in case we miss it. But I'm going to wait for like a 209.50, something like that here on Tesla. It could be coming in pretty soon.
Yeah. Oh, just before we go to Brendan, just a couple of things very quickly. Like, yes, I got stopped out of CVNA, but another bounce on Liado. I've taken a leg out in front of 2350, but I'm going to hold out, next out, closer to VWAP here. So I don't want to ring the register again just yet. I want to see if it can break through this 2350 and get us a little bit better than that as we go to Berendo.
A little one popping up here, guys. BLBX black box stocks. Huge volume spike there through $1. Looks like the CEO bought, this is an SEC filing, the CEO bought 1.1 million shares down here. 1.13 million shares for BLBX.
Black box, why not? Okay, so come on, Liado, you can get to VWAP, you can do it. It's trying to break through right now, so that looks like it's going to be a good one. PAN-W, every time I decide I want a higher low and I want to go for it, bye-bye. So it's now 192.40. And it's like, oh, come on, I wanted to rejoin this. I'm just going to show you guys in the daily. You did have the split. If you are looking pre-split prices, this would be about that 578 level. So it kind of works out to 193. If we get 93, which it looks like we're going to now, I kind of thought it would extend through 93, maybe get close to 94 before any failure. So once it breaks 93, if it breaks 93, I should say, I'm going to look to put a trailing stop on PAN-W. Palo Alto been good. Just wish I'd been a little bit more aggressive in terms of buying those dips. Liado's working out just fine, but it's Intel on the long. Yeah, Intel, it's giving you the reload, but it's not exactly breaking out. If the market's taking the highs and Intel isn't taking the highs, then yeah, at some point it might break that low. It's been good a couple of times to give you that scalp win, but nothing more than that just yet. So unfortunately, nothing more for Intel. Still a good trade. It just should be a heck of a lot better with the strengths I'm seeing in the market. I still like Meta to the south side. I'm not completely convinced that it wants to break out just yet. It's less than the market now. The NASDAQ's 1.5, the ES is 1.1, Meta's only 0.8, yet it's not anywhere close to the 174 level that I like for the short. So I said if I got a chance and the market reversed, I would short Meta beneath VWAP. We're still above. The big level was 40.20 for me on the ES, and we're still above that. And the NASDAQ is still trading off the highs. So it's not at the point that I feel comfortable putting the short on unless you're playing the trend line short, which is more of a scalp trade. I might talk myself into that I'll just scalp it for like 25 to 30 cents worth of risk if I can play it off that trend line. That's maybe not that bad of a way to play it.
Okay, so the market right now is kind of pulled back a little bit right there. Yeah, always lots of ideas, man. I mean, that's the big thing that you always have to have. All right, so 208, again, maybe that was the out there. We'll see what's going on right now. NEO is falling down. We have that 925 mark there to watch out for. But hey, when the market falls down, those are just good opportunities to buy, to be quite frank. So let's wait to see here. As long as we're above the 50 period, I don't mind what I'm trying to do right now. Alibaba, I have a target of 80 again. It's just bounced off 80 a bunch of times. That's our best out. We're only long at 56. So is it 56? I have too many freaking positions right now. Fubo, Google. Google's a new position for me off the long. And again, these are all risky spots. I mean, I'm not in love with some of these setups right now today. Like, I don't really find anything. I like the Amazon. That didn't work out. We're going to buy Google here off of sort of this pre-market level. We beat around it a little bit here at like 89.80. Then it took it out. So I kind of want to hold this back until like we break maybe back below 70 right now. So more averages in obviously coming here for me on this name. So we'll wait to see if it does come in or not. But Google right now long, and then trying to get a little more long here on NEO at 30 against 25. But again, that's not looking great either at this point. So yeah, some of the longs coming in a little bit here. So let's just be patient and wait for our prices like we've been doing.
So it's like sometimes it's like how these fills come in. It's like, give me a break. Yeah. Like Nvidia was like just chilling. But when it fails off this 238 level, like it just dumps. And this is a 3-minute chart, not a 1, but it just absolutely dumps. I need to get something in Meta to the south side. But yeah, Nvidia just came in and gave like the fills beneath that 237 rather violently, and the market is coming down pretty heavily. I'm going to just go for the short on Meta, that 172, and I'm going to get something out of NVIDIA if we pop back into VWAP. Obviously, this is going to put Intel under pressure. I'm just looking to, I'm going to get out of Intel if it breaks this support. I just can't see any reason to hang on to this now that especially now that I have NVIDIA, because that fill absolutely came out of nowhere. And you don't always have to be double, even if you like a setup, you don't have to have it if suddenly it's more risk than you anticipated. And having two chip names and the same fill, maybe not the best way that I want to go about it. So I'll stop out of Intel, and then while I can hang on to NVIDIA for a bit, I'm now in Meta for the first time today. I said I get a little bit more aggressive shorting it because it has this kind of trend line. I just drew it, but it kind of already went away. Yeah, it's about 172 quarter that I want to give this to, and I have a 172 short. So let's just see how far this one can get to the downside. Meta has been relatively weak. I don't think it lasts forever, though, especially if the market can hold up some of this support.
All right. We have Google. We just took out 20% at O's here. One at 99, one at O's. Maybe we can bust a little bit higher. Waiting for it. There it goes. Let's go. 9. This is hopefully, guys. Let's hit the sire now. If this market wants to go back up, I'm pretty happy to be long Google right now. Though we just bounced off 0304. I'm waiting at 05. Hopefully, we'll get that by the time we get back from Brendan.
LLAP, big runner from last week, beginning of last week, popped up. Trying to go here again. There's some M&A rumors, I guess, being circulated right now, including one from Lockheed Martin, guys, on LLAP.
Lockheed Martin for that?
LAP.
Okay, that's interesting for LLAP. I haven't really gotten back to any of the small caps. Fubo is like, give me a break. I was like, I'm about to get stopped. It's about to break this high, and then it just kind of hold. It's not doing anything. And Carvana, at least we got out of it. Remember the accidental long? Sometimes those work out, but it doesn't mean you have to have it. It's not at $9, so I'm not backing it short again. But it did just make another bit of a curl. You've got to be able to take these out when they go against you. So at least we got away from that one. I haven't taken anything out on Meta just yet. I was kind of thinking I was going to get more in that 172 range. Didn't happen, but I'm obviously looking 171 and lower the day. Those are two levels that stand out like an absolute sore thumb. If we get it, we get it. Fubo's not moving, so this is going to be the short for me. And I just saw a great suggestion. Do I like the short on Coinbase? And it's like, yeah. Do I like the short on Coinbase? I love the 200 period moving average lately as a good area for shorts. $61 is essentially where it is. Look at it right now. This is 60.80. So this is set up for a short for me on coin. Just remember, you always want to have in the back pocket. Make sure nothing parabolic is happening over there in Bitcoin. But at Coinbase, right into a resistance level. I will take my shot in front of 61. And thank you guys in the chat. This is the reason why I love this community. Shout out to everybody out here because you can't track everything. You are going to miss things. That's why we're here, but that's why you guys are also here for us, reminding us that names like this are moving. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, grow this community so we can all learn from each other.
Yep. All right. So what, I mean, like we mentioned there, the only runner that I really have that could have been a parabolic mover was Fubo, and that's not really doing anything. I mean, look, honestly, man, Fubo's great stock. It's probably one of my best stocks just because of where we have it. But since the market's been open, it's definitely not, a best stock idea or anything like that, as it seems like it still wants to fail a little bit here. That's Fubo. I don't know. It's down today. We'll have to watch it. All right. Since we were gone there, Google did go up. We actually got an 06 or 05. What was that, Phil? There, 05. So we got some O's. We got an 05. We're still in 70% of this one as it's trying to go back up to the upside. Unfortunately, I feel like our Snapchat, we got a piece out there at the 50 period, which was 9s. That's right where we're at right now. It did bump up a little bit higher. We're actually profit-wise, Snapchat's still going to be our number. Well, Tesla's our number one, but we're still holding on to that $4 winner. But Snapchat's still in the pocket, still a nice win for us. Still has not broke below 10. We're going to wait to see if that happens. But on that AI news, doesn't seem to want to do anything except for right off the open. So we did take that break, which wasn't great. But that was good. These are the same amount of shares. So once we sensed that 1025 was coming into play, we did not want that anymore. All right. So again, what's been pretty good? We'll hit the bang for this one as well. Alibaba. Another one, like I can always harp on the one loser that we have, Amazon. Let's see if that, it still remains the case there, as Amazon's not doing much right here. I don't really want to get back into it, but, Alibaba, we'll lose 20, 30 cents on Amazon a couple times, but look at Alibaba. Nice upside move. Just took out 80 again, and that's where we sat. Let's see if we can't go higher. We only have 20% left, 20, 40, 60, 80. So Alibaba's not really moving for us, so this one's a problem. And then from one Chinese name to another, let's wait to see now what happens, unfortunately, with NIO. We just picked up a 28, Phil, which is good. That's why we came over here, just snapped in there. So let's wait to see there on that bottom take. If Neil wants to continue to work, great. But for right now, we're only long at 33s. It's at 31s. So not, we're not out of this one yet. But, it's not looking great as Tesla's also falling off that 208 level. I almost think 208's a good take for us now instead of 210. Taking $5 on this name is pretty good. Let's see if Tesla wants to work. I don't mind taking a 208 on this one and closing the trade.
Yeah, so DJ in the chat, man, yeah, NVIDIA just broke in, and it got me out, so I'll slap the fail on NVIDIA. But look, if it's good for the long off dip buys for a couple of days in a row, sometimes it just fails when you test out those bottoms over and over and over again. What's interesting, though, is I probably should have been a little bit quicker to that coin, but obviously, like this one got shouted out to me, and I'm like, yeah, that's a great level, and I like that 200 still, 200 period on the daily. I just don't want to chase this too far. It's already pulling back into VWAP. I want this up here. Look, Meta. Meta's working short like a little bit. Coin feels like you can work a heck of a lot more. Obviously, from a percentage basis, it's just going to be a bigger mover. I just don't want to chase it too far. Otherwise, the risk-reward goes way out of whack. Brendan has our small cap recap.
Hey guys, busy morning. Let's jump right into it. A few of these moving around right now, in fact, including this LLAP, Terran Orbital, if you remember, popped up last week on a big gap to the upside. We're back to these highs currently. Again, some M&A rumors being circulated right now, some interest possibly. One of them including Lockheed Martin on LLAP. So heads up on that one. Still a ton of volume coming into that. LHDX was one that was up in the pre-market significantly. It's come off since then, but if you missed it, this was the FDA authorization for a home test for both COVID and the flu. So that's over the counter, so you can buy it at your local drugstore now for that company. CFRX, another one that's moving this morning. Not a lot of news on that one. This one as well, AWIN, volume dying off. Not a lot of news on that one. The other one, Fisker, yeah, it does just sneak into the small cap category, just under that 2 billion mark. But earnings better than expected. The production forecast, though, the main positive there for FSR, guys. Back to you.
You know, Fisker just got actually back to $7 again. So it did actually do a dip. Doesn't quite get down to like sixes or quarters or anything that would have been juicy down there, but it does give you some carry to 75s and then regaining sevens. So this is, it comes right back in the pocket for the 7 long. Wanted to see it hold. Now it's already held once. I'm going to get on the bid here. Why not? Last time I checked, if you get on the bid, that means you actually put an order out there. So I'm going to get on the bid here on FSR. Let's see if it can start to hold VWAP. Relative strength, that's what I like to be able to see. And it's definitely showing you the signs of relative strength over there. If we bounce, I still want to go for the short on coin. It just has to be on my terms here. So I'm offering about 40s, and then I would only add if I get some fills in the 70s to 80s. That one's starting to work out. And then Meta, we have it. It's back beneath VWAP, and I was being greedy, I think. I said it was a scalp trade off the trend, and then I wasn't going to take anything out until it got all the way down to the lows. That feels like the wrong call. So I'll go get some out 1-to-1 and then see if it can't carry a little bit lower than that. And let's go LLAP. I know, look, obviously Brendan was just sort of talking about these. This one's on the New York, even though I just typed NASDAQ. So this is the time of day why usually you're looking for like these low float or small cap runners to maybe find reversals. Oh, maybe too late here. To find reversals, yeah, it might be too late. But if you looked at this, 330 to 335 was kind of an obvious level last week. I probably have to pay for locates first, allow it to maybe give one more up down off this price level here. If it breaks out from 340, then you've got room to 370. But right now it looks like it's resisting that trade, which gives an opportunity for that short trade. If it's free, great. If it's more than like 5 cents a share, I wouldn't pay it. Locates, that is.
I mean, take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs. What a stupid ad. Okay, but here we go. Google to the upside right now. We just reloaded that. That's what we were coming here for. So let's hit the siren alert one more time as we reloaded Google. Look at this. Look at this. Like, 1 time, 2 times, we're reloaded right there on the 50 period as it continues to go to the upside. So Google making dollars right now. All right, what do we want to do with Tesla? I'm almost close to, oops, I just canceled it. All right, well, maybe that's what I'm going to do. Close to getting out of Tesla, man. 208. Let's just take it out at 208, man. We'll take $5. We'll call this, for me, the trade of the day. We'll see if there's a better one. But that's a nice move upside there for Tesla. Let's get some out at 208. But the thing is, man, Google's going to be a good trade for us. Like, we reloaded that one. We've been talking about Google, why we liked it, so on and so forth. All right, what's made a move back up? I thought I was waiting for NIO to get something out here, but I guess I am not. So let's do that again here. NIO, huge upside move right now for this name. I mean, not huge, but considering we just bought some 28s, let's see if we get some 36s. I thought I was waiting at 35, so we'll get a little bit better price here at 30, at 36. Take out double the shares that we wanted because, again, I wasn't sure about that, but it's a nice upside move there for NIO. Right back, and this is why we're getting some out, right back into the 50 period, which is 37. Let's see if we take it out, but we've had some, let's take another 37. We've had some resistance here at 35s and 40s, so, we got to break higher now. Let's take some more 37s. The best out we had was 36s. 37 might not seem like that much difference, and it's not, but let's see if it goes. There it goes. As it blasts through, we get those prints right now, and let's go back up to the upside. Just if you're with Day Trade the World or anybody like that, end prints seem to be a little bit good here, a little bit better than the ECN, sorry, because you seem to be getting a full penny rather than having to worry about it. But there we go right now, man. We're doing good. Let's see if Tesla, come on, Tesla. Let's get some 208s now as we climb to the high side. The reason why we're getting out, we're already loaded up longs, man. We're loaded up Google long. We're loaded up Alibaba. Well, we're not loaded up Alibaba, but we got the Google. We've got the NIO, and now we just need to get Tesla out here at the high of the day, and that'll be pretty good. That's 65 just stopping out there. I was waiting at 80, believe it or not, so we just missed it by 15 cents. Let's put it at 60s and get out and go over to Brendan.
We mentioned that there was a few provincial bodies in this country, guys, looking into TikTok and the potential ban of TikTok last week. The federal government has just come out and said, so no TikTok or any federal government issued device can no longer have TikTok on it in this country for Canada.
No, see, that's all they're doing. Like, all you're seeing for these bans are just like, they're banning it for federal employees. Like, that's not what you, like, when Meta's gonna pop, I shouldn't say when, like, if Meta's gonna make that move, it's gonna be when you see wider spread than that. But just as soon as we were able to quickly pay for some cheap locates, 1/4 cent per share on LLAP, it makes the turn right off that 335 level. We short it just beneath. It's already halfway to VWAP, so we take the W on that name. We got Meta. We were already short Meta. And then it started to come back in. I said, let's stop being greedy. Take the first leg out when it gives me 1-to-1 because I'm playing the trend, not the resistance. Now I can start thinking about said low of the day. Li Auto was a weird one. Like, it's holding the line, good longs. I haven't taken the third re-entry here, and I'm still looking for VWAP, but it's starting to slow down a little bit here. So it's running out of time to make that move that I'd like to see over there in Lee. And then Palo Alto, sorry. This is going to be it. Like, if we can't get through that 193, that is the split adjusted previous high, then it might just be it, especially with the market no longer necessarily breaking through. We're kind of going sideways, so you're running out of time for that morning move, and you start working some scalp trades, maybe off of VWAP. It never seems to want to dip far enough to get me in. It's been a good long. I just feel like it could be a heck of a lot better. It's LLAP here that I want to focus on, because if it gets through, I want to take another leg out in front of VWAP, about 310-ish, and then if it breaks that, I'm looking for 3 even, and then I want to hold on. If it gets to 3, let's just see how far it can pull back. It's got lots of reasons why I think it turned here. For 200 period moving average, you can say. Last week when it made the move, the lower high was 335. That's what I'm playing off of here right now with LLAP. So let's see if it can get a little bit further to the downside so that no matter what, it'll be a winner.
All right. So now we're cooking here. I mean, we've been cooking on Neil for a bit. 941 right now. Some good talk there on some of those names. And again, what you're noticing from Neil and I is like we're taking profits when it's there. He talked about Meta. You know, I've been talking about Google right there. We just got some more out there at 10s twice right there for Google as it's falling back down. I tried and I adjusted my order to get a better fill here on Tesla. As you know, if I can get a 207.50, we'll take it. A little bit higher than that, but you know, if we can get something around this 55.60 area, we'll do that right there again for Tesla. Oh, there it goes. This is a bad fill here because Amazon comes back into like that level again, as if right there. That was where my offer was to get out of that first short, or one of those shorts that we had there on Amazon. So we don't mean to be long here, but it just fell back in to the 50 period off of, you know, some of these shorts that we were looking for earlier, but doesn't come in now. So yeah, that's our play right now. Just trying to feel this out, right? I was going to say BABA, but it's NIO right now. That's really at 940. I think there's a good chance to get to 50 on this name, but we are trying to empty a little bit out. We're actually out of half of what we had at the very bottom there, because remember our average price was 33s. So when that started to come upside, we took out some 50 periods. Then we got those 40s right into here. I really want to wait for 45. So that's where I am right now on NIO, waiting at 45. See if we can't get a fill there. So we actually only got part filled at 41, and now I'm canceling that to see about a little bit of a higher move, especially if these futures can retake the 50 period right now. Then yeah, obviously we like that higher move here coming for the market, generally speaking. So all right, that's that. We do have a crypto moment coming, so let's go over to Brennan. Wow, it's 10:30 already.
It's crazy.
Seems like today's gone a little quicker than I had thought, but okay. 10:30 crypto. We haven't. Have you traded Coinbase yet? No,
I'm in it right now.
Oh, you're in it right now.
I just got into it.
I knew. Oh. Okay,
Like
good.
a couple minutes ago.
Good. All right, so yeah, we just talked about Coinbase. Let's talk about the overall market, and then we'll see how that reflects Neil's position.
Yeah, back to the upside to kick off the week, guys, for both Bitcoin and Ethereum, as we saw in the pre-market. Nice positive note here this morning from Citigroup on how resilient cryptocurrencies as a whole have been, despite weak stocks and despite more inflationary data points coming through that were higher than expected, but they still do point to further regulatory action needed for this market. But here we go to start the week. This is Ethereum right now, bounced off 1,600, 1,580, all the way back to 1,650 right now. Nice look, a couple of hourly bars back to the upside. Same story for Bitcoin back to almost 24,000. That high coming back into play here for BTC on the day, up 2.6 versus 3.5 for Ethereum, leading the way, as I said, 1658 right now. So we're testing that 24,000 mark once again to start things off for the week. Everything else pretty muted as far as percent changes go, but nicely positive along with equities, guys.
Oh, definitely nicely positive. And look, Coinbase is up 3%, and I am short it, but I'll give you the idea why. And it has pretty much everything to do with downward trend. I get it, yes, downward trend. It's the 200 period that sits at like this 61 area here, and then you had a spike up. It tried to take it at the open, for pre-market, it didn't. It tried to get up to 61. You can see the wick high into 61 and then right back in. And I end up with 41s. I'm trying to get some more shares if it pops up there again. Don't need two offers. Just go with the one, the less aggressive one. And then see if we can't work off that 61 level on a re-entry. If I don't get more shares, to me, it's going to the bottom. So I already have a bit out there just to remind myself that I want this to get to the low of the day on a reversal, because you're seeing the futures come back in here. You know, and if the NASDAQ, let me zoom this in a little bit. There you go. Like if the NASDAQ's going to show all this break and then retrace all the way back to support, then something following it I think has a chance to get all the way back into the bottom. So I'm going to hang on to this coin. I'm trying to add to it. If I get more, I get more. If you don't, you just got to be able to live with it, I think, sometimes. LLAP was the other very new trade that we got. Maybe the 15's not the best for that small cap, so I'll go back to the 3-minute chart. At this point, if it holds VWAP, I'm not looking to re-enter the short. It's like it went to 335, it got to VWAP. I'm looking for a break of that now. As a matter of fact, I want that order right on top of $3. So if it breaks VWAP, I'm looking for $3, psychological level, and then we'll ring the register for that one again. But it's about identifying, hey, this is not a first day runner. This already did this move, trended back down off of this level, and now you're failing 335. So to me, that's an obvious short, and then we'll work back into that $3 level. So, LLAP is a short for me. It doesn't mean I'm going to reload it. If it holds VWAP, I think it's holding that trend. And good question. Well, I'm going to come back to Intel. I've been staying away from the chips because NVIDIA has been trending. Right now, everything working except for the fact that Fubo doesn't move.
So we just, Fubo. Awesome. Awesome stock. Not a great day for Fubo shareholders, but it's a nice bottom pick right there. But we're going to go, oh my God, because it happened again. Google just came back in. That's why I just got a little bit excited there, because I feel like I don't ever really want to go long if we're below here on the 50 period. That's just a scalper mentality. But, Google, again, we're just rinsing and repeating, man. I mean, this is what we do. And there we go. Bought a bunch of, that's a 92, that's a 90, that's a 90, that's a 98. So we just keep on reloading Google, man. And it's like, this is the thing. The stock has moved 20 pennies, and we've taken out much more than that because of the reloads, and that's sort of the scalper's haven. And you gotta be in that zone a little bit. We just took out 20%. It could drop down, and it could be a losing trade for sure. So that's why we start to scalp some out as the market is giving it up just a little bit now, right? So the market's coming back in. So we got to be sort of cautious of what's happening. That's why we emptied out some of these clips here on some of these names. I mean, it is. We can't hold, well, we could hold forever, but that's not a great strategy, especially when you're against the trend. And right now, the trend is downside. So I don't know what just happened there. Phil got some more fills. Oh, Google. So Google tanking. So right now, we got to make sure that we have our offer out because Google just got hit right there. Watch out for 69 break. That's what we're getting out. The low right into here. Don't want to hold it too long, but we just got a nice bid there on Google. Amazon coming in. The market's coming in.
Yeah, and just as the market coming in there, Meta went almost $1 in the money, Coin went almost $1 in the money, and PanW, Palo Alto broke support. So I'm out of PanW for now, but I think I want to, the last couple of times it did this move where I was holding out the last for a bigger move, trying to catch like $4 or $5 or whatever it might be. There was a good dip buy, and it was always beneath VWAP, and it was down around 189. And when I say that, I'll show you guys. Like last week, you were fine taking the early long and trying to hold on for it, but then you'd wait until you got good bottoms. That was 183 on Friday. After some moves in the morning, it gave you 184. I'm thinking that same thing can be either the breakout price 89 or down here into 188. So if we get that, we get it. I don't want to be too greedy here with you, Meta. but Meta just got down to 171. It has this wick bottom at 170.50. I would not be shocked. The way that it bounced here off 170.50 before, I would be not surprised to see it again. If it makes a bounce, I'm out, and then we'll play for the next level. Coin I'm going to hold on to just a little bit longer. I think that could flush it even more. But yeah, that last move, that's some rubber band potential. Like, it could bounce off that just given the way that we fell here. I have enough shorts that, you know, one, I want to pay myself out at this level on Meta anyways. This would also be it holding green on the session, Brendo.
Just checking on this. Fed's Jefferson making some comments right now, but the Dallas Fed guys saying, we expect recession in the second half of the year. So that seemed to lead into that move down there. But Fed's Jefferson making some comments right now.
Yeah, recession talk, no bueno right there. As we haven't heard them talk too much about it. I thought they were sort of like avoiding that talk, but I guess avoid no longer right now. But all right, so Google came in. We got some out there. It came back up to 80. We did get some out and then drop it down. Now we can sort of regroup and sort of decide to look at things a little differently now and then just go back and say, oh my God, Amazon, there's the short that I was waiting for. And unfortunately, we got stopped out. Should have got back into that name, but we did change up our game plan a little bit and tried to go long, right? And so the longs were good until they weren't really at this situation. So, you know, we just talked about it breaking lower. And unfortunately, that is what's happening to the market. So we got out of our Alibaba, but this is why. Breaks that bottom of 50 and get out. So still profitable day on Alibaba right now. So happy with that one. But, you know, would have liked to see a little bit of non-recession talk and start this going to the upside because we are net long right now. So Google comes out. That probably, again, maybe a bottom take there. We'll go back in a little bit for Google. Look at that bottom wick of 60. Let's just see if that comes into play one more time. So I'm going to try to load up again in front of that bottom wick. And then if it takes it out, oops, I already put 95. If it takes that tick out, then we will be out. So I'm going to just adjust my orders now. We just took another long at 78, waiting for a mid 60, just in case this works, but I got to get my order out. This is what we got to do, right? I never take a position until I have that out. So that's good. And for some reason, and again, I don't know what this name here, Neo. Let's punch a little bit out there. We'll take some half prints there. This just went back to the upside. So, all right. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, but you know, this dropped down and then just went back up. We might have a decent winner on our hands here with NIO. So let's just wait to see. We'll hold on to this. We just took some more out, but let's hold on to some NIO. And there goes Google again, just slammed right back into that level.
So look, that rubber band action happened on Meta. We took it out. I was happy to see us go to the downside. And then it just bounced maybe 40 cents there. I trailed out on Meta. And so I'm out of this one to the short side. Still holding on a coin that's absolutely fine. And I just took some out of LLAP, but I just added for the, well, sorry, not added. It was the first time we actually got some Fisker. So a couple of times we were looking for longs in Fisker, but this is the first time I actually got the long. And it's higher lows all the way through, now bouncing off VWAP. Maybe it can hold a trend. If you want to look at the trend line, then it's probably about VWAP and 7 even, but I'm long for the first time today on Fisker. 707 in front of that 7. And then LLAP, thank you small cap, thank you VWAP break, thank you out in front of $3. This one flushes down the toilet. Wait for it. If you have a long early, that's great, but once it, like long, when it's into a resistance level, is not much there for a day trader, so you kind of short it off that level. It is now through VWAP. If it continues to move down, no reason to think it can't get down into the 275, 280, at which point we'll try to take 40, 50 pennies on the last. I'm just holding on to see if it can go for the trend all the way to the downside. So you wait for these things to get at a key level. If the locates are cheap, you take your shot. But my new position is Fisker long. Ooh. This is the strongest name, well, I shouldn't say that. I should never say this is the strongest name in the market. It's the strongest name that I am looking at. Brendan in Sector Watch.
Hey guys, back to the upside for the S&P 500 to kick things off in a brand new week here. I'll show you the S&P as we break it down by sector. There's a lot of green on this board for a 0.7% move. Kind of feels like it should be a little bit more, but tech leading right now as far as individual groups are concerned. It's the clean energy names. Enphase, SEDG, 6% each. First Solar there as well, 2.6% to the upside. Software names, hardware names also in positive territory. There was a CEO change UNP, we saw on the upgrade side of the board this morning on the analyst moves as well, 10.5% on that CEO change. Pretty good move for that kind of news. 5% there for Tesla on the production report we were talking about out of Berlin. Ford being dragged along as well, 2.6% to the upside. Banks are strong, healthcare names are strong. Communication stocks having a nice day as well. Netflix there quietly, 3.9% to the upside. There's that lawsuit lingering around between Warner Brothers and Paramount and what they're going to do with some of those assets. Consumer staples, utilities, both in positive territory as well. So nice green day, nice green board, even though it's 0.7 to the upside. If you haven't done so yet, guys, hit the like and subscribe today.
Yes, sir. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, share it with your friends, do everything that you can, and don't forget, you can still donate to the Turkey Syria fundraiser that we're doing. We're over 12,000 now, but let's just see how far we can get. It's good till the 28th. Fahad, man of his word, set this up, shaved his head, did it all for a charity, which is a great cause. Actually, 2 charities, I should say, because he donated his hair as well. But you still have time, guys. This is a great community, and I know we can do the best. So with that said, this market, man, okay, maybe I shouldn't have got out of the meta short. We'll see if I can get back into meta. I did just scalp some out the first 10 cents there on Fisker. If I'm going to risk 8 to 10 cents, then I want to take some out 1-to-1, then 2-to-1, then see if I can hold that trend. Coin continues to flush. It's about to get to the low of the day. Well, maybe it's about to get to the low of the day. I was never able to get more shares where I wanted here. So I'm just going to go ahead and cancel those offers because if I get them now, it's a different story. It had a wick bottom through 58.50 before, so I look for that to be an out here. And then Li Auto somehow is holding up. What is Li Auto doing? Like, okay, so market goes up, it tanks, you catch the bottom, market's trying to bounce here. Why is Li Auto not through VWAP yet? It's not giving me dip buys. Look at the trend holding up here. It's not giving me the deeper dip buy back in front of 23 even, but it's also not breaking out. I think this can be a breakout trade in the afternoon. I think patience is the way to go for Li Auto. So coin working to the south side. LLAP is now through $3. So this one is kind of on cruise control. No re-entries for me. If it reclaims VWAP, fair enough. I think it's probably going to work into some kind of a long if it holds VWAP. But for me, I'm now looking all the way back into this 280 level as this one continues to flush itself down the toilet. Let's go. These small cappers, great if you get them early to the long side, but after a while, they just turn into where do you want the short?
Yeah, that's why the professor calls them small cap crappers or something like that.
Yeah, crappers.
Right there. So, yeah, but those are good names. I mean, they're great names to trade for sure when the volume is there. All right, so Google's holding again. I don't. I'm just going to keep getting some out here as we do have an upsized. Well, we did have an upsized position. I'm not convinced of the long, but whatever. I mean, we just keep on buying these. We have been getting stopped out on this name, but we are back to positive now on Google on the day, especially if we get this 80 fill. Will be really nice on it. But again, we're long at 58. That's the thing. It's 20 cents in the money. I feel stupid not taking it out. But there you go. Give me those 80s. Ooh, did we get those? I don't know if we did or not. No, we did not. Okay, but we got 78s. So right now, back up to 80 again for Google. And again, it's just hovering around the 50 period. Sorry, the 50 period's at 86. But that's a 200 period. Sorry, the green is 80. And then VWAP is what the word I'm getting at here is still here as well. So we have retraced nicely back up to the upside here for Google on this talk. I feel like it's the only Fed that we have coming through today. I think Brendan mentioned one Fed speaker, so hopefully, the talk of recession and all this can get to the wayside and we can continue to hopefully make some decent trades here for ourselves, in our account, making moves back up to the upside right now. Tesla still, still 207.50. Again, buying off VWAP was great there at 205, but you had to sort of close your eyes and wait for that one. And, I don't know, it could come back again. Definitely a missed opportunity up there at 208. That'll haunt me a little bit there today. But happy that we got out of more than half of this Google trade up there at 80. But look, see, now it's failing again. So we got to still try to get these pops and then reload on the drops and hope it holds. Because right now, Google at the bottom of the day is 30. I'm not holding anything past 50. I know there's these wick bottoms, and I'm probably going to get mad if I get out. But at the same time, let's just get out if it breaks through 50 and then just regroup. I mean, the day's almost done right now. It's only 10:45 for us. Then it's going to go over to the midday show, which is going to have some bangers on for you as well. But for my trading, let's just wait on this trade a little bit here. I think Google could still go, but this market still being up 1% is fine for me. I'm happy holding longs as long as this market can stay green. Just a little nervous about where we are here because we've now seen the lowest spot all day for the NASDAQ despite the pre-market. But that's that early take right there. We dipped down into 12.1. Now we broke below 12.1 and trying to figure out what it wants to do. I still feel like we could jaunt down to 12 again, which obviously would wax all these longs. But we're going to wait for that to happen. Let's just pretend like we're right and the long is good at these levels. Brendo?
The overall market obviously making a move downside there. Apple following suit to the downside, still 0.8 to the upside. Barron's with a note just came out there about 10 minutes ago or so, pointing to further competition coming out, hurting their China sales, specifically for the iPhone 14. And that caused a $115 reduction in price over in China.
Okay, that's interesting there. So I'm going to stick with Fisker a little bit here because the market's about to try to bounce off 4,000, the ES anyways. But Fisker daily chart, if you're just tuning in right now, FSR, good report. Definitely, you can check our watch list, our free watch list, and make sure you read up on it. But 50 period, 715. You can see it trying to hold a bit of a breakout. The trend line is as clear as it gets. Sometimes I draw them. I find it helps out at times when you're buying a dip in a weak market. I slap a trend line on there just to remind myself. But if it cannot get through 730, then it's just like everything else. Like it could get dragged back down, then you have to break down and even think about a short trade. As long as it rides it, I'll get another leg out if it gets up to like 750. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put an order just up there right now. So this one's working, not fighting it. This is strong to the upside, so we only want to go long for now. Coinbase is making a little bit of a check here. Higher low at least, this 59 area running into trouble. I feel like I want to put a trailing stop in at this time of the day. I still like the short if it gets up to the top, but this is kind of holding a bottom here, and it looks like it's going to be a decent one. I don't know what's up with Li Auto, but I'm not going to do much with that unless I get the low or break a VWAP. And this LLAP is now holding at $3. So there's not much. I don't think there's a reason to make a decision at the $3 level. If anything, it's just a psychological one. If it tests back up to 310, I'd probably trail this out like 10 to 15. Otherwise, we're holding for some 280s here. And I do want to get back into Meta. This is probably the last one. We had a good short on in Meta, but it wasn't the one that we wanted. So we liked it up at like 73 to 74. It didn't quite press hard enough when the market was strong, so it did not enter that position. Ended up shorting it on the trend line. I guess I didn't believe in the short enough, quite particularly with this one, because I'm not back into this one off that 170. I'll look for VWAP retracements and then holding the trend in Meta. This was the big cap name I liked short, so we'll try to go back to that well. And I'm going to be very patient with any re-entries into PanW. I felt like it broke the trend, so I got out of the long, and then it snapped right back in. This one feels like a little closer to Fisker for me. Not enough strength that I'm in it now, but certainly one I'll look for to get back in at lunch. I like the 190 level. I much prefer the 189.
All right, I'm still sitting here watching Google a little bit. I've been sort of scalping this thing out, and it's not like, been too crazy of a trade or anything like that. But again, we just got back up, and I just got a 78 fill. That's what I was looking at. And now it's sort of fallen back down again. So I'm a little nervous about this trade for sure. We only have 10 minutes left. We're going to do money talks in a couple seconds. Also, getting some more out of NIO. I mean, we've got a great price on that name. We're positive on it. But again, we're not setting the world on fire here or anything with any of these trades. I was saying to Neil, it's kind of been little bit of a nothing burger day, to be honest with you. Like my best trade has been this Google trade, but or maybe Neo, Snap. I mean, they're all here. I mean, my best trade by far is Tesla because it's been one in and just watched it go out. But I'm not happy because I saw it bounce off this 207 too many times and I didn't do anything about it. And now it looks like, I don't know. If the market doesn't hold, then I'm going to even feel worse about how I traded this name. So yeah, I'm happy about it. Happy about it. I mean, I have a $3 winner. It's fine, but could have got more. But that's a little disappointing on that. So I don't know. I thought these futures would do something. They're not really doing anything right now. Bouncing off 12,100, and then the ES, of course. If I just change this to an ES. Do we get a call for Brendan? I'm just kind of delaying here.
Not yet.
Okay, good. So right there's 4,000 right now, bouncing off 4,000 on the future. I'm not delaying. It's just, you know, I didn't want to put on any new trades right now. 4,000 bouncing right now. So hopefully that will trigger the NASDAQ to get going. But again, we know they're different beasts, and I'm not in Microsoft or Apple, which are bigger portions of the ES than any of these other tech names. So we'll just continue to watch it. Watch out for NASDAQ going. What is this? Tesla 205. Ugh, I don't like it, man. Look how much this name is. Look how much volume this name is doing right now. 60 million shares, and also getting ramped up now to the sell side. Don't love it. Don't like it, really. Should have got out higher. Let's see if it holds, man. I'm still going to wait for that 201. We'll make this a win or a loss. Either way, we'll try to get that $4 going here on Tesla. So, all right, now he's ready, and it is money talk. So let's see. You want to do something quickly? Oh, no, you're doing that symbol?
That, but
okay, you're doing the Johnny Manziel there? All right, let's wait to see what happens here with money talks and the DXY.
Man, with us.
Hey guys, more of a move actually happening right now in the pound, the British pound, back to the upside today in a big way. 0.64 right now. There's a new deal announced this morning between the UK and EU when it comes to Northern Ireland. So some, I guess, agreements have finally been made between the two sides. So a nice bounce here for the British pound, back above 120, in fact. So a nice day. Dollar overall back under pressure. To the downside we go, along with rates as well. Back to the downside we go after the durable goods data this morning was higher than expected. So a little bit of a downside move after Friday was super strong for the dollar, if you remember. So a lot of green otherwise on this board, including the euro, the Canadian dollar as well, back to the upside, back towards that 74 area. That's been a bit of a sticking point over the past couple of months. We are under it right now, but still 3.5 tenths to the upside today for the Canadian dollar. BTC, ETH, meanwhile, still holding on to nice gains, about 2% plus each. Guys, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Brennan. Your good luck. Why not? We'll ring and register again on Fisker as it gets up to like the morning highs. It's about that 730 level. Couldn't quite break it, so we're going to take some more out. I'm going to rinse and repeat this, but Sean just mentioned this as like being Johnny Manziel's thing. And I was saying to Sean, there is a clip, and you guys can probably find this, a certain Skip Bayless, and I'm not making this up, this is 100% true. Skip Bayless, when Manziel was coming out of college, and all those teams passed on Manziel and Cleveland took him, said that Johnny Manziel would be bigger in the city of Cleveland than LeBron James. Now, look, here's the thing. I'm not sure there is you can go back, hindsight's 2020. I'm not sure there is a bigger take than that is busted, because you're essentially taking a guy who never amounted to anything and then anointing him to be as big as a potential GOAT. So Fahad doesn't know who Johnny Manziel is, but like, you know who Johnny Manziel? Okay, so apparently he knows him. I didn't know he knew football.
He doesn't.
But he's a big brawn guy. That's not going to age well.
But I mean, he made that take before he entered the NFL, I assume, right? So he didn't really know how ridiculously of a bust he would be.
I'll say this. There were a lot of people who probably have a little better knowledge of football and the X's and O's, who were like, Manziel's probably going to bust.
Well, there's a reason why he went to 28th or whatever it was.
It wasn't like, there was a lot that you would be concerned with that guy. I'm not a college football expert, but I remember watching him being like, I don't know if that's going to play. And so that's why he fell. Anyways, I have no idea if he's still in the CFL. That was just
I don't think
asked
he's
by,
playing at all.
I don't think he's playing at all there, Fahad. So anyways, I like talking football every now and then. I'm going to get some low of the day out here on Coinbase if we can even get it. And I didn't think we'd be looking this in the face, but 4,000 could break down at the same time as Meta 170. Call that a little bit of a coincidence, but 4,000's breaking now. Meta wants to take 170. I should still be in this. I decided to hold on to Coinbase and get out of Meta, and all of a sudden I could be shorting the low of the day break with only 4 minutes to go before we send you guys to the midday show, and this market looks like it wants to make a decision finally.
Yeah, so I don't really want to lose on Google here, but I am short right now. Okay, we're just going to slowly get something out right now on this Google. Why? Because we're back into the short on Amazon, which hasn't been great, but I think Amazon has a good chance to fall downside again now. So we're short at 47, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31. Let's go. Nice. Wow. Okay. Was not expecting that kind of a collapse, Amazon, but we'll take it, and we're getting juicy now, baby. Nice move back down inside for Amazon, as we've been getting, look what we've been doing. Getting out of Google to make sure that we have that profit as we're below the 50 period. Google's still holding out. We can hold a little bit of this, but it's Amazon right now that we just reloaded that. So there we go. Take a 20, like look at this. We got it twice, man, right there at 50. So it's a nice downside move now for Amazon as we're getting excited. We already indicated that this was the weak ass name this morning, and that's exactly what it is. Again, we talked about that when Amazon was up 1%. Brandon talked about Macy's. I went right back over to Amazon. It sucks that we dropped it, but nice move downside now as Amazon exploding all over itself. What's up, Brando?
All right, guys, some earnings to get to still this week. Fairly busy board here, including aftermarket tonight, but some opportunities maybe for tomorrow.
Oxy, that'll be interesting. Sometimes we talk about that name as a good day trading name in the energy space. Zoom. This feels like that's going to be the most interesting name, just in terms of the market kind of giving it back here today. If tech is weak, Zoom is definitely going to be one that you can pick on. The only time to trade Walmart, I think, was in the first couple of days, so there might be something for target in that first. Maybe tomorrow we'll actually see a level there. I didn't see anything I really loved on it in terms of where it was trading, but let's not sleep on the cruise lines. Norwegian comes out, and that's just an excuse to maybe look back at CCL, which we usually love to trade when there is a bit of a catalyst. So we know they can be wild. I tend to prefer to trade CCL, but when Norwegian reports, I don't mind jumping into the group. I just hate when they report in terms of time of day. It's always frustrating to get earnings that come out a little bit too close to the open. CCL's bad with it. I think we usually get Norwegian at a reasonable time at least.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're probably right about that CCL trade there. All right, so we're, or Norwegian, they all come out at weird times. Yeah, I wonder why that is for the cruise lines, to be honest with you. Okay, so we did get, now I have to regroup a little bit here because I have to make sure we have the right amount of shares. So we got out of Amazon there, not all of it obviously, but I was like, what? That went to 28? There on the downside. So again, I'm not really sure what's up with that. But we'll try another short here as it is popping back upside. So let's just see if this wants to continue to make a move back up now. On Amazon as I'm trying to get these orders all sorted out here. I don't know. Maybe it's not a short after all. I don't know. This is what I mean about it being a very frustrating market day for me today because there we go, now we're out. We had Amazon short there, banked it out, and then it comes right back up, but then we lose again, negating that trade. So I don't know. I'm not, this market's just too back and forth here. Let's just try not to lose more money than we probably should if we're gonna actually play this market. So I don't know. I'm not in love with any of the movements now. I feel like your best trade is probably to focus on a Tesla. Fubo's not moving. I'm just trying to give you some context of what I might be looking at. So Tesla, again, came into 204. Again, watch out for that coming through.
Watch out for NEO.
I did re-short right now. What, NEO?
Yeah,
NEO is starting to break down a little bit. I just got some out at where we got in. I don't know. Again, good stock. We're up on it, but we're not setting the world on fire as a lot of these stocks just really are moving. So Amazon, we thought the short was going to be good. The market, again, just dancing around here. So I don't know. I'm a little frustrated with the market moves today, but it was a good day. Good trading, man. I have 160 fills, which is over trading in this market.
Yeah, I only said watch out for NEO because Li Auto's now testing the low of the day. I reloaded this. The only two trades made recently was Fisker long on VWAP. That worked, but we'll see about Li Auto. It is down now 1% after earnings and testing that support level. So this could get taken out about 15 cents from now. Unfortunately, the first bounce good, the second bounce good, the third might not hold up. It's past 11 o'clock. We'll be back at 2, but you got them. You got Sharif the Professor. You got Luca the Scalp Demon. Go get them, boys.
Yeah, man, what a weekend it was. Guys, what is up? That's Luca. I'm Sharif. This is the Midday Show. Oh, topsy-turvy morning here in the futures world and in the mega cap world. I have not been doing well. I'll just put that out there. Not a good day for me. Not in small cap world, not in big cap world. Haven't been able to read this market, but maybe this afternoon can bring some more positive news, and I'm going to bring that positive attitude, baby. So let's go. What am I looking at right now? Well, I'm looking at getting revenge. No, of course, I'm keeping my eye on LHDX. This one bamboozled me to no end this morning. Let's have a deeper look at this bad boy. Okay, it's up 350%. Now, first and foremost, it breaks my rule right off the bat. I shouldn't be trading sub $1 stocks, yet I am. So yeah, let's put that in context. This one, I'm like, okay, yeah, this is fantastic. It had that big move up. It started in the pre-market. It made a nice high. We're gonna get to $1, I said to myself. But first, you know how I trade. I like to get my my VWAP retracements or my major level retracements. Perfect. This one set up perfectly. It retraced right into VWAP. It didn't break below it. I kept getting in, getting cut up. Getting in, getting cut up. This one has been absolutely range bound, hugging VWAP basically the entire morning. And anybody trying to take this on a breakout has really paid through the nose, me included. So, I mean, every area where it makes a new high, absolutely there is no continuity. It's an immediate reversal after that. So if you were smart enough, unlike me, to play the range, you probably did well on this. If you were looking for a breakout, either the south side or the north side, you didn't do well. I have shorts on this, by the way. So LHDX, very frustrating. Now, the paper-handed trade of the day, we should have a nice little animation here, paper-handed trade of the day, right? Where we really screw up on something, or we really, don't let something run, like me with Stressla here. Take that nice little first retracement after the big move, after the bell, 204.50. I average into it 205, 204.50. It keeps going, it keeps going. There's this wick right here. It takes me down almost into 204. I have to cut it, whereupon it immediately makes its ascent up to test 208 and eventually breaking 208 and testing 208 and a quarter. So this one was very frustrating for me. I haven't had a good gauge on the market. I've only had one profitable trade, which is on Meta. Not even worth talking about, guys. So let's hope this afternoon bring some better stuff. Thank you, Russell Jackson. We just need one bacon meme, he says.
Yeah, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody had a great weekend, nice and relaxing, enjoying the day, enjoying the show, and staying profitable and not doing what I did, which is basically walk over to this desk and punch into the incorrect amount of size and getting smoked instantly. So, yeah, that's a great way to start the afternoon, but hopefully this 4,000 bounce on the market works out over here and everything will be better. Yeah, basically ES coming down to 4,000. I find this kind of interesting, running up in the morning, sort of rejecting that 40-25 area and then giving that super quick flush off whoever was just speaking there. And it's kind of funny because I'm literally in the back and, I think the Tesla trade, Sean said he was in this one as well. I was sort of short in the morning, waiting for like a potential flush, then showing that it's sort of holding this level. So I said, okay, let me flip long here because it really does feel like we're actually going to go up. And then we just I get long, and we just flip lower, stop everybody out at the bottom of that range, instantly flip back. So then I was like, okay, if at first you don't succeed, give it another try. So I hit it again and then kind of scale myself out. Best out was just around 207. And then, yeah, flipping short here, failing the first time, catching it the second time, and then flipping long and then going out, holding some of this one for the potential move back to 208, and then not really getting that push, getting the flush down on the speaker, watching that 206.50, 50 period area, basically averaging into it, giving myself the ability, this is the first add, and I'm willing to add if we go down right here, but we don't. We actually go up. We go back down. I'm still willing to add. I'm watching the tape. I'm saying, are these levels holding? How does this actually look? So I basically add and scalp out, and then, run over here. I see that we're just back down over here. Just make sure my stop's in play and then hit the wrong size. So, yeah, it's kind of frustrating when you do that, but at the end of the day, it's whatever. It's no big deal. Basically, as I preach, you just kind of take a trade and, take a trade. Whatever happens, happens. It either pays you or it doesn't, and then you just kind of say to yourself, well, whatever, who cares? What's the next trade?
Punch and pray, baby.
Well, not punch and pray.
No,
but
Brad used to say that.
Yeah, but not so much punch and pray, but, don't let trades that go wrong or south or something happens affect your next trade,
right?
Because it's literally pointless to do that. So here I am, long the market, using SPY as a proxy, or just the ETF as opposed to futures, but essentially seeing these wick-off bottoms over here on the ES it kind of looks really, really good. I really do feel like eventually we're going to rip back to the north side. And, the market, up 75 beeps right now, give or take. Nice little sideways action. Gives you the dip, gives you the pop back. And this sort of lines up with, Tesla. I would not be surprised if Tesla actually makes a move back towards, you know, maybe that 207, 208 area, right? So my take was a lot of people were long in and around this area, and when we flushed and went back, a lot of people were offering out in this area. So this is a product of like the traders, you're playing the players that are playing the game, and I just think that like after this stop out, maybe we go sideways, and then eventually we actually trend up if the market goes up. Now, I'm probably going to stick to the ETF, so I'm going to stick to SPY. I'm going to hold that for the long, even though I think, you know, Tesla's going to go up. I think the market's going to go up with it, or vice versa. So yeah, I'm going to use the market now that I'm just kind of here. You know, Tesla obviously wider spread, more velocity in the moves, you know, a little bit of a higher risk. So I'm going to do myself a favor and use the easier trade, in my opinion, there, and yeah, go from there. I do want to look at Meta very quickly off that 170. I'm noticing that it dipped into that level and sort of giving a little bit of a pop. I feel like 170 was like a level from before, maybe this day. Yeah, maybe this day 170 was actually in play. So this was Thursday, and we sort of dipped into it and then rallied back. We broke it on Friday, but it wasn't really like, I mean, this barcode action is kind of interesting. It's like it was giving you like a very, very specific range in the morning, and then it sort of just kind of moved back to the upside here, and then gapped up, dipping back down. So yeah, if that 170 cut, I mean, we're far away, 60 cents away from it right now, but if we do dip back into the 70, again, the reason that I like this trade is because 170 was really, really good before. So it was like kind of good going into the day, and then it just kind of traded below 170 for one day. So I almost want to remove this day from the data in my own mind, and then say if that day wasn't there, like the 170 would be almost A++. So it stayed there, it sort of drifted, it didn't really sell off going below. That was the bamboozlement of that day. So yeah, I know somebody's like, oh, bamboozled word of the day. I'm like, I want to add a keystroke into there as well, but yeah, only fun for myself, not so much fun to anybody else. But yeah, look at the 5 minute, look at the wick off bottoms, line it up with the market wick off bottoms. It looks good for a bounce. I think we eventually get the bounce. Yeah. Where do we go? You know, once I would say 170, 150 period and VWAP. You know, high a day would be something that maybe towards the end of the day, if the overall market turns around, rips back to the high, maybe if it stops enough, or maybe kind of traps enough bears, then we flip back to the north side, we're going to actually shoot up. So we'll see what happens there. Yeah, Meta, I do like the bids down there, so we'll see if I can get a fill down there on Meta. We'll see, you know, maybe I get back into Tesla, maybe I just leave it. It'll be a kind of a discretionary decision. And yeah, find a few other names as well.
All right, I took that Tesla long, 205.33, got out at the $0.50, got out at the $0.25. Now I'm sitting at the test of the whole dollar here in front of 206. I have my my profit taker sitting in the low 90s, just so you know, to possibly get in, but it's the tape is just absolutely crazy. We're talking about like 60 penny moves in a matter of seconds on this one. So, you know, what looks to be like a good trade at the moment is still only really 30 pennies in the money. So well in the money though at the moment. Let's just let it ride. Let's see if we can get that 206. I don't want to stare at it too much. I have the idea of what I'm looking for here. We're looking for a 4,000 hold or a 4,000 consolidate, just like Lucas said. But the only kind of bearish signal for me is we're kind of below VWAP at the moment on the ES March contract. You know, that's kind of a bearish look. You know, you want to reclaim VWAP. You want to be above the 50 period. We're below both. But the most notable thing is we've held basically, what do I have this level for? Okay, so this is an old level. I got to remove that. Yeah, we've held that 4,000 level. That's what I'm looking for at least. You know, and to continue this bullish trend up. Now we're getting in the 80s here on Stressla. If we can get a low 90 prints, I'll take out about I'd say a 15% position. Sized up nicely into this one. We're getting some resistance in and around in the 80s area. We come up to the 80s, we reject. There we go. We get another mid 80s test. If we can run through into the 90s, we're getting a nice move. I mean, we're reclaiming VWAP here on the ES, but you know, Stressla, it's going to do its thing. So. What are we going to do here? Let's just go ahead and take a little piece out there. Do we get that fill? Yeah, for the moment, no, we don't. So we'll wait on that one. I was trying to take off another piece here in the mid 80s. There we go. Get the fill. Now, if we can test into the 90s, we're moving into 90. We're knocking on the door of 92 here. We just got 91 prints. Let's go, Stressla. We'll come into my area. There we go. I get the fill. Now we're going to test the whole dollar. Here comes 206, right? We're knocking on the door back into the 80s. Okay, so it's obviously, you guys, I don't need to define Tesla for you guys. You guys know what's up. FSR also making a move. I'm not going to stare at this position too much. Let's bring in the charts here. FSR has been good all day. It had that nice move pre-market gapped up, and then as soon as that 9:30 bell hit, it started printing out some more, some big volume coming in there. These are 3-minute candles with like 1.75 million shares per candle. We top up at 746, and we're right back to the highs. Nice held VWAP for the majority of the time. Broke it here after the retracement, making higher highs, making higher lows, pumping to the high side. This has been a good, slow trade, but it's been quite profitable. All right, as we hover back in here, we reject again off 206. Not really unexpected. You know, you're going to find levels like that. So let's go ahead and take a little bit out there. Now we're still holding a really big position here, guys. That's the truth of the matter. So this one could flush on me at any time. My average in is 205.28. I don't know what's going on with the position board, but hopefully that updates soon, guys, because I've been taking position after position. Have you been taking any positions here?
Of course.
Yeah. What's going on with the position board, Bradley? All right,
Yeah,
all
don't
right.
worry.
They're doing their
Yeah,
thing.
guys, feel free to ask us of our trading. Russell Jackson, are we simulated at the moment or live trading? Live trading, man. We're live trading. Like, I am sitting here, taking an L on a keystroke, and that's yeah, it's not fun, man. It's not fun. So, but yeah, anyways, I'm basically chilling. Position board should be updating soon. I guess we have to get into a position. I want to just talk about a few other positions, but yeah, let me just. So again, Meta. I'm watching that 170 area. If we get down there, I want the dips. Hopefully, a couple of those fill. Yeah, FSR, I know Sharif was just talking about that. The 750 looks interesting. Like, we're up 30%. It's obviously looking good. This is the daily chart here. It's nothing spectacular on the daily in terms of 750.
Thank God I got out of that.
Okay, yeah, that's like...
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, good thing I actually canceled my market bids on that one.
I just want to show my chart here real quick, Luca. Come to my chart real quick here, guys.
This in real time here.
All right, guys. Basically, here was the deal. This is one of those trades where you have to feel it. I literally got out everything right here. And the reason was because we rejected off that VWAP. It was a very clear early rejection on the futures. It was followed by a rejection on Tesla. The rejection came on the futures first. At least that's how I saw it. And as soon as I saw that rejection, I flattened out my position at Tesla. Where did I get out? I got out 205.68. So it ends up being a 40-penny winner on the remaining amount. We retraced back, though, below VWAP. We're still holding VWAP, but it's accumulating at 4,000 on the ES here for a possible flat bottom break. That makes me nervous with respect to the longs. Like, you have that big move up into 40 and a quarter, a big move down. Like, I mean, if this was a small cap, we'd be shorting this flat bottom break, right? Obviously, they don't trade the same, but what am I doing here with this? Okay. There we go. Now we're clearly breaking below 4,000, heading south. I don't know what's going on for anybody speaking or what market reaction this is, but now testing the aftermarket lows. I want to say the after the bell low, excuse me, not aftermarket. The after the bell low was definitely around here. We've just made a new after the bell low. The low on the day, much lower though. The better level, I want to say though, on the ES that we really need to look to the south side is Friday's close, which was 39.75. We're 25 points away from there, but I don't put that beyond us, Luca. I mean, we can make it down there easily.
Sorry, what are you looking at?
I was talking about the Friday close on the ES as a good level of support.
Yeah.
I mean, we could make it down there easily.
Yeah,
I don't put anything past this market.
Yeah, guys. Sorry, I was just kind of looking at this. So again, market. It's not that I really want to off the long. I'm just kind of like deciding what to be in. So taking the Facebook fills, taking the market. So I wanted bids into like the lows, but then I like canceled them because I'm like, hey, whatever. We're going up here on the market. I'll just take the bids on Meta. So then I look back and I'm like, oh, wait a second. Like, that's a 40 cent move down. So covering that on the market just because I don't want to like hold it too much, and getting the Meta long here at 170. So let's see if 170 wants to hold. Again, this market is kind of weird in the sense that like giving you the wick off bottoms and then looking good, and then in like 1 millisecond going from like 405 like down to the lows and breaking. So I'm gonna give it a few moments in terms of like it's at the lows now. Let me see how this reacts over here. Maybe it wants to like break the lows, which is basically what it's doing, and then maybe it wants to pop back. So essentially getting meta fills here, 170.16. Yep, position board is correct. And yeah, I know Ponzi Fonzie Bro is breaking lower, chill. Well, it's like I'm just kind of playing off the level, right? Like maybe we bounce, maybe we don't. Maybe we maybe we are going to go lower, and maybe I'm just like wrong on this, and maybe I just need to chill. So yeah, I'm basically going to be patiently waiting with this one position, and if this goes south and I take the L here, then I might have to just like relax and wait, because a lot of these names might, you know, if they're at the lows, I'm not necessarily loving the short. You know, I'm kind of seeing the market just play itself out, the ES here. And this is 8:30 into 9. This is 10 right here. So kind of running into 10 and then consolidating down. Maybe it's another leg down. So maybe it's just too trappy, guys. As you can see, I have no conviction on this right now for a specific reason of it. Looked really good, and then now like doesn't look good. But at the same time, if we pop back, maybe just like another stop out. So yeah, I'm gonna stick to the levels that I see. So for example, the Meta 170, kind of like it. For now, it's holding. You know, going to stick to it and see what happens. And yeah, last resort. My last resort will be a short. Yeah, I see you, bro. It's an obvious short. I just like, you know, it's as a day trader, you never really want to punch the lows unless you see like an opportunity in the morning where something's like going up, going down, breaking the lows. Then it actually has room, you know, to go to the downside. So for example, Amazon breaking 94, like it gives you the flush down, but then quickly reverses it all, right? Like you don't want to really punch into the lows and then it like quickly reverses against you. So for example, Apple here, it's at pre-market lows. Maybe it goes down, you punch the lows and then it reverses and it has so much room to go back to the upside. So from basically a risk management perspective, it's almost like a wait. Like you need to, if you think the short is good, sometimes you got to let it go. In this case, I would much rather let it go because the market's not really down on the day, down 2%. I just don't feel the panic. So that being the case, I just feel like if the short's going to be good, it'll probably give another opportunity to reload the short and then, yeah, just like reevaluate from there. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see where things want to go. I'm basically long, going to stay long Meta. And, yeah, I mean, like, look at Tesla. Like, this thing is still kind of like just channeling in and around VWAP. I think it's like, so for example, let me just quickly remove the fills to show like the quick example here. It's like this was the specific low of that move. So it bounced once, twice off of 34. And so essentially as soon as it broke 34 and triggered 33s, like you got the down move, right? So there's one of two scenarios that take place there. It either dips down, dips back up, goes back in the range and then moves up. Or if it's less of a long, it sort of dips down, breaks the range, dips back up, does what it's doing here, right? It still is up 4% today, but maybe it just wants to stay at VWAP for a little bit of time. So if you are looking at Tesla, I feel like based on technicals, I would just use where it sort of flushes to, and then that's kind of my general level. So for example, this one, and then covering the long over there was the correct idea. You know, if I was long on this kind of upswing over here, I wouldn't necessarily use like the low of this. I would use the low, like that 204 level. If we start to go towards it, if the market really does continue to sell off as opposed to rip back to VWAP, yeah, the short, I mean, I would not be holding the long. Maybe I would not be shorting Tesla. There's probably other names to be short. But same thing with Meta here. So Meta is actually bouncing off the 170, going back to the 50 period. I'm going to see if we can get back to that area of 170, 60, 80-ish. And then, yeah, maybe get a VWAP test, give or take. But again, every time we sort of get into the afternoon, the moves seem to just be muted. And, you know, things just dance around until they kind of decide where they want to go. So, yeah, I'm just long this, and yeah, we'll see where that wants to go.
All right. With respect, I really like that Meta long, to be honest with you. What's that? Oh, yeah, okay. I really like this Meta long with that Luca was talking about here because it's accumulating at Friday's close, which I like. That's 170.42. A lot of accumulation, a lot of trading taking place in that area. Most, you know, recently, I'd like to say that 170 hold has been quite good on Meta. Obviously, we broke it, we closed below it, but for the most part, it's been a good area to take a bounce off. I'll talk a little bit more about that, and maybe even stress that when we get back from Brenda, who's at the big desk with the volume leaders.
Hey guys, still dealing with a green start to the week, which is kind of nice. A busy one as well. A ton of volume being traded to kick things off for a brand new week. Here we go. Look at what is doing the most so far. This is 10,478 U.S. listings, of which right now just over 7,000 in positive territory. 2,200 or so downside, 1,100 or so basically unchanged. Right now, 144 new highs on the day, 90 downside, new lows. So you can see we are kind of grinding back to the upside right now. 165 million already for this LHDX on a positive FDA note this morning. TRKA, another penny stock all kinds of volume, 112 million already. Look at Tesla, already at 66 million traded so far, up 4.25%. It was up 5.25 at the tops. TQs, SQs, both here as per normal. Yeah, there's that Boyle Nat Gas ETF, SOXL, BBBY, Zila to round things out. Top of the gainers as well. This HHRS up 133%, very, very light volume versus CFRX, a little small cap moving today, 21 million, but 165 million already, guys, for LHDX. If you haven't done so already, make sure you hit the like and subscribe, guys.
Oh, what a frustrating stock LHDX was. Don't even get me started on that. But I do want to look at it because now it is clearly making a move. LH, let me just get that ready here on the side chart. LH. Come on, dude, you can type. There we go. Now we'll talk about Meta. I just want to continue what I was saying. How many times have we bounced off 170 today? That's twice. And then you had a real close one there in the 170.06 to 170.05. Holding this level, I think I want to get into this long. My only concern is we're continuing to make lower lows and lower highs on the futures here. You know, it's a 3-minute chart, so take it for what it is. But, you know, we're continuing to move stair step down, albeit only a point or two, maybe 3, away from that 4,000 level. So, you know, you can still reclaim it with ease here. And then VWAP is not too far away at that 4,006 level. You get above that, all of a sudden you're bullish again. Everything seems to be kind of like tight a little bit today with the futures. So I don't think it takes too much of a move to kind of change the overall trend and have maybe a completely different trade on some of these big cappers. So I'm going to build a position. I think I'm going to have some resting orders sitting at 170 on Meta. I think it makes sense to do that. With respect to how much room I'm going to give it, that's kind of the tougher question here. It's really going to have a lot to do with how these futures act and whether we continue to make lower lows and lower highs. So far we are. 39.95 seems to be like that more after the bell low. If we continue to make a print below that, that'll be a newer low. So let's go ahead here. Now, where are we on Meta? Let's go ahead here and get some, you know, I'm going to take, like, honestly, like a 20% position, guys. I'm going to build into this one. I got no reason to chase it. We get the long at Meta. We got 08s. Not a bad print, right? Nearer to 170. We bounced off it about there we go. We're in the money on this one already. So let's see how this one does. It's not, I don't think it's going to be the most exciting trade, but all this excitement going on over here, Luca. I mean, we'll see what happens there. All right, so we'll have a look at Meta. Meta is doing its thing. Tesla. Now, what do we do on this one? A nice hold of the 50 period here on the 1-minute chart. Don't want to add or put too much stock into that one. Again, I want to say the same analysis, except you know, Tesla clearly a lot more bullish and maybe more upwardly bound than maybe Meta. Meta, you know, down 0.18% on the day. Tesla up 4% on the day, at 4% plus. So, you know, you think a reclaim here on the 4,000 and a reclaim on maybe 4,006, like I just said on the ES, we get a bigger move from Stressla. The idea on Meta, though, is just to hold that 170. How are we doing on that trade? Okay, so we're breaking 170, Luca. Looks like 169.97 is the low. We're in and around that area. Looks like I'm 10 pennies out of the money or something like that on a 20% position. I still like this. Let's see if we hold 170, if we get some buying in and around this area. So far, though, we're 18 pennies out of the money now.
Yeah, guys, just to kind of speak towards the overall market, obviously you got to use, I think, a wider range sometimes, right? Sometimes. So, for example, 4K is, to me, like that sort of general area. I think 390, like this line here, I can't remember if I think I put this here, 390 into 4K last week. So I want to use this very, very kind of loosely here. But I just feel like in general, like going down to 380 is just like a little bit of demand. So again, we're at 39.94. We could flush into 39.80, and that looks like that looks like a down move, right? But in general, like if you kind of zoom out here and just kind of look at the general area, it's like for the most part, yeah, you know, we sort of sold off from 41.50 area. Now we're in like that 34K to 39.80, 39.50 just held. We're going into MSCI rebalancing, which is tomorrow. So yeah, it's kind of a general interesting area here, and I just wonder what's going to happen next. So I'm not too sure, but yeah, I'm just basically long this Meta trade, which is sort of going down here. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't know what to think. But I'm gonna just I'm just basically going to chill and yeah, see what happens next. If you guys have any questions, feel free to shoot them in the chat. And Darwin saying ChatGPT is down.
Saw that.
Oh man, if that's down, come on. Like, I mean, so I was reading an article actually over the weekend that said, yeah, Wall Street's firing a lot of their traders because they're realizing that, look, listen, it was so hard to model things in the commodity and the currency world, but now with AI coming about, ChatGPT, they're like, it's going to be just so easy to model, to automate things and go from there. And so they're, you know, making decisions to lay off a few traders and then deciding, wait a second, this is a little more difficult. So that's what the article is saying. Again, I didn't really look too much into it, but I think for the most part, yeah, a lot of automation will be, I mean, there's already tons of automation in the industry. A lot more automation will be coming across the board. So yeah, it's kind of funny. It reminds me of that, you know, a day in the life of Facebook where, you know, then 10,000 people, 20,000 people laid off. And yeah, jobs can just be automated. Going into recession, maybe people lose their job. But yeah, I'm not too sure how that's really going to affect multiple industries. I think it's still early stage there. So again, depending on how it's applied. But yeah, in the next 5 to 10 years, I would say learn new skills if that's you, because you never know, man. AI is definitely interesting, and it could definitely take away your job. I don't know where I'm going with this conversation. Anyways, yeah, we'll look for new trades. Another trade that I had this morning was an AMD short. AMD was basically playing off the 80 level. It was kind of choppy, I think, on Thursday. On Thursday? Let me just pull up the daily here. It was choppy on Thursday, where in the sense that it broke through the 80 level. And I feel like this was a product of NVIDIA earnings. NVIDIA was ripping to the north side, so AMD obviously, you know, following it, going to the upside. But that 80 level is interesting, and this is the reason why I think that's pretty cool. Because this day it went down, it closed just above 80. And then, like before 4, obviously. And then, you know, opening below and just not really going above 80. And so because of this, we kind of trended lower. NVIDIA earnings gave the pop, but NVIDIA obviously much stronger than AMD, given that it's NVIDIA earnings. And then going back down, and Friday, this thing could not break 81. So it made higher low. And then today sort of popping above 80 and then going back down and sort of trading below 80. So this was my look on the daily on it. And I just said to myself, okay, I'm going to watch this and I'm just going to put this as like a back burner trade. If it pops above 80, I'll try a short, or maybe I'll just wait. I didn't actually recognize it the first time. Then I saw it the second time. And if you notice, it didn't actually make a high. So it's kind of interesting in the fact that it like popped above 80, didn't break 80-20, flushed back down, popped again, couldn't even get above the high, and then flushed back down. That's when I hit the short, and I just kind of rode it the first way down, and then the second way down, and I sort of covered. This was like a relatively, you know, like it gives you the first leg, it gives you the second leg. Even if you get the third leg, I mean, as a day trader, I'm just taking that move. And obviously you see like I was going for that 79, but I sort of cover where it stops. So my cover is essentially 79.30. It would have been 11s, but to get 11s, I would have to held all the way back up to here. I don't really know if I would have been super comfortable in that position anyway. So yeah, maybe I could have reloaded, but at the same time, great trade. You know, as a day trader, capture 20, 30% of the move. That's great. For you know, looking at the day, this was the whole move from 80.10 all the way down to 79. So giving you $1, and for myself capturing, you know, give or take 50 cents, 50% of the move. Yeah, hats off to myself on that one. Crypto Gangsta saying, Luca, talk Amazon to me. Yeah, man, sure. So I did have an Amazon trade as well. This one I let go because we didn't actually, like we had the morning flush and everything flushed at the same time, and I was actually getting into a Tesla short. And so I was in the AMD short that looked good. I punched into the Amazon short, then I was managing Tesla. So while we got the secondary flush down, so obviously Amazon flushed, we sort of broke the 94. I didn't take a stop order through 94. I essentially let it break. I watched it. I said, okay, it looks okay. Let me offer. Got the fill and then rode it down. But it didn't really go. And I think, like, you know, I didn't know that it was going to pop as high as it did afterwards. But a product of like taking a position, watching it go, and then it just kind of stops in that general area. And you have to ask yourself, like, wait a second, why did this just stop here? Like, it stopped for a specific reason, so I feel like I should just cover. So I essentially covered that, and then this thing goes all the way back to the high. So I feel like that was a really good kind of trade and just a product of watching it. Where did it stop? As a scalper, okay, maybe this is now the bottom. I'm obviously shorting into like the low of day there, so I'm kind of wary of the fact that shorting into the lows, shorting into a hole, you're susceptible to V-shaped recovery that rips your face off, right? So again, if you're shorting off of the highs, playing off 95, you kind of scale into it. Okay, if it starts to go, then like you want to hold because it could actually go back to the bottom end of the range. But if you're shorting into the lows, I mean, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna cover wherever it stops, right? So yeah, that was the logic on that one. And it's the same thing with the FSR trade that I just tried to get myself into, but sort of breaking that 750. I'm like, I don't want to hold like a break high. Like I'm like, okay, I'll take it if it goes great, but if it goes against me right away, like this thing can go all the way down to 720, and I'm not like buying 750 and risking like 710. I'm literally buying, taking asymmetrical risk. I'll literally lose 2 cents. And then even if it goes without me, it's not a big deal. So I'm sized accordingly. So a lot of the times you might see like high day breakouts for myself looking like this. I'm not really going to hold it. It's not really part of the plan. I just pulled it up very quickly. You know, yeah, it's 775 now. I just feel like, you know, from a scalp perspective, it's kind of bamboozling. Bamboozling, because it breaks, it goes down. And again, if it goes all the way down here, I'm long here. I don't want to add with the size that I took. I want to just take the risk. If it explodes to the upside, great. If it doesn't, so be it. Move on and find another trade.
All right, I'm defending this 170-ish area, I want to say, on Meta. Building a small position on these dips. We got up about to 170.10. I have an average price of 169.89, but looks like the market is really starting to go here. Now we're starting to test 39.90. So, you know, 170 just may be like not important at this point as the entire market retraces, clearly breaking this kind of downward trend line that we had. Not really sure what's going on. It doesn't really matter. You know, I should be playing the price action more than trying to find out what the hell's going on. But yeah, see, now we're a lot farther, like a lot farther from 4,000 than we were about 5 seconds ago when I had just put this whole analysis. So we'll see. We're still holding that general vicinity on Meta. Where is the flush coming from, really? It's coming a lot from Apple, I want to say, a little bit on Microsoft as well. Let's bring in some of these big cappers over here and have a look. Where's our average price? Okay, so we're decent. Yeah, we're nothing too bad to worry about. Looks like a double top is forming on a lot of these here on the 3-minute chart for, let's see. Well, we're seeing very similar patterns on Google, Microsoft, and Amazon, I want to say. The outliers seem to be a little bit like Apple and Tesla. Definitely more bullish than bearish, I would say. Whereas these three seem to be kind of in between. The double tops of the peaks seem to be at the same level. Meta is the one that looks I would say, the most bearish. Sadly, that's the one I'm long, obviously. We're still holding that level, though, in that general vicinity. But trying to discern, you know, which one's got the strength, which one's got the weakness. So when you get, like, decided market moves, you can kind of know which one to take there and which one to take here. But tricky, at least for me right now. Now we're really retracing here into the 80s, 39, 87. We're seeing 39, 88. But Meta not really moving too far away from that 170 area. Looking a lot better holding that level than some of these other stocks are, especially Microsoft, especially Apple at the moment, and Amazon. So we're back into the 80s here, so not even really out of the money anymore on Meta. I like this level. I'm going to continue to defend it. That's kind of my thesis going forward. If we get market strength, I think we retrace easily into 170 and maybe even 171, like the mean for today. Why do I keep bringing this in when I can just duplicate the chart? I need to get better with this, Luca. I'm not good enough yet. Let me just bring this in here so I can duplicate the chart. There we go. Duplicate. Floating window. There we go. So the idea here is the mean of this move, like where would you draw the line of best fit through this chart? Currently, it would definitely have to be through that 171 area. Basically, where it bounced off initially, where it had that big wick down. So former support becoming resistance, especially on the ascent up here at 170, I want to say 170, 75 or so. This is a move that I want to be a part of. I'm going to keep pumping this. It feels like the right move to me. I kind of riding your coattails here, but you know, it's the move I see best.
Yeah, I don't know why the position board. It should be good. Not too sure what's going on, but yeah, just feel free to ask us, and we always willing to tell you what's going on here on our side of things, guys. Just a heads up, SYNH.
Pump it.
Yeah, this thing popped, man, 11, kind of into an uphold, printed down, but then made another high, and I just think like, okay, what is this? And it's only really doing 3.5 million shares there. This is the daily, and I guess IPO was around 35, and then not really doing much. Did a little bit of volume on this day, so I guess had a sort of over/under breaking the high a day. Something notable to watch is, again, I say this all the time. What's up, Lone? If something makes a high, if something does volume, and it shows you its hand. So for example, if this day was real, if it actually broke the high and then flushed back down and closed low, I would just be wary of that as well. So for example, now the volume is relatively higher than it was every other day besides that one day that it did the over-under. And so the question that I have is, it then broke the high today, which was 40.11, give or take. Is it gonna give that same setup and actually close down at 39? So I would just be wary of that if you're kind of watching that. Again, something that shows you what it wants to do the first time, maybe it does it the second time. That's the only thing that I'm saying there. But yeah, for the time being, we are gonna go over to Brendo for the European close.
Hey guys, just wrapping up a very positive Monday for the European session right now. Just getting the last of a few prints coming through here. More or less a 1% plus kind of a day right across the entire board. Looks like the UK a little bit to the downside or a little bit lower, but overall, nothing wrong with the way we start the week here. Yeah, just the UK here, 0.75. Everything else basically 1 plus in positive territory following North American markets nicely higher.
Thanks for that, Breno. Yeah, wow, everything ending up green over there on the other side of the pond there, Luca. Maybe we'll get some of that. Well, we've retraced half. We were up 1% on the ES, 1% plus. Now we're down into 0.42 territory. But guess what? We're back 20 centis on Meta here as we reclaim the 170. But it's no time to celebrate, guys. Because, what's the point of being in this trade if we're not going to print? Like, what's the point of printing small? I mean, if the move is to go big. So first out is going to be that 50-period retracement. I want to say at 170.25. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to sit here at 170.23. And the reason is because look at this. Last time we had a plot back up, where did we stop off at? That 50 period. So if this is going to be a failed breakout, I might as well scalp out a piece at the area where it's going to fail. So especially having my dollar cost average here at 89s. I think I have 89s or 90s, whatever. Yeah, so that's my move here. I want to keep repeating myself, but it's the only trade I got on at the moment. It's this meta. I'm defending 170, not much else to say. FSR was kind of the other one that I was looking at. You heard Luca talk about a little bit about that here. FSR, there we go, duplicate chart. This one, I mean, you know how I feel about getting in at high of days. It's just not my jam, right? And this one has just been presenting you with more high of days. It had a couple of retracements here on VWAP, but I was kind of busy doing other things. That 7 level got defended, which also happened to be VWAP. I love when that happens, when both levels, the whole dollar and VWAP are in the same area, and you have more buying power at that, or sorry, more buying momentum at that area. So big topping tail candle here developed on the 3-minute. You never want to see that, especially if you're long. So do we get lower lows here and maybe a retracement back into that VWAP currently at 714? Looks like we're going to print a newer low on this 3-minute candle than we did on this one. The tell for me will be the break of that 750. We've been holding 750 quite well for a while. Let's see if we continue to print that. I hate these topping tail candles when I'm long, but if you're able to secure shorts on this one, there we go, Luca. We are pumping on Meta. Spin that money, baby. We said that was going to be the case. We get a little bit out there. Let this one ride. Very nice 170 defend. It moves, it propels up to the high side much more aggressively than the market. We got like a 2-point bounce yet. We got like a 50-cent move here on my friend Meta. Nice move to the high side. Take some profits. Let that ride.
Yeah, somebody's like, is that Luca going wild on the keys? Absolutely, man. I send orders. I try to make sure they're the correct orders. I look, I go, oh, that's not the stop order that I wanted. Let me readjust that just because, it's, yeah. But yeah, here's, guys, I don't know what is happening right now. Meta exploding to the upside.
Oh,
okay, that's beautiful.
wrong.
Is there like a market related move here? Yeah, Sharif, good position there, man. That was an awesome move. Okay, so let me just cover some of that on that move and see where the rest of this wants to go. That is good. Making up for the few keystrokes. Always gotta love it. I was debating if I should have added, but I'm like, no, I'm just gonna ride this position and see where it wants to go. Great move up. Somebody saying snap as well. Well, damn.
I told you so, but I also told you so.
Yeah, good long there. Somebody saying snap moving up as well. So I guess this is news related to something social media related. So I don't know if we're going to get anything come through there. But yeah, that was good. So, you know, if at first you try it on Tesla, you try a market long on Tesla, it doesn't work out for you. You flip to the SPY.
You flip.
You lose on that one too. You say to yourself, all right, third time's a charm. Here we go, Meta. Loading the boat here and seeing where this one wants to go. So, we'll see if it wants to continue. Again, just getting it out because we get the first move, we get the second move up. Yeah, I think the high of that print was like 88s and my cover was like 70. So, yeah, Meta is one of those things that it's going to move around like 20 cents easily in a little bit of liquidity vacuum. So, let's see if there is continuation to the upside. I feel like because this move just happened, I'm not really too sure what the news is off the top of my head.
Probably nothing.
Or
it's a
just
170
kind of like
defend.
this.
Nah, I think it's a 170 defend.
But Snap is moving at the same time, so it kind of makes me feel like look, Snapchat moved from 10 all the way to like 10:08. So little volume spike there, Meta, little volume spike on that one as well. So if this wants to continue to the upside, this is like my first cover, which is like could have been 171, but essentially taking 70s. That's like the area that I wanted, basically playing off of this. Now I want to hold to see, do we continue up, right? So I have like I have the position. Let me like wait and see where this one wants to go. I still think 170 is good, so I'm just gonna kind of chill there. Yeah, load
the boat gently down the stream. Merrily, merrily, merrily. Okay,
yeah,
anyway,
guys,
we're having a good time here because we're printing on Meta.
Yeah, guys, it's well, you know, it's this is the thing, man. Good time, bad time. It is what it is. It is what it is. This is real trading for you guys every single day, coming at you with that market fire. You know, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe flip flops around, but it is what it is. I want to quickly talk about Nvidia, and before I bring this up, Sharif, this will make you laugh. Somebody in the chat was like, "I finally know why Sharif cuts Luca off." Because Luca will not stop talking. I started dying. Who said
Guys,
that?
like he's obviously
We're on the same page. Like I'm literally like,
yeah.
"Yo, Sharif,
He
like,
tells
cut
me
me
that
off."
all the time.
Yeah,
he tells
yeah.
me that all the time.
Yeah,
He's
so
like, cut
because
me
some
off.
people are like, "Oh, Sharif, why are you cutting him off?" It's like, no, this is orchestrated because yeah, it just makes my life a little bit easier. But yeah, hopefully some of you guys in that Meta long making that money. Anyways, I want to quickly go over to Nvidia here, which I want to talk about from last week. Obviously, Nvidia had earnings and you know, it had the move up, the gap up over the 230 level. For anybody that doesn't know this, 230 was resistance on the daily. It was resistance, and then it sort of gapped up, opened above 230, and held 230 on earnings day. And so this move up, followed by the dip back down, look how clean the 230 level was. And anybody who was watching us on Friday, I mean, we were all in that Nvidia long, and I literally had no fills for the afternoon on Friday because I was just chilling with the Nvidia long, riding it all the way up, and essentially I held it all the way back down and then back to the high. So I basically covered in where I could have covered, but essentially holding because maybe it would have continued, right? So I was, who knows? I didn't know that it wasn't going to bounce off view up and continue. So yeah, just kind of sticking to that. And I know Sean was on the show saying, "Oh, hopefully Luca's holding." And I was like, "Oh, buddy, I'm holding. Maybe for the same price, but I'm still holding there." And yeah, anyways, Nvidia today giving you the gap up, right? Showing you the 238s, the 237s, giving you that up move. So again, I was holding for that move. It's just unfortunate that it happened over the weekend, but I think a good look. You know, a lot of people ask about options and kind of, you know, like swing trading things and stuff like that. I think as a day trader, it's easy for me to sit here all day and say, look, 230 was the level. Hundreds of lots was reloading on the bid over and over and over again all day. Then you got the up move. Dipped back down, showed you the higher low, then sort of trended into the towards the upside towards the end of the day. So, you know, kind of rule of thumb, I was looking at options. I was looking at the 240 calls for the end of this week as like, you know, let me take this and swing it. Maybe I'm risking 70 to 80% of the value, maybe 100% of that. But I could potentially get, I don't know, 2, 3x, maybe 5x if it actually goes, and then maybe leave a runner to see, you know, anything's possible. Maybe it actually wants to go to 245 that day. But essentially, if you had the 240 calls on Friday, you could have picked them up for around 300 to 320 per contract. Those actually printed 500 per contract. So in terms of, you know, to give you an idea of like risk to return and stuff like that, this is kind of, I know if you guys trade options, you already kind of know what I'm saying, but essentially 500 divided by 320, let's say as a realistic, giving you 56% return on the overnight, right? So if you're looking at this type of trade and you're asking yourself, well, what's my risk? I mean, in my opinion, if this gap's down to 228 in a worst case scenario, 100% of the value of what you took is at risk. You sort of lose everything. It's that you're at 240 calls. They're not really in the money. There's probably a better way to structure it. You could maybe buy the 240s and then sell the 243s if you don't think it's going that high to kind of limit your costs, and then it sort of changes the risk to return on it. But essentially, this was in my opinion textbook from a swing trade. You're seeing it intraday. You're seeing the bidders load. It's earnings. It's positive. It's over the resistance level. It actually shows you that it wants to go up. It gives you the gap. And then, in my opinion, that's to basically cover the opening print, or maybe let it run a ride, because it is still holding, right? And the high from yesterday is the low of today. And so I just think, like, all things considered, that's pretty solid.
All right, just want to update you guys on the reason for this Meta move and the snap move. Good eye on that, Luca. Meta, says Brendo, the House Foreign Affairs Committee will mark up a bill tomorrow that will allow the president to ban TikTok in the United States. Bill is still being offered by, I believe, Representative McCall, which is the HFAC, Google whatever acronym that is, chair. Whatever committee chair, I'll have to Google that. But that's interesting because Neil mentioned it very, very clearly today that, this piecemeal, we're going to ban it on government devices. Oh, we're going to ban it on university staff or whatever devices. That's not going to cut it. That's too small a group of people for that to really be an effective kind of restraint, I want to say, on the expansion of TikTok, which is, definitely the biggest or the fastest growing social media platform, and obviously making a dent here in the profits of some of these traditional names. So Meta, getting a move off it. The market's not reacting that favorably to this whole thing. I mean, I don't know why that's even an issue. Trump was going to use the executive power to ban Meta, and he was looking at doing it, and I don't know why he held off, or he got preoccupied with some other things. But I always thought that the president had that power through the executive action. Maybe fact check me on that, chat. Maybe I got my facts wrong on that, but I guess it makes it a bit more official when it looks like, well, I was going to say it looks better when it's bipartisan, but we all know that there's been that good bipartisan effort when it comes to China. It seems the only thing they can agree about these days. Anyway, not to get too much into politics here, but let's look back on the price action on Meta. So you had that big move up. I think we topped out here at 170.86, and then you had that big boy flush back down. I want to say, where did we get down to there? 170.15. Now we're flirting between the 30s and 40s. My average price is 169.82. I've taken about what is this, like 70% of the position here. I'm holding 20 to 30%. Can't really do the math, to be honest with you. So I'm going to let this amount ride. Where am I going to get out? I really want to see a defend of 170 here, ideally, right? We've reclaimed it. We're above it now. We have a catalyst, this and that. You don't really want to see a retracement on 170. Maybe that's telling you that this news is just not that good, or market conditions are such that it's just not going to matter today. Looks like we're getting a bit of a bounce here on the futures to kind of correspond with that Meta move. 39.87 was kind of like that little trough. Now we're back into 94 area. We've got a ways away, 6 points or so from the 4,000 level, and even like another 6 or 4 or 5, actually, sorry, to get back into a VWAP retracement. But, we'll see. Slower time of the day now, whether or not we'll get that continuation into Meta and some of these other big capper names. I see that Google here is moving up nicely. It's up almost 1% on the day. Let's duplicate that chart. There we go. Google finding a nice kind of, I want to say, I saw a bit of a double top. Now we're looking like a double bottom here. Like, talk about zigzagging. What a channel. This is like kind of, I want to say a compression pattern, but it's quite a wide compression pattern, if I can be honest. I mean, you got about $1 or so separating the peaks here. So we'll see. We'll see. Nice little reclaim here on Google. Could just be market related. Nothing specific to that. Anyway, not many other trades on here. What's the chat up to? Andrew Prasad saying AMD short. I had been looking at AMD today. Looks like it's down 0.4% after the bell, but 1.65% on the day. Yeah, let's bring in the chart here and have a look at AMD real quick. Just, yeah, it's been super zigzaggy as well, with 78.79 as the low and the high here, 80.12. That's not really what you usually get from AMD. It's a
It's a good momentum stock with the micro caps. Sorry, with the microchips being what they are lately. It's not the day for AMD, to be honest with you. Not for me. I don't really see a trade on it, Luca.
Yeah, I'm actually short AMD. I love that idea.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know, but everybody has their own. This is the thing, man. Every trader's different. Every trader sees different things. Basically, what I'm seeing here on AMD.
VWAP projection?
Yeah, is just a kind of VWAP. I like the short at 80, but I'm just thinking like, if it doesn't get there, I'll just take the short now and kind of watch to see if this thing wants to actually go back to 79. For myself, I'm sort of playing the range that it's showing. So essentially, popping, rejecting VWAP once, twice, is this 3 times, and then back down. So taking the short, let's see if it can get back into that 79 range and ride it down. I tried a little bit of a Tesla long, but this was you know, again, this is 5 minute. I think the long will not be wrong here, but you know, I'm looking at it and I'm saying to myself, the volume is kind of light. This thing has a wide range, like it has a really wide range. Like there's no reason why this can't go back to like 205.20. So 50 cents, you know, I'm like, I'll take a stab at the long, but if I get stopped out of it, I get stopped out, I don't even care. So I basically risk like 20 cents to go for like the 206 break. I'm sort of worried of like the over-unders that are taking place in the market. So essentially, it gives you the channel that we're in, right? So this is kind of the upper end of the channel right here. I just feel like there's a high likelihood, and I could be wrong, but just my own kind of strategy and what I see, there's a high likelihood that we break 206, we like trigger the stops, then flush down violently, but it still doesn't mean that the long is going to be wrong. We do that, we flush down, then we hold somewhere, and then we like continue to go up. So yeah, Tesla has an interesting way of stopping everybody out, even though they have the right idea of where it's actually going. You just gotta give it the wide range. And again, for myself, watching it at the bottom end of the range, I'm like, okay, 204.50. This is not really like a VWAP long or anything. So you know, I take a shot. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In the case of Tesla, I basically let it go. But again, I don't actually think that one's going to be wrong. Yeah, Meta's going back down now. I think.
There we go. I'm out. I get out right through that 170 break. Like I said, you know, it may bounce back up, and I may have gotten shaken out. But like I actually looked for a 170 defense. I mean, you just got to play what's given to you. All right, took the profits. Now I'm going to take 20 pennies for that last 20%, 30% or so, whatever that was. It holds 170 for now, but I mean, it can always get back into it if it makes a newer high. I want to say that newer high would be that 170.50. Continuing flush here. Now we're looking in the 80s, so I'm happy I got out. That would have been a break-even trade for that last little bit if I had continued to hold. So Meta showing some weakness now, 170 broken for the moment, but I feel like this might be a recyclable level. Like, here's the low that we made last time, 169.65. It would have been nicer if it was 169.16. Remember my in on Tesla the other day? Yeah, so you know, this might be an interesting area to defend. That low of day, punch in back here, look for a 170 retracement. I may get into that with, you know, just a small-sized position. Now we're back into the 170s. So my out paying off here through 170. Happy about that. There we go. Now we're looking to test low of day. I think we're coming within 1 or 2 pennies of that low of day at the moment on Meta. That's while Google is printing up, Microsoft printing up. They're all printing up, for the exception of Meta. So something's going on here. I have no idea what it is, but price action.
I just want to comment on that very quickly because it's sort of, I was thinking about it before, and I think like the fact that we're going down here is a really, really good example. So if you get a news play that comes through and you get like a move that actually happens. So for myself, I'm willing to hold in case it's going to keep going, but because it doesn't, I'm okay with it because, you know, as a part of the plan, it was kind of reevaluating in real time and going from there. But essentially, the move up is attracting any buyers, any robots that are like, okay, positive news, we're moving, like, so people are getting long, like on that move, right? So if the move doesn't continue, as soon as we actually don't continue upwards, right? So not everybody is long, like off a 170 level, and then some people react and actually get long. So maybe they're long at 170.40. As soon as this thing shows you that it doesn't want to continue going higher, all these longs are now out of the money. They panic, they punch out. So you're seeing the volume spike here, and then you're seeing the volume spike here. In my opinion, it's a product of these are longs getting long based on the news or based on the move, and then we actually go back down, and then the longs punch out because they don't want to like bag hold, right? So yeah, I think that's a product of what just happened there. So I'm actually going to hold on to that last piece and just wait to see if we break maybe 69.50. I think I'm just going to stop myself out. So yeah, before I like get too kind of lost in my words here, yeah, if we break 69.50, I'll stop out of that one and take the loss. I added to the AMD long here at 79.50. I wanted the short, but if it breaks, I like to add to it because again, I like the 80 level. I love the short in and around this area. And I'm also looking at NVIDIA to make sure that NVIDIA is not breaking out or doing anything too crazy if I'm shorting AMD. And watching NVIDIA sort of channel in and around this VWAP level feels like now we're sort of rejecting back down. It is kind of very, very muted. Maybe it wants to stick around the VWAP level, but not really breaking to the upside. So yeah, adding to the AMD short, holding it, waiting to see what happens next, eyeing the 79 level for a cover.
I'm looking to defend this bottom on Meta. I think we rinse and repeat, as my boy Neil likes to say. I get in at 81s. We're back up into 95s. So maybe we can test 170 again for a quick 20 penny in and out. But maybe this is something that I actually need to leave on. By the way, guys, quarter position on this one, not a full position. Now, 20 pennies in the money off that dip. We rinse and repeat that low of day. Let's take out a little bit here to de-risk a little bit. Now we're holding a decent position. Let this one run, I guess. Yeah, this one's interesting. Okay, I'm going to let this one run. If it comes back down into my entry, I'll just take it out. I've already taken it up for a profit, so really can't complain on that. Let's see. I also want to mention AMC. The chat's been lighting up about AMC. I know AMC's moving. Let's switch the time frame here to 1 minute. I want to keep my eye on Meta. There we go. So we have the price action runs through 640 a lot here. The high day break, though, until just recently was at 654. It had broken 650. Now we're in the 671. It looks like we got as high as 673, so not quite to that $0.75. Yeah, we've been seeing this one run lately. I mean, earnings for this one I think is coming up. So we've been seeing some interesting price action. I think the last few days, yeah, going back to I think February 15th. We had a few green days. The red days have been very muted. They've been inside days. The bigger movement has definitely been those green days for that move back up, I guess, to test this 7 1/3 top here that we made. Above that, that'll be a newer high. So that would be a nice 3 top high. Look at this peak over here, peak here. Then maybe if we get up to $8, that would be a nice little trend line to the high side there for a top trend line anyway. So we'll see. We'll see what earnings brings. I mean, I don't know. I'm not very, very bullish on that. So back to Meta here, as this is the trade that we have on with 81 longs. Now we're back into the 91 area. We don't quite defend 170 here, but no point getting shaken out. We know we've got that I want to say 69, 60 area. You could just call it a vicinity in that area to defend for the low. We've bounced off that a few times. Technically, 169.59 is the low of day on that. So we'll hold that one, as the futures also printing mostly green candles, mostly higher lows here. Nothing great to write home about, but nice little move up. Meta now pumping back up. Now we're 30 pennies in the money on this one as we move into 170.10. So again, rinse and repeat that level. Maybe we can make it up to 170.5, or maybe we don't, Luca.
Yeah, exactly. I'm basically close to getting stopped out there, but going to continue to hold and see where that one wants to go. Yeah, guys, if you have any other trades that you're looking at, feel free to throw them in the chat. Let me know. This move on FSR, just to kind of revisit this back. So eventually it did go, and it made the high, right? But I think my sort of expectations of what I thought could potentially happen were incorrect. I saw this move, and I'm like, look, it did the parabolic move to the upside. So let me line myself up for a parabolic move to the upside. And if it doesn't go, then I don't want any part of it. So yeah, expectations were kind of not correct. And again, look at the volume off the morning versus the volume kind of going into this move. So it wasn't the same. And yeah, but now we're back down. So it's not something, again, looking back on the trade, I say to myself, like, well, what could I have done differently? Where did I go wrong? And I think just my expectations were just not correct. But at the same time, like, this is an L, but I classified as a break even, losing like 2 cents, nothing crazy, right? So I just think, like, what could I have done differently? I think looking at this a little bit sooner, watching it sort of dip into the 50 period, dip into VWAP area, and then actually covering for the high a day, right? So use the high a day volume for a potential cover of maybe some of the position, and then let the rest ride, and at least long the dips as opposed to long the pops. So I don't know if this thing wants to actually get back to VWAP, but I do feel like this move is kind of interesting. So just, it's not really like a line, but sort of like a kind of like a trendish here. It sort of bounced, dipped, right? Volume popped on the stop everybody out, but hold the 50 period, rip back, and then same kind of idea, bounce, bounce, bounce up. Maybe we go back down, bounce, bounce. So I feel like, you know, maybe if there's enough volume, maybe I can sort of justify these kind of areas. You know, into 7 long and then, you know, go for like 20 cents, 30 cents. But again, volume's always the tell. Volume's sort of falling off. Volume picked up on the up move, but then we sort of broke back down. So, you know, nothing's really happening here. But you know what? We will figure out what's happening now at the big desk with Brendo.
I like that.
Hey guys, into the lunch hour we go. Still positive, but yeah, we've given a lot of it back. Back below, in fact, 4,000 once again for the S&P 500. Still holding on to 0.5% gain, or a better part of. Back to 3,987 there for the S&P. Again, still positive. The Dow, same story, 0.21. Gave back a lot. It was up 0.8 at the top. The Russell, 123,000. Same story for the NASDAQ here, still leading the way. The composite and the 100, 0.83, 0.89. It's the big ones today with a bit of a bounce after what we saw both on Thursday and Friday last week. If you were with us early on, we were discussing Fisker, Tesla, Apple, amongst others. To the upside, we go for Fisker in a big way. It's trying to pull back right now to the 720, but really nice day. It was up way more than this at the top, but bit of a pullback right now for FSR after a better than expected report.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, just continuing to keep my eye here on this meta trade as we come back near day's lows. It's just one of those questions: do you add or do you cut it here? Now it looks like we're definitely going to test day's low here at 59s. I'm long 81, so you know we've taken a little piece there for 20 cents through 170. There we go. We make a new day low at this level. I'm going to add for the balance. Do we get a bounce though? Where do I get filled there at? I got filled at 65s. Okay, so we'll need to bounce a little bit into 60s, 70s, or 80s here for that profit, but we get a big down move in the market. That anemic move up was followed by a very, what's the opposite of anemic? Unanemic? Kidding, of course. A very aggressive move down. A few points actually, like 7 points on 1 3-minute candle there, while it really took you a long time to stair step up. Retracing a little bit now, but Meta not really showing us that kind of momentum at the moment, still hovering at the lows, but we're not printing newer lows. So let's continue to bounce back up here. We've got 75s now as our cost basis as a result of getting in at 65s. There we go. So now testing in the 80s again, continuing to defend that same level. Just rinsing and repeating, and maybe we can get some scalps nearer the 170-ish should it make its way up there. That's a nice 40, 30 penny winner, but if it's going to continue to print newer lows, then we're going to have to definitely get out of this. I think my out for this will probably be the break of 50 should we get down there. I mean, I got to draw a line somewhere. 57 is a current low, but you want to see continuation. I don't want to see newer low, newer low, newer low. I mean, and just keep averaging into a loser. Back into the 70s now. We go on Meta. Not much to report there. What's this NVTS? No, that's old stuff. I have to update my charts here on the side. But yeah, not really looking at much. Somebody asked me about Carvana. I didn't really have a trade on Vana, to be honest with you. I know it's up 5 3/4% on the day. It kind of made that big high at 889, retraced aggressively into view up, and now holding view up. I said to them, maybe if it bounces off that 840, currently 840, that would be the VWAP retracement. That would be an interesting long. You could defend that area similar to what I'm doing on Meta. Or, look for a break of VWAP south. I haven't really been watching this today, so I think it would do a disservice really to give you any advice on that. I've been focused on other things. So here we go back into that same level on Meta, defending that level. I'm going to continue to defend it. I'd like this 170 for, constant retracements here as we go into the afternoon. Someone's saying Fubo. Yeah, I had to look at Fubo today. Obviously, that earnings winner, it was a winner until I think the call came on because then investors heard stuff that they didn't much like because right while the call was on, the stock started heading to the south side. Let's create that chart here. Have a look at that. Yeah, look. So Fubo reported much earlier than this, but all of a sudden we had that big move down. I want to say, where's the time there on this thing? How come it's not showing me a time? Yeah, okay, around 8:12 or so. I think the call started coming on at 8:30. Yeah, there's the big move. 8:45 was the big move. The callers heard something there. I haven't had an opportunity to look at exactly what it was, but you had a big move down south into 180, and it's kind of retraced. And now you've got that 200 possibly here. Sorry, 200. That 2 as possible resistance level here. We'll see. It also happens to be VWAP, so a nice VWAP retracement for whoever took that low. Not much in that though, 20 pennies at the most. So Fubo, I'm gonna kind of like stay clear of that one and see if I can nurse this meta long here that I'm trying to defend.
Yeah, guys, just quickly, so I want to just pull this up very, very quickly. So, just to kind of talk about this. The week ahead, obviously, large cap, tech earnings are done a couple of weeks ago, but we do have Oxy Zoom after the bell. And I know we speak about this in the morning, and there's the other kind of setup there. But, Oxy Zoom after the bell, Target. So we'll have those to trade to kind of going into tomorrow. Something that I like doing is watching these names and saying to myself, like, okay, earnings is coming up. Is there anybody watching the stock now and taking positions on it? So somebody in the chat was asking about Oxy, and so I wanted to just kind of comment on the fact that they do have earnings coming up after the bell. And I was actually looking at them this morning and looking for a potential bounce play. So, going way back, for anybody that doesn't know, Oxy is the name that potentially can stand to benefit from what's going down in kind of like on the political side in the U.S. Warren Buffett has the long in Oxy. I'm waiting for the daily to load. Maybe it doesn't want to. Okay, whatever. But anyways, 58 is a level. 58 is a level. I don't know what it's done. Okay, 58 is a level, and let me just drag over the daily here. This is the past 4 days of trading, so it sort of bounced in and around 58 once. Didn't really get there. Twice, 3 times, and I'm like, okay, 4th time's a charm. Let me go for the bounce play here. So again, intraday, this is the 1 minute. I was looking for a move closer to 58. Back burner play. I don't really know where these things are going to bounce. In this case, the low was actually 58.37. I think I was bidding in and around the quarter, so 25s, 21s around there, and just patiently waiting and wondering, if the sell-off dips into that 58. I actually love it. And the reason I love it is because it's holding on the daily. So you got the move down from 66 into 58. Now it's showing you that it wants to channel. So for me, it's a play the range, right? That 60 level was pretty key. We broke the 60. We never really traded above it for the past 4 days. I was watching it off the open thinking if we break 60 and run to the upside with earnings coming out, maybe that's a sign that this thing wants to go higher. I would have tried the long through 60. We didn't actually get there. We sort of just sold off. I still do like the dip buy into 58. But again, I feel like playing the range is the right thing to do. And this thing is showing you that it's, this is fairly close to that 60. So this area of resistance with 60 as like the fail safe, I'm out. If it gets here, I'll short this thing. But if it does get down here or give a little bit of a dip, and I can't really get there, but into the 58 level, I just feel like this general area is holding. So maybe Oxy, a good look to play the range. 7.4 million shares traded as of right now. Earnings coming up after the bell, up or down, your guess is as good as mine. But again, on the daily, and let me just pull up something. Let me just pull up TradingView just to kind of pull it up here to make sure, because I don't know why it's not loading there. But here, Oxy, the daily looks pretty clean, man. Looks pretty clean. And this is I'm pretty sure this is Prad's setup. So I don't really want to change anything to kind of throw his kind of thunder off. But essentially, this is the daily, guys. And as you can see, it sort of runs up on the news that Warren Buffett bought. So this is back in March 2022, so last year, running up and then keeping that super clean channel. So every time it dips into a moving average or the level of kind of above 50, it sort of holds. So it bounces once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, runs up 6, 7, now potentially maybe giving you the 8 bounce before it actually wants to run back towards, moving average of 64, maybe 67, maybe 70 and above. So again, earnings is going to change this. So, new information might come to light. It might kind of change the landscape. But I just feel like if for whatever reason it holds this demand zone, which I almost want to say is, 60 all the way down, and it's a wide range, but 60 down into 50, $10 kind of demand zone, maybe wants to dip down, pop back, and go. So again, for the time being, because it's pre-earnings, because it's showing you the range that it's in, I want to play the range that it's in. So if we dip down, I'll try longs. If we pop back, I'll try shorts, playing off those levels. But definitely a good look going into the aftermarket tonight. 4 earnings coming through. I mean, I think Oxy long. I think it's showing you that this is the demand zone. So maybe it wants to go. But again, I'm not a guy who smashes earnings. At least not anymore. That was old Luca back in the day.
we'll say, oh, Apple earnings? That's calls, man. We're in
Staying after the bell for that one, because
Yeah.
there was a lot of volatility there during the last couple of years with those earnings plays. All right, guys, back to Meta, because that's the trade we're in. Now coming back into 169.60 area, still, back into that, I want to say, general vicinity of where we've been averaging in. Last average in has been at 65. But here's the deal, guys. This breaks a $0.50 and I'm out. And there we go. So I should be getting out here. I have no idea why these orders don't trigger. That's very frustrating. So I'll have to do that by hand. Meta absolutely flushing to the downside. What was up with that? Script orders just sitting there, like not filling. Okay. So that's quite frustrating. But that's what the shortcut keys are for. I'm taking a lot bigger of an L there than I needed to, getting out where I got. I got almost 20 pennies of slippage there for some reason. Okay. Very frustrating. All right, let's have a look at AWIN, because I've been seeing that in the chat. That's been a small cap crapper. Looks like it made its way up into that 284 area. Let's have a look here at AWIN. Kind of retracing a little bit now, though, if I can be honest. Yeah, I mean, it's a good little move to the high side, guys. What is wrong with this thing? A good little move to the high side there, but you never want to see these big wicking candles if you're long. I mean, and these small cap crappers can get manipulated so easily. Look how many top wicking candles here and rejections we have. I don't really have the appetite for this today. Some days I'm able to coax these and ebb and flow with them. Today is not one of those days. You just got to know which days you're going to have patience, especially with me. So not going to get into anything like this. Not interested in this one, even for VWAP retracement. I'm going to look for something a little bit more predictable. I think I really got cut up a little bit too much on this one today, LHDX. This one was kind of the one that bamboozled me, and I'm going to stay away from small cap crappers today as a result of that. But yeah, you could look at this ex post facto, I mean, after the fact, and then and say, oh, that was easy. It was like the 56 break or the 55 break. That was in order. I mean, you literally got bamboozled to the high side and the low side until you didn't, and you didn't know when that was going to come. It ended up coming at 11:20 or so. So good for those who had it. I couldn't deal with this one today. So not sure what I'm going to do there. Meta, back to this one. Yeah, breaking back up after we get out, but we got to draw the line somewhere, guys, right? If this one starts going north, I'm definitely going to look for that 170 level again. But for the meantime, we take a small little L on a quarter position on it, but still the bigger win, still green on Meta so far for the day. Not much in my world happening at the moment. I'm looking at these scanners here, trying to see what's up. What could we take? Long or short here, and nothing really coming up so much on my scanner. This just the AWIN was the one that was really doing all the volume. Not much else. Let's bring in the trade idea scanner, see if we can get an idea of what's near the high of days. It looks like this UVE, but that's doing all of 450,000 shares of volume. That's not going to cut it. Neither is this ENOB. LUNA has only done 138,000 shares, so none of these ones that are near high of days are good enough at the moment. MP, oh, what's this? MP, that's interesting. Not much movement on it. We're talking like a couple of bucks here on the day, so not much to report on that one. Slower time, guys. If you guys have any questions you want to ask, put it in the chat now. For me, I'm not really looking at much. Renata Haddad saying SPY double bottom. Sure, yeah, kind of seeing that on the ES as well. Let's have a look here. Kind of bottomed out here at 39.87. You had another test at 39.87, then a nice green candle. Don't confirm the double bottom until you make a new high, which definitely through that 39.96, I want to say, maybe 39.95 area, and then continuation. It'd be great if we got a continuation here to VWAP retracement. We could probably take a lot of these big cappers long. I'm thinking maybe Tesla is probably the best one to take long. Today it's up 4.3%. I don't know if it's made its move or, it's going to continue to move with this market on any strength, Luca. Yeah, so a few people mentioning ticker, so I wanted to write it down. So first and foremost, TJ Edgin, I know you're asking a question, but you were bringing up LAZR from before. So I want to just pull this up, give my general thoughts on it. And, is the data and I got to double check here. because sometimes the data doesn't necessarily load. So I don't want to say that this thing's a recent IPO. Maybe it is, and correct me if in the chat very quickly. But I want to check as well on TradingView to see if the data goes back more. Yeah, okay. So this thing goes like way back. So let me use this as a kind of like daily representation, and then I'll go back to it. So this thing's at $9. It's up today. We're up like 5%. It's done 20.3 million shares traded. And here we are sort of in the bottom end of the range. Anytime I see a setup like this on the daily, I sort of treat all these things the same. So I have no idea what the company is, but I'm going to speak towards the technicals, not really dive too much in the fundamentals because just too much information for me to digest and speak towards. But anytime you see past data where, you know, the stock is really not doing anything relative to what it did, then it has an explosive move up. If it retraces the whole move and just kind of chops around, it's very easy for myself to draw levels on this thing. So again, I don't want to mess up Prad's trading view at any point, so I'm just going to use these dotted lines and say 1150 is where we double bottomed before we actually failed. And then what you see is it actually tested 1150 and then rejected again. So I would say if this thing gets anywhere close to 1150, especially today, being at that this intraday range started itself in and around, or sorry, I should say bottomed out closer to 8. If we get to 1150, that is somewhat of a wide range. And unless volume picks up or some type of catalyst changes the fundamental situation of the company, I would say that 1150, that 11 into 1150 is the resistance zone. But that one is the faraway resistance zone. I think closer is obviously 10, and 10 is that psychological level. And anytime a psychological level comes into play, I want to see how did this thing react the last time it was close to the psychological level. So, you know, this day, which was September 22nd, September 21st of last year, it ran into 10 and rejected right away. And then it almost got there again, but it couldn't really get there. So if it gets there, whether it's today or tomorrow, I just feel like because it rejected right off of that 10 level, which is, it doesn't really set up every time, right? Stocks don't necessarily, I mean, they get to 10. How many times do they print 10 as the high and then not break 10 and then do some volume? So in this particular instance, it kind of feels like it actually went to 10. And if you guys can see at the top left of the screen, it's showing you that the high was actually 10 on that day. And so that's pretty interesting there. I think if we get back there, that's my first level of resistance of a hard level. Then I would use 11 into 1150. So if it actually breaks 10, I mean, things can continue. The volume obviously picked up today. It's up 5% today. It's sort of generally holding, give or take. I would watch to see if that area comes into play. And then going to the intraday levels on this thing, just in terms of how it's actually reacting, I would say it has a nice move on Friday, and it sort of stopped in and around that 835. So anytime you see something start at, let's say, a 7, or it doesn't matter the price, but anytime you see something holding trend the whole day, and then it's the next day, what I do is I map where the high is. Where did it show me resistance? So the two obvious things from Friday are these levels, call it 790 and 830. And as you can see today, and again, I'm speaking in terms of hindsight, but if you're looking at it in real time and you're wondering, well, what is the potential? What could actually potentially happen here? You're seeing today, 9:30 it opened, it dipped into the 835 area and quickly gave a bounce, ran all the way up, right? So this is your kind of next level because it stopped over here, reversed back down into VWAP, dipped through, stopped everybody out, and I'm gonna say this is a stop out because this level now in hindsight, looking at it, anybody who played the long who was holding got stopped out because the velocity really picked up when it broke through, but then for whatever reason held, right? So this is a very wide range. 835 into 790 is an extremely wide range. And how do you say to yourself, let me get long with size at 835 and hold it all the way to 775? Like that is a huge, huge stop out. Then you have to really go for here and it becomes a one-to-one. A lot of people don't like looking at this saying, I'm gonna take size for a one-to-one. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but this is the way that I feel about it. I don't necessarily want to take size on a one-to-one with this big of a range, so I probably wouldn't have the size. If anything, I would either try it with small size and then stop myself out, or I would be adding all the way through and be missing all these fills because it just didn't really get there, right? But again, showing you that this was the resistance on Friday, bouncing the first time, dipping, then getting back above, and then never really printing back below, not only 830, but again, the low of 820 that it made. So I feel like if you're looking at this intraday, first you set these lines, then you watch how it trades there, then you readjust the lines and say to yourself, 820 and this level are now the demand zone intraday. If it then gets back there, I will try the longs close to there and risk off of the low if you want to be an intraday scalper, or if you want to be like this kind of swing trader, intraday swing trader, you got to give it the wider range and then go for the bigger move, right? So yeah, kind of topping in and around that 8 level. I don't necessarily think this thing's going to flush back down to the lows, sell off and go down, assuming no other news comes out on it. I would watch that 10. It kind of feels like, based on the daily levels, you know, up move, indecision, up move. Doesn't have the steam to actually get to 10, and then 1150 is like that super resistance level that I would say if it does get there when the move started at 6, that's already that's what, like a 100% move on a name that I'm not really sure what news came through there. So yeah, I would watch those levels. Hopefully that helps you from technical perspective. That's just my basic opinion on it. And yeah, I'll get to a few of the others here. I know, Renato, you're talking about Intel. I actually have a bid out on Intel. If we dip below 25, I'm getting long. So if this can get back down to where it was last on Friday, so I think the low was like 91s or 92s, it just kind of sold off and then stopped at 25. Then it actually popped into the end of the day. Again, I didn't hold that, but I had the scalp trade here where I got long, or I was long here, I think, and then I kind of sold it here. Anyways, look at this. It starts the day at 25.50. It just sells off right away into 25, and then it literally does nothing, or it looks like it's doing nothing at 25. So again, I think the best setup for myself, at least, is not to necessarily get long off of 25 because it's already been through there, but I'm essentially watching it chop around. I want it to break through 25 so I can pick up longs below 25, and then I want it to sort of stop out everybody that's here. They get stopped out. I take those shares. It pops back up. They FOMO. They get back in. It goes higher. I sell it. So yeah, play the players. That's basically my logic on that one. I'll get to a few other of these names and you know, get to a few other questions. I know Mark Knight is asking, how many shares are you guys taking to make money on 1 penny moves? So it really does depend. You know, we obviously don't talk about shares here, but essentially we're going for more of the education, entertainment. For myself, if I'm in 10 shares, if I'm in 100, if I'm in 1,000, if I'm in 10,000, I honestly don't want you guys to know, because I just feel like if I say I'm in 10,000, everybody's going to overcrowd the trade because they think it's a good one. And if I'm in 10 shares, everybody's going to be like, oh, like this is boring to watch. So it's more about education and entertainment. But something that I'll leave you with just very quickly is, on a meta that dances around, I look at this, especially in the middle of the day, spread opens up, it could be 4 cents, not really printing like lots of volume. So for example, like showing the kind of tape and how it's printing, like you guys are seeing like 111, then you see 300, then it goes back to nothing, printing the midpoints and stuff like that. I look at that and I say, do I really want to overstress myself when this thing's not doing volume right now and going crazy? It sort of broke the 170 level. I'm out of the trade. I'm not really going to get really into it. So when I look at meta, I say there's really no justification for myself to like get too excited here in the middle of the day and take too much size. But again, looking at Intel, just to kind of give traders who are new to the game and trying to learn, you know, how do you decide the size that you take? It should always be based on your playbook and what you're trading. Have you made money on it? Can you scale up on it? Can you justify to yourself that you should scale up on it? But essentially, looking at Intel, look at the size on the book, right? And this is lit venues. There's obviously going to be a lot of dark venues that are printing. And essentially, you know, this is quite a bit of size, right? So you can easily take 100. You could probably easily take 5,000. Maybe even 10 at one particular. I mean, look at this. At 25, there's literally there's 1,000 lots, right? So 1,000 times 100, that's shares, and that's on one venue over there. So you kind of look at the size that it's showing you on the lit venue. You know, I make the assumption that there's a lot of liquidity in the dark pool. So even when I say things like, oh, there's not really a lot of liquidity, like there's just unlimited amounts of liquidity. Like Citadel, I'm sure will fill you. Be happy to fill you at almost every level. But essentially, looking at something like Intel, you can say to yourself, okay, there is size here, so I do have that sort of protection. Now, not to say this is a play that I would take. Again, I'm not going to trade this, but if you look at 25 and you look at the size at 25, you could say to yourself, oh, maybe I will like long in front of 25, and if it goes to 25, I'll just get out on that size. So I actually know that I'm going to risk like 2 cents. So for example, look at the 2501 bid at 250 lots there. Maybe this individual is like, okay, I will take 250 lots. That is 25,000 shares, and I will punch out on the 25s. So 25,000 shares, 1 cent, that's $250. So you say, so maybe that trade, maybe if that's one trader, they're saying, I'm going to risk $250 because I don't think it's actually going to go to 25. I'm going to take, and maybe I'm going to get 17,000 shares, and then it pops like 4 cents, and I'm going to get out, and it's like a 3-to-1, 4-to-1. So again, you guys, I know a lot of people always ask the question, so I'm always happy to kind of address it and answer it. It's like, how much size are you taking? If it's the middle of the day and I'm looking at Meta and I'm kind of watching this thing, I'm like, like, do I really want to get stressed out over here? If I'm looking at Tesla in the middle of the day, like Tesla always gives you the range. So for myself, I'm like, you know, if it gives you the range, like if this thing's gonna go from like 205 to 208, give you $3, like I don't need like crazy size to actually make money, assuming that I wanna hold. But again, spready, you know, a little bit of not so much less volume on it, but spready, like not really a lot of size on the book. This thing is gonna dance around 70 cents and you're not necessarily wrong. So do I wanna get too committed with size? Whereas if I like levels, like for example, like an Intel setting itself up, if it dips below 25, like I'm willing to like take the 25 long or below and then like watch it, and does it really sell off? You can, you know, Intel, like Neo is a little bit more liquid. So obviously here at, you know, Trader TV, we basically call it like it is. I think we do a really good job of kind of calling it in real time. You know, Neo has earnings coming up, if I'm not mistaken, on Thursday. I think before the bell, Thursday or Wednesday, one of the two. And essentially, Neo's always a fun one to trade because there's just lots of liquidity on the book. You can take a little more sides if you see something that lines up with the setup that you're looking at. But at the same time, these Chinese algorithms that run Neo, I say this all the time and I joke around, but these Chinese bots, man, they're just different. They're a little different. They, I don't know, like they kind of like, you know, they're very elusive. Like they make it seem like there's a 1 cent spread, but I've seen certain situations that sort of bamboozle me. So yeah, there's that, right? So just make sure you guys are getting comfortable when you're watching these names. If you're trading and you're trying to learn, you know, it may give you the kind of like, look at this. It's a 1 cent spread. There's obviously a lot of size here, but then sometimes you get slipped and you're like, wait a second, I didn't know that was going to happen. So you almost want to make all the mistakes under the sun before you actually scale up on anything, because then you won't be surprised. Trading is all about managing your expectations, and if your expectations are the fact that Neo's going to give you a 5 cent slippage, if you take, let's say, I don't know, 5,000 shares as an arbitrary example, then if it happens, you're going to be like, okay, you know, that I saw that happen, I know, like, that's a potential. But the first time it happens, and if you do it with size, you'll just be like, I hate trading, what a scam. And I mean, I've been there and I laugh at myself, and I'll, you know, make some stupid mistakes again and again. But again, it's just, you know, I'm just trying to provide value to people that ask this question. So that's kind of why I was basically commenting. But yeah, no, Renata, I do like that 25, waiting for the dip through 25. See if I can get some longs there, and then ride that one back up to top of the range. I mean, I would go for probably like 05s into 10s there and see if we can get that.
All right, I'm looking for an interesting VWAP retracement on FSR on Fisker here. You had that 775 high made, and now we've retraced right to VWAP at around 715, 716. I've got a 720 average, just got that nice little dip in there, but you know, I'm going to have to draw the line on this one because it's a VWAP retracement, not just buy and punch and pray kind of thing. So I think my out on this one is going to be 710. It'll be a bit of a loser if we don't get continuation, but we're holding for the moment, so I'll keep my eye on that. And wow, Meta, yeah, people were saying in the chat, nice time to short Meta. I kind of agree with a couple of caveats here. It seems as if, you know, the best time to take this short is in anticipation of the 50-period retracement. That was, you know, there was one exception to that rule. That big news item that we got with respect to TikTok, it was an anomaly, and looks like we immediately retraced the market, really not pricing in that news as really being positive. So it's been holding the 50 period for the exception of this one move, I want to say since about 10:30. Let's see, even, yeah, since around 10:15 or so. All retracements to the 50 period for the exception of this one have retraced. So maybe that might not be a bad idea sitting here at 169.90. Yeah, I got to change up my thesis. If this one isn't going to work my way to the long side, then we'll have to see how it's working. Looks like we are finding a bit of a bottom here in the futures, to be honest. That, I want to say 39.87, kind of a decent bottom there. Went down below that, it got to 86s, but the majority of, I would say the price action there is at that 87 area. Now pumping back up, looking maybe to reclaim 4,000 here. 39.95 is that top. We break there, we make a new high. So keeping an eye on that and keeping an eye on this FSR long, which at the moment, not doing that great, but you know, holding the general vicinity, not time to sell yet. A script order didn't work earlier, so I've got to be careful to make sure that I don't get rushed down here on any panic selling on this one. It's been a slower mover, to be fair, but you know, anything can happen here. So stair stepping down, this may not be the best idea, but that's why I'm giving it to about 710. Sorry, yeah, 710. This scanner that Michael Noss actually made, this is a VWAP retracement scanner. So this is a rally to VWAP and a pullback to VWAP. So I was surprised not to see FSR on there because it did pull back into VWAP. But then when I started clicking these guys over here, it was like showing me plays that I have earlier. So I got to keep my eye on these as they continue to populate throughout the day. Oh, there we go, FSR, there we go. So now the program is giving me that blue buy arrow. So it looks like I preempted this one as FSR just does generate on the VWAP pullback to VWAP scanner here that Michael Noss made. So, hey, looks like I'm in the right trade for now. I'm gonna ride this one home. I know, Adam, I see Apple. I should have listened to you. Adam DeLuce was telling me, get in that Apple long for a VWAP retracement. I think he was telling me at around like 147.80, 147.90. You had a nice move here into VWAP at 148.20. So decent little move on Apple as it does retrace into VWAP. Again, the future is finding a bit of a bottom at 39.87. Now looking to test that 39.95 local high. This is the Apple move here right into VWAP 148.19, 148.20. Yeah, I don't have a trade except for the one that I'm in at the moment, which is the FSR long. I don't know why these windows resize without me asking them to resize. I had to keep resizing them all the time. It's so frustrating.
Yeah,
all
it's,
right,
I make the joke, man, and I'm just gonna joke around here, but I'm gonna say that like they see what you're doing and they see you multitasking and they go, you know what? Let's make your life a little more difficult.
Yeah,
to
throw
see,
you off your game.
Yeah, can you handle this, right? Yeah, guys, I just noticed that somebody was like 1 penny, and I'm like, well, I did do that on AMD here, but this wasn't. I wasn't doing this to. Yeah, I'll take a short though. I wasn't doing this to actually take a position. I noticed I was like, wait, why am I out of this? And then I don't know what I did there, but that was nothing. So don't mind that one. Pretend that one's not there. But essentially, the short was a banger, man. And playing the range, and again, guys, if you see something like, I talked about this before, but I just want to refer to it again here. It pops, and this is the high. It sounds silly to say this because we're literally going off like, I'm explaining off like a 1 minute chart, and this is like a 1 second move. Like it sounds, I know, it sounds silly to say this. Some veteran day traders will say like, Luca, that sounds pretty silly, but just looking at market infrastructure, getting a vibe of the name that you're trading and the kind of market environment that you're in. Is it breaking levels and then reversing? Why is it doing that? Is it doing that because it's like a hunt for liquidity? So essentially looking at AMD, the 79.43 high move, then making a little bit of a higher move, so going to 46, then going back down, right? Then not really giving a bounce until it gives like that flush candle, then rips all the way back to the highs, right? So I start the short over here. Somebody called it in the chat, and I think it was Adam, so I want to say thanks to that because you're like, oh, what do you think AMD short? And I'm like, I look at it, I'm like, oh, short right away, like obviously. But giving it the room to actually go against me, especially it being AMD, I just feel like I love the 80 short. We're probably not going to get there because the short's going to be good, but let it actually break the 46, which is then close to 79.50 at the halves. Maybe you get some residual stop orders, which is I think what we saw there of a little bit of a volume spike, breaking that level, and then essentially myself getting short, getting more short, so, and then letting it come back down and then covering at my targets. So basically going for, I think I was going for like 11s, and then I covered at like 90, 90s. So like basically averaging my out at 79. Because I don't know if 79 is going to print. So I'll take some at 11s, and then if it goes back up, at least I took some. And then if it goes back down, okay, 6. So I got 79. So basically making 50 cents on the trade and essentially risking, which in my opinion was 50 cents, but maybe I would have got out over here and then re-added if it kept going. But essentially 1-to-1. So look at that. Going back to the size discussion that people ask, 1-to-1 in terms of. Sorry, I'm just seeing somebody laugh in the chat. Yeah, shout out. Sorry if I say shout out to one person and it was another. Guys, multitasking, whatever. But essentially 1-to-1, right? So for people who ask, oh, what kind of size do you take? It's like, for me, I combine it with, okay, it's AMD, so it's AMD size. Okay, it's a 1-to-1, so 1-to-1 size. I think of all this stuff very, very quickly in real time, and then I like make the decision, right? So it's it gets a little easier as you kind of do it and do it in real time. AMD is now back at VWAP, so again, I want this to really go a little bit higher for me to actually start the trade. I just feel like we can actually go higher. So I'm going to do the same thing on this thing. If we can get to like closer to like 50s, I'm going to short this thing. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually breaks the high of this, which would be like a 79.57. It's just in the range today. So when it comes to large caps, my kind of rule of thumb is don't fight the trend after 11. So scalp a lot in the first 45 minutes, and then going into 10:30, 11, if something is like trending upwards and drifting, you know, don't fight the trend. Don't try to short it. I mean, I've been there. I've taken losses on it for sure. But AMD is kind of giving me the vibe of like it's in this range, right? So I know somebody else in the chat was like, Luca, reload 79. Yeah, Kashish. Sorry if I butchered the pronunciation, but hopefully you're making that Kashish. And essentially, you know, I know what you see with the 79. Like 79 is the 200 period moving average, and it's like bouncing there. So again, this is a name, at least from my perspective, that you can take the longs here. I mean, do whatever you want. I'll say that to begin with. Do whatever you want. Like, don't listen to me. But essentially, it's showing you that this is the support, right? And then it's showing you that this is the resistance. So for myself, I just feel like you short it over here, you cover over here, you flip long over here, you cover over here, you short over here. So I am probably going to continue to try that. And then if I'm wrong, hopefully I banked enough wins on it and I sized accordingly. I didn't change my size to then ruin my whole day on one trade. And yeah, just play the kind of risk to return. But again, guys, I will reiterate, you know, I'm just calling it like I see it. It doesn't mean that it's going to be right. You guys obviously tune into this channel and, you know, just to kind of, you know, hey, my name's Luca. I'm not always right. I'm actually wrong a lot of times. But I kind of make the risk to return on my trades over the course of the year make sense so that it actually kind of works in my favor there. So, yeah, I'm watching this AMD. Yeah, man, staying profitable. And I'm just basically watching this level now to see, can I get short again? Can I scale into it properly? And then can I go from there? But I always say, guys, best of luck. Again, the longs make money if you're long from the bottom. The shorts make money if you kind of had that trade with me, had that trade in the morning with me. You know, absolute bangers coming through on AMD, doing well there. So pretty happy with it. There was another question. Yes.
I just need to get to my FSR trade, Luca, because Renata, yes, I am with you on that one. I averaged in. So the initial position was long at 23. I got in again at 15 or 16, and I just scalped a little baby out, Renata, not a big boy out, at 27. My cost basis is 20. Reason I did that, we've had multiple rejections off the 50 period, so I said to myself, if we're going to reject at this level, I might as well get a little baby out for a little bit of a profit. Obviously, I'm looking for continuation. Where does continuation come? In my opinion, it's the break and a close above 30. 730, that is. Right now, we're flirting between 28s, 29s. Sometimes we're seeing 27s. Looks like the wick up there is to 28s. Now we're on the higher end of the range. I'm looking for continuation. I like it as a VWAP bounce. It showed up on Michael Noss's scanner. I came up with, you know, independently with the idea. It's a strong name on the day. It, you know, we got a news catalyst. Brendo talked about it ad nauseum this morning with respect to the earnings. You know, we joked a little bit about it too. You know what's funny, Luca? Do you remember Fisker from like say 10, 11 years ago, back 2012 when it was kind of them and Tesla that were really the only two main EVs around?
Yeah.
Remember, I don't know if you follow 2.5 Men. You watch 2.5 Men?
I'm actually watching it now.
Fantastic. So you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. When you get to the Walden series, which I don't like, different story for different day.
Okay.
Walden drives around in a Fisker, right? And like I'm assuming Fisker's pushing that. They're obviously paying for that. Why else would they put it on there? Obviously, we know Hollywood monetizes everything.
Yeah.
So the whole point of why I'm trying to say this is they had kind of a head start. They gave up that whole thing, right? Whereas Tesla didn't. They ran with it. So interesting little thing.
You know, just to quickly comment on that too, it's kind of funny when you see like a head-to-head battle in the beginning, and you're not really sure who's gonna who's gonna win, right? In the you know, hindsight's 20/20,
right?
But in the beginning, you just never know. And sometimes I think you know, Spotify and Pandora.
Yeah.
And I just thought, like,
where's Pandora now?
Where's Pandora? But at the time, I was like, oh, Pandora, the long.
Absolutely, yeah.
They're gonna buy out Spotify, and then how the turntables have spun,
they
baby.
definitely have spun.
Yeah, it's
Spotify being the monster that it is now, even competing with Apple. How many people can really say that these days, guys? All right, FSR continuing to go here. We're knocking on the door of the 50 period, but I want to see a close above it. Renata saying FSR 5-minute looking long. I couldn't agree more, Renata. I'm here, I'm in it. You know, I averaged in beautifully off VWAP here, but we want to see a sustained move. It's not just enough to kind of bounce a little bit here and there. We want to retake 30. We want to retake 40. We want to get up there. Otherwise, it's possible we reject. And currently, we're not really printing above the. Oh, you know what it is? It's the 50 period on the 1. The 50 period on the 3 is not a thing. So I'm talking about the 50 period on the 1. Usually you guys hear me talking about the 3 when it comes to moving averages. I'm talking about the 1 here, and that's where it's rejected off. It's not my mistake that I'm using the 1. It's clear level of previous support. Look how many times it bounced off the 50 period on its ascent, and how many times it's rejected off the 50 period on the move down when it tries to retrace up. Doing it again right now. 28 is where the 50 period is at, and it keeps rejecting off that. I haven't even seen 29 prints come in here on the tape, or I haven't even seen 29 here on the ask on the book. So we need to see momentum. Looks like we're getting it now. There we go. Some 29 showing up here on the book, but we want to close above 30. I don't want to keep repeating myself, but this is what I'm looking for this particular trade. One that I like, and one that I feel may be a little bit independent of the market. Guys, this is an earnings play. It's a technical level. We're getting a VWAP retracement on a very strong stock on the day. So I don't know. Maybe if the market doesn't cooperate, this one has its own maybe independent movement, Luca.
Yeah. So I see you, Kashish, saying don't short AMD. I'm long. See, this is like a giant poker game, man. This is like a giant. Like I literally play poker with my friends, and I want to take their money. I'm like, give me your money, but at the same time, I'm having a great time and drinking and smoking cigars and stuff like that. So I feel like zero-sum game. It is what it is. I mean, best of luck to you. I'm gonna stick to my guns, but I think when it's all said and done, we can stay friends, or acquaintances on this chat, and no hard feelings. But again, guys, I think a good example here I want to just cover on AMD. So we're now going back down. As you guys can see, I am not short on that side of the position board. I am not short AMD, so I didn't get that fill. This only went to 40s and then back down. So because we actually rejected 40s and then went back down, I was sitting at 47s, I think, and I didn't get the fill. I don't want that fill anymore. So I was actually going for this move. So in terms of my strategy as a day trader and kind of speaking towards the way that I trade and the way that I kind of set my plays up, if I miss the fill and it starts to go and I miss the punch and chase, which in this case I didn't even want to do that, I just let it go. So now I'm just chilling. I let it go. I want to see it come all the way back down before I actually consider going short. And the reason that I say that is because if this now creates a higher low and we go back up here, it poses a problem to take that same fill. So new information has come to light. If we get back there, in my eyes at least, it's a little bit of a higher low, and I would actually have to wait for maybe a 79.80, 80 short for then to move back down to VWAP. That's at least the way that I see it. So I'm waiting to see how does 79 react. Do we get back down into the 79.80 region? And again, same general plan. The low of day I think is 78s. Yeah, maybe 78s, give or take. Intraday low of day. So if we get another kind of wick off bottom into that general vicinity, I will then be flipping long. Looking at the overall market and lining up this kind of ideology on the AMD with the ES to see, does it have confluence with the market? This wick off bottoms, and let me pull it back to the 5 minute just to clean it up a little bit. The wick off bottoms that I was talking about in the morning before I actually got caught in the flush was like, I mean, it's easy to talk about things and say, yeah, it looks like the long is going to be good and yada, yada, yada. And then you get caught in a flush down. I was on the SPY and I'm just like, Sharif, maybe talk. Are you in this long? Because I got to just reevaluate to see. And I just popped out of it.
I'm going to have a look.
And that was like the morning. But essentially, kind of looking at that, I didn't really think the VWAP rejection would happen as quickly as it did. And I think a small telltale sign was the fact that it did go from 4,005 into the lows very, very quickly. So if I'm sort of offside saying to myself, well, wait a second, I don't know what to do here. How many other traders are in the same situation? If that's the case, overcrowded, everybody now is trying to punch out. I just said, you know what, let me take the L, and I had the meta trade going, which worked out for me on the first portion, so can't complain. But again, to speak towards the AMD trade in confluence with the market, where's the demand zone on the general market? Going to 39.80, 39.90, it is a wide, like a little bit of a wider range. The market's not always going to give you the specific setup that you want to see. It's not. I don't think it's the right idea to get long and say I'm going to risk like 3 points or 5 points. It's just. It's not even. That's not. It's showing you a wide range. You have to play the wide range. If this is the demand zone and we're sort of dipping into it and popping back above, just consider that if you are taking a long and you know that 39.80 is like that final kind of leg before we can go to 39.50, you have to give the trade risk. You have to risk what is required to risk, right? And a lot of veteran traders know that. A lot of new traders, they make the same mistake of, let me just risk what I think I should risk, a very tight range, and they get stopped out, but they're not necessarily wrong. So when you lose a trade, you want to be wrong on the idea. And so kind of lining up this demand zone with the AMD demand zone of 78 into 79, I just feel like if we dip down into the market, if it's holding, if AMD is holding, if we then turn around on the market, AMD turns around the way that it did before, and then we go back to VWAP. So again, this is 79 to 80. I'm going to figure out where I want to throw some orders around there, and then sort of see if everything lines up accordingly. Can we pop back to the highs? And then just respect the fact that VWAP has been good for so long all day. That would be my exit. I wouldn't really be holding for 80 because I do love the short in and around 80, so I don't necessarily think that we do get there. So yeah, I will be respecting VWAP, not disrespecting VWAP, as we were talking on Friday with the potential disrespect there. But again, if you guys are trading large caps, you want it to be in confluence with the general market. I know AMD is a NASDAQ name. I use the ES kind of loosely, but again, these it's a very similar move. Like everything is pound for pound moving the same. It's not really deviating too much. So it's basically the same thing. Like this is dipping into this region on the NASDAQ. ES, like very, very similar. So I just use the ES as like my general rule of thumb there. So yeah, we'll see if this 79 wants to break and then go down into 80s, and I'll consider longs and just kind of respect the lows there, build the position and see if it wants to go back up and make that move. Another question that somebody was asking.
Hold on, I just want to update people quickly on my FSR trade because I did get out here before break even. I mean, I don't want to see another VWAP retracement. I'd rather wait. I took profits on it. I'd rather wait until it breaks this new high. Where's the new high? That's 731. So get out here, then get out the rest over here. Don't let it retrace back. It wants to do its own thing. That's its problem. I'm not going to do the dance with this one. I already did the dance with LHDX on at VWAP today. I don't feel like doing it again with FSR, so I cut the trade short. If it wants to retrace, it's going to have to break that 731. I don't mind taking a breakout trade there with maybe a quarter size, especially it's got to break above this 50 period. I think that that's really where I want to see the momentum come from. So I don't even actually have to wait to that price level. I think I might actually just look for that VWAP that 50 period break, maybe 727, 726. We'll see. But get out of that one. I'm not interested in dancing with this one. Someone in the chat said Amazon long, and they said it about 93.81. So that was like 20 pennies ago. Good on you. Nice VWAP retracement. Obviously seeing higher lows there on AMZN as it continues to pull back. Now, retrace higher there. I take the Meta long instead of the Amazon long. And here, so the Meta long, where did I get long Meta? 91s. Now I take the break through 99. So I get a little piece of profit there for a 10-cent winner. I'm sitting at 09s, so we're almost at my level for another 10-penny winner here. Or sorry, 20-penny winner that would be in that case. But we'll see. Getting some decent momentum on some of these big caps right now. Really nothing too crazy, nothing too live. I mean, it is 12:48, and the volume is just not there right now, ladies and gentlemen. But we do move up again in Meta. I don't know why I'm not getting filled. I saw 10 prints there. Looks like we may need to cross a little bit. It did actually cross, but maybe there was an area of illiquidity there. I don't get the fill, but maybe we'll test it again soon. Amazon now retracing above VWAP. It's moving to the high side. 94.10 is Amazon, moving some of these big cappers with it. Meta being one of them as well. Microsoft now looking to retrace and pull into the 50-period moving average here at 20.43 right there. Do we get that fill on Meta? Yes, we do. So nice little long on Meta. A couple of pieces out here. Do we ride it or do we cut it? I mean, what kind of trade is this? Is it like a super quick trade, or are we going to ride some sort of trend here? I think that we have that 170.42 as a possible target. That is Friday's close. So former area of support, maybe current area of resistance. You can use that as a target. You could use this 200 period around the 170.40 as well. That would be equally valid in my humble opinion. So taking some profit there on Meta with 91s long, up to a 20-penny winner. Let's look for some continuation. Let's look back now quickly at FSR. It does get that VWAP hold again. at this 1715 level, 715, not 1715, bounces back into the mid-20s, but still below that 50 period. Let's see it break above that 50 period and close above that 50 period, and then maybe we'll punch along here. But the setup is still valid. I just don't want to do the dance with it. I've been already stressed out enough with this LHDX, and so this will have to confirm that it wants to break out of the trend. I'm not gonna cater to this stock. It's very frustrating. Now, looking back at Meta here, we're staying in the 170, still above 170 for the moment. Let's see if we can hold that. Now, do I let this go against me? That's the question here, Luca. Do I let this come all the way back into the 91 area? I've already taken 2 outs on it, or do I look for a continuation? I mean, Amazon's still at day's highs. I mean, not day's highs, recent highs, 94.14. It's closing in on, I want to say, the highest it's been since about 10:30 or so. So a couple, maybe 2.5 hours. This guy's munching on the chips. Who brought that huge bag of chips over there?
Neil brought it.
Neil, eh? Neil is responsible for the carbohydrates around here.
Okay,
Oh, he had the daughter's
I know
birthday. There
I'm
we
just
go.
like, munching away here on Doritos. Guys, let me know in the chat your favorite chip. Mine is Doritos by far, and all the flavors are good. This is just the plain, but sweet chili heat, that is a banger. Yeah, let me know in the chat what your favorite
Brad
chips
got so
are.
mad when I told him his masala chips tasted like all dressed. He like went around and asked everybody else, does it taste like all dressed? It's like I insulted his culture or something.
Wait, what do you mean masala chips?
What were they called again, Bradley?
Okay, yeah. Is it the Lay's, Brad?
Yeah, I think no. It was.
I have
was
no
it
idea.
Lay's?
Like, I'm just pulling
Yeah,
up.
it was
Is it this one
those.
right here?
Magic masala. Was that it, Bradley? He doesn't want to talk to me, guys.
Anyways,
Bradley's ignoring me now.
masala. I assume it's like a fries. It's like a flavor here. I have no idea what I'm looking at, but essentially, yeah, maybe they made a chip there. I never tried that.
They were actually really good. There's no doubt about that. I just thought they tasted a little bit like Aldra, but maybe like I don't have a good taste palate. Someone more refined needs to taste that to kind of give you the real scoop, guys. All right.
Someone's saying, yeah, Luca Shmula, what's going on? Luca has the taste buds of a toddler. No, man, this is the only one available. The other was like Ruffles, yeah, man, that was just what I went with there. But again, yeah, AMD chips. Oh man, AMD chips. Those ones are expensive relative to Doritos, but yeah, no, lots of fun there.
The Nvidia chips are more expensive, baby.
Yeah, oh yeah. Just a heads up, guys.
Sell-off. I'm out of that.
LAZR is actually, it ran to 9 and broke. This thing now up 7%, running to 9, breaking to the upside. So congratulations to anybody long this name. We were talking about it before, that 835 area. It was dipping at the moment. Didn't really give you the VWAP reload. And I think, you know, you look at this thing and you say to yourself, it ran up to this area, it kind of bounced. This is sort of that like short-term demand zone if you have the risk appetite for it. But for myself, I really like the sort of 830 level around there. But yeah, running to 8, running to 9. This is, we spoke about the 10 as like a hard level. I don't know if it's going to come into play or not. I don't know if it's going to actually get there and come into play. But if it gets close to that, I just feel like it'll be like a magnet effect. So yeah, keep an eye on this one going into the close. Does it have the steam to continue? This is probably a dark pool wick, so that volume is not relative. So let me just show the kind of like relative volume here. Volume is sort of constant throughout the day, throughout the afternoon. So it's kind of like in this, you know, it's not really selling off. It's sort of drifting upwards. Volume is constant. Not so much, you know, I don't think this is a small cap. I wouldn't justify this as a small cap. Let me just see. Luminar Technology, yeah, 3.2 billion, yeah, exactly. So this is not a small cap. It's kind of funny when I say that in real time. I look kind of silly because I don't know, but man, we look at so many different things.
Here,
Somebody's asking me, do they have earnings
yeah, I
today?
have an events calendar here on this. I'll check for you guys super quick. What do we got with respect to events? Okay, LR's Investor Day. We got Investor Day on the 28th, which is tomorrow. So that's interesting. And then we have weekly options, monthly options. No, I don't see any earnings here, Luca, coming for a little while. I don't show it. It's not showing here. That doesn't mean it's not coming. Looks like they got Investor Day tomorrow. Maybe they're going to release some of the new technology. This is the LiDAR company, guys. In case you're wondering what LAZR is, Luminar Technologies is a global automotive technology company which is engaged in vehicle safety and autonomy. The company enables solutions for a series of production passenger cars and commercial trucks as well as other targeted markets. operates 2 segments. Okay, the autonomy solution segment, which is engaged in the design and manufacturing of LiDAR sensors. That's what I want to get to. But the bigger news item here is this TSLA long. I don't know how if you're looking at this, Luca, but it's starting to look good here, bouncing. The market not really bouncing, guys. We're at 39.96. Tesla has its own ideas. It's blown through 206 easily. Now it's looking at 206.50. Some size showing up on the book here on at the $0.50 that gets blown through. This one's pumping to the high side. I don't know if there's any catalyst on this one. Let's have a look real quick here to see if anything's coming in. Quickly, I want to tell you guys though. Brendo putting in the chat, PLTR to cut about 2% of employees, about 75 jobs, not that much. Palantir looking to become a bit more efficient. So that is also there. Neil also putting that AMC was moving. Sorry for not seeing that one earlier. Yeah, that one's kind of getting in a consolidation pattern. So this Tesla long, though, looks real good. This Meta long, too, now at 170.20, we'll take some profits there. Liking this one on Meta, but definitely the strength, guys, is with this TSLA trade. 206 3/4. Now we're knocking on the door 75. There goes 75, and we're almost at 80s, up 5% now on the day. High of day for this one, it bears repeating, 208.22.
Yeah, guys, I'm just quickly sending myself something because I want to show some. One of the viewers was messaging me on Instagram, and they were talking about espresso. So I want to quickly share this because I thought it was really cool. And again, I don't know if you're watching this. I won't share your name or anything, but let me just quickly pull this up and read what you said. So I was obviously posting my espresso, you know, Spro Life every single day, and someone's like, yeah, since you guys give me such good trade ideas, I wanted to give you some advice. If you want the best Spro of your life, get some Vietnamese coffee and a Vietnamese thin filter, then just use some sweetened condensed milk and it'll change your life. So that was the comment there. I basically screenshot it because I eventually want to try this. And I don't want to like share too much of this, but let me just quickly pull it. I've never seen this before, but I guess this is a Vietnamese thin filter, so I'll double. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
No, I have no
I've
idea
never
what
seen
is,
it,
yeah.
but essentially, I cannot wait to try this. I love when people reach out to me and they're like, "Oh, you should try like this, whether it's this food or this drink or kind of something like that." I've never tried this. I'm like super excited to set it up and try it. I need to maybe reach out to a few of my friends and see if they have something like this. I do have a few Vietnamese friends that potentially have this, so I don't have to spend any money.
Yeah, there you go.
I can just give it a try. So, and I'll message them and hopefully have them make it for me, so I don't butcher it and then say, yeah, no, it's not that good. But again, thank you so much for sending that to me. I thought it was very, very cool. And I've never tried Vietnamese coffee before, so I'm like super excited to try it. Definitely open to new things. And just to quickly comment on somebody in the chat saying the yellow bag of kettle cooked chips. I don't know if you're talking about this one, but I love this one, man. Honey Dijon, Miss Vicky's.
You gotta tell you the truth,
man,
I'm a salt and vinegar type guy all day with Miss Vicky.
Really?
Yeah, I love salt
There's
and
salt
vinegar.
and vinegar over there if you want some.
I know, I don't want to eat chips, though. That's the
Yeah, he
thing.
doesn't want to eat chips.
Yeah, I know,
He's seeing me crunch away thinking,
Oh,
this
my
guy,
God.
it's a Monday, man. What are you doing
Well,
eating
dude,
chips?
I start leaning out in like 2 weeks, right? So I don't
You're going
want to.
you're going for the cut?
Yeah, of course. I do the same thing every year. Mid-March or so, I start leaning out,
yeah, you were
cutting
saying
in
this.
a calorie deficit, whereas I'm in a
Yeah,
calorie
yeah.
surplus
Yep.
The entire time. Obviously, it's a type of calories that are important, guys. Not two are the same. But
You know what's funny? Is I end up feeling like I'm thicker and fuller in the summer despite the fact that I'm eating less and expending more calories at the gym. I don't know how that works. I think it's just like, my perception of my physique, right? But obviously I'm a lot stronger in the winter. I just don't feel like I'm as full. I don't know why. Man, it's interesting little, how was your weekend, by the way?
Look at the chat. Look what Neil said in the chat very quickly. And
wait,
yeah,
Sharif ain't leading up. No, I'm not. No, man. It's like, yeah, I get leader in the summer. It's just like same thing every year. Add a few pounds, 4 or 5 pounds in the winter, bulk up, and then kind of just try to lean them out. Maybe keep 1 or 2 of those pounds. Do the same thing every year. Keep saying it's interesting, Luca.
Yeah, man, exactly. I've kind of fallen off in the sense that my training just hasn't been what it used to be. But I know, last night, protein, oats, a little bit
Love
of
it.
banana in
Of
there,
course.
dark chocolate.
Those are the
Amazing.
fundamentals, baby.
I don't really post that. I tend to post like my nice Italian
Yeah,
dishes.
yeah.
But I can post for you guys some of the healthier stuff that I make for myself as well. Definitely maybe gonna try to go on like a 3-month get in shape going into the summer. I've just been kind of slacking overall. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens there if I can actually stick to it. Yeah, my weekend was good, man. How's yours?
Yeah, taking care of business. He's like, okay, same thing every year. Same thing every year. How could that be interesting? Because you're like you're setting a goal at the gym. You're not just going to the gym for the sake of going to the gym. You're going with a purpose, with a goal, and that goal changes depending on what cycle you're in, and you want to improve over the year before. So that's how things stay interesting, even though they're not fundamentally different. I guess that's kind of what I meant by that.
Yeah,
all right. Yeah, go for it.
No, yeah, I can take it. And before I do, Samuel saying Luca's juicing, he's on the gear. Yeah, man, gains all around.
There you go,
Let's
baby.
Go. No, man, I would be huge if I in training the way that I was.
Oh my God, you've been breaking computers, punching out of positions,
yeah,
and stuff like that.
I always thought
That's
I
such a
wanted to try it
stereotype.
one time.
Yeah.
Just to see. But again, it's like.
Can I give you a suggestion? Wait till you get a little bit older and your hormone levels peak out. And then you can do the TRT, because then you're monitored by a doctor, and your hormone levels
have
are...
it all, everything.
Yeah,
exactly. Everything
you
kind
don't
of
need
in
to
check.
do that now. You obviously
anything.
have the hormones that you need to have. It's not like you need to replace anything at the moment.
Yeah, Louis,
just like Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
The Bezos look.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Louis saying, Luca, how much time do you spend in the gym? Well, before it was 3 hours every day. Now kind of scaling it back just a little bit. I still sauna a lot. Sauna, steam, very, very good for obviously fighting inflammation and really good for your skin. I decided to shave clean, which is not going to last. This is going to go away in 2-3 days.
I like the beard.
Well, give 2-3 days, it'll be back,
Okay, good.
But I shave and then steam room and then just cold water. That's all you need really. But anyways, I want to talk about a few other things that people were asking about. Somebody was referencing LHDX from before, and I think this was the penny stock from this morning that was doing volume. So this is at 207 million shares traded. It was obviously higher in the morning at 75 cents. And if you want to come to my screen here very quickly, this in the morning looks very different than it did now. Had a nice little healthy uptrend. The question was it going to hold that 65-cent area? I was watching it. I don't really trade these things, but I was hoping that it would actually get closer to $1 for me to then consider taking this short and riding it back down. We didn't get that though. This thing opened right off the morning and flushed. Big volume spike and just flushing into VWAP and below, and then sort of bottoming out in front of that 55 cents area. So I think after that morning drop, for myself at least, I sort of draw that line and say, is it going to hold this line and go up? So even if it dips back down, it doesn't break the previous low. So it's holding, but again, it cannot get back above the 65-cent mark. And so for myself, I would draw these kind of level areas. 65 cents into 70 was that resistance. You have the traders that are sort of bagged in the pre-market that were long, maybe they didn't sell. It dipped down below, it's holding the 55-cent mark. It's channeling around VWAP. Once it finally breaks through 55 cents, it just looks like it doesn't really get back above. So it still is up 250%. Do we get a sort of high a day clear out? I personally don't think so. I don't really monitor it on these stocks that are 50 cents, 70 cents. So I'm not really sure if they act in the same way. I would imagine the float on this thing is different. The market kind of structure and how it moves is different. Just because it's a bigger float, but it's still a small cap. But then it's doing a lot of volume. But 50-cent stock. So LHDX on Flow Checker to check it. Yeah, 30 million shares. So yeah, not really too sure what to think with it. I think somebody said they canceled their reverse split. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know what the kind of news is. Not really following. Didn't really trade it. I just wanted to play the technical rejection of one. But again, volume is dead. Volume is always the tell. You could see that volume really did fall off, and now it's just ever since it broke down, volume is just not there. So I wouldn't even be looking at this thing, honestly. But if it does get back above that 55 cents and runs VWAP, maybe it wants to run to 65, 70. But yeah, again, I would say there's a lot of overhead resistance. Look at the volume profile on this thing. If I would guess that volume profile is closer to 63 cents, just kind of looking at it, 63 maybe VWAP. You're going to get a lot of resistance intraday if it does get back up there. So if it gets there, maybe the short is better. I'm not going to short it. I'm sure it's paid for shorts. Yeah, NanoFlow, not real. Well, if it's 30 million shares, a NanoFlow to me is sub 2 million shares. But again, because it's a 40-cent stock, you could say to yourself, well, if this was a $5 stock, then the float would be 3 million, still above 2. So not really low float, but not really nano float. But again, it's not, right? It's 30 million share float, give or take. So yeah, that would, yeah, so that's, Yeah, exactly. So that's just kind of like, it's just like very in a tight range, not really teleporting around and stuff like that. So yeah, it's kind of a good look there. Congratulations if anybody's short from the top there or long from the bottom. I always kind of throw that statement out there, but if for myself it was a no trade, it was very obvious to not trade that. And somebody was asking BBBY, I think it was Scarface from before. Sorry to get to this so late, Scarface, but hopefully you're still here watching. And if you are, guys, hit that like button. I'm noticing we got like 5K people watching, if I'm not mistaken, and 1.7K likes. So yeah, let's get those up to 2K. We definitely could get that there. Or 4,700 people watching here, just updating my thing. So yeah, thank you so much for watching the video. Happy Monday to everybody watching, wherever you are in the world. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. Had a great weekend, staying profitable. Hit that like button if you are enjoying the show.
All right, guys, we're back at that 4,000 level on the ES March contract here. 39.99 is where we're at the moment. We've been testing that 4,000, bouncing off it here. A bunch of these small, large cappers have been moving up. Most notably of which I want to say Apple decidedly through that VWAP line now and testing that 50 cent area, 148.50 is what I'm talking about. It looks good for a breakout trade here, stair stepping up, but I think that's predicated on us following through for that, through that 4,000 level and not really rejecting off it. I think if we do get a rejection, you're not going to see continuation on Apple either. Meta also retracing after making a 35 high, I want to say there, 170.35. So we'll see, do we get continuation through the 4,000? We're after 1 o'clock now. Technically, the lunchtime is over. What the hey? We're punching. Let's go here, take a long on Apple. Where'd I take a quarter position at 44s. Idea here is that we hold this vicinity and do try to test 4,000. Where am I going to give this to? Well, we got a couple of interesting levels here to look for on our friend Apple. And that is, here we go. We're at near VWAP, 148.20 is VWAP, so that's about 20 pennies. You definitely want to see this hold VWAP. I mean, if it's not going to hold VWAP and it's going to head south, then the whole idea here should be kaput, right? But there's also this interesting trend line that we can draw. Obviously, it's a smaller time frame here, so take it with less importance. Kind of give yourself a guide, maybe through that $0.25 break. Maybe you add in front of that a little bit and then really give it like a tight little window to continue to the north side. Yeah, I'm going to give this one a try. I want to take advantage of this 4,000 possible break here as we continue to see higher lows on these futures. Let's see what Apple does. I'm out of that trade on Meta, got out there in the mid-30s, so nice little trade, riding it for about, what did I get there? I got 40 pennies at the top, so nice trade on Meta, continuing on that one. It's been kind of frustrating a little bit, this Meta trade here. Where is it? Frustrating a little bit here. I'm going to hold a tiny little piece for that 170.30 break. We'll see how that one does, maybe breaking through the 200 period into the 170.40 or so. AMC is doing well though, Luca. I mean, Bear's looking at it. Let's look here. Let's duplicate this chart window. It looks good. It's pumping towards day's highs again. It kind of got to day's highs around here, kind of double top. Right in front of that 6 3/4, 673 is where it topped out at. Looks like we're at 670 now, so close. This was a nice little bull flag breakout. Now, the textbook says, I always like to say that, the textbook says usually you have the same kind of distance on a bull flag as you did. You're going to have the same kind of distance on the second one as you had on the initial one from the breakout area. The breakout area is usually the downward trend line, so probably around that 661. So measure from the breakout area here of 642 all the way up to 673. So about 30 penny move. So from the breakout area of 662 maybe to 692, so you've got about 22 pennies maybe here. Obviously that's not going to be in a straight line. There we go, 673 test, 674. This one's moving. Good call, Neil. It's continuing to the high side here. We're getting that bull flag continuation, 675. Do we get a break? Yep, we get a break of the $0.75. It's moving, guys. AMC now up 9%. And a lot of volume coming in to support this high move. Usually we see lower amounts of volume on the second bull flag than we do on the first. Not so much this is the case on this occasion because we match it. About 800, maybe
818,000 shares or so on this 3-minute candle. That's plenty of action, plenty of liquidity. This one heading to the north side. I don't know if you're looking at AMC, Luca. He switched the hat, guys.
AMC, guys, if I'm going to trade AMC, the hat's going on backwards because I need to be more aerodynamic to like fly through.
That's
and
funny.
I just want to say very quickly, Sharif, that I put the hat on quickly backwards. I might change it back, but the moment that I put it on is the moment that AMC exploded to the north side. So for any of the longs, I'm holding the hat backwards for you. Let's see if this can continue to the upside. Again, guys, very quickly to cover this in real time. 7 is the level. It had the up move, chopped around a little bit for a few days. Now that high is 680. So we're gunning for that 680 level. I'm looking at the offer, and I'll do this here as well. AMC, New York stock. Is there any size? Whoops, that's not. Let's go to the tape here. Let's pull it down. Hopefully you guys can see. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so you're seeing 79s. 80s, there's like 700, maybe like 1,500 lots there total. Nothing too crazy. I would imagine that, like, yeah, if this breaks 680, like, we're probably gonna print 7. There might be some stops there at 7, so let's see if this can actually get there. That's a nice little up move and a big volume spike, which kind of tells me shorts are here and they're getting squeezed. And yeah, anytime AMC gets going, I get excited, man. That's why I'm like, let me put this hat on backwards. Let's see where this one wants to go. Yeah, guys, like the video for AMC to get to 7 and beyond. 732 potentially as the recent high.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
Wait.
Let's
There you
go,
go, baby.
let's go. Okay, like that video, baby.
Everybody's done that one now.
Okay, baby, let's go. So yeah, AMC levels are 732 being the high of this range. And obviously it's going to be a paper shorts. For some reason, my like daily chart, it's like Monday, and the daily is like, no, we're not going to load, not for you, Luca. So to no avail, no problemo, because I'll pull it up on this one over here. Again, 732 is interesting, and then yeah, let's see if this thing 732, 750, 8, 850, and then 9. So yeah, basically you're going to use 50-cent increments. Let's see if this thing can actually get there and continue. I just feel like up 10% today. Already had the volume spike, held the move, right? Already had the volume spike, held the move, making a move back to the highs. So this could get really spicy, and I feel like going into the end of the day, like yeah, like we could see something. But when is AMC earnings? That's my question, because I know AMC.
I can tell you that.
AMC. Somebody was like AMC. I think their earnings are coming up soon here. That would be good to know, obviously, if I'm gonna like get involved here in a trade. Is it tonight? Oh, tomorrow night. Oh, yeah, it is tomorrow night. Yeah, so what am I? I'm like looking at all this data coming through, all these kind of, yeah, guys, so Tuesday, I'll just drag it over very quickly. Tuesday, AMC earnings, just under Rivian. Yeah, man, this could be a buy the rumor, sell the news. And I know somebody was talking, yeah, I thank you guys in the chat for saying that. I should have just looked here first. Yeah, somebody was saying maybe investors are suing them for the ape spinoff or whatever's kind of taking place there.
Yeah.
I'm not really too sure what happens, but I know Michelle in the chat was mentioning the ape and the kind of arbitrage opportunity. If they're going to do the spinoff and you're going to get AMC shares back after the whole fiasco of what they did with that, turning like preferreds and then rolling them back in, maybe the ape long makes more sense because they're moving in tandem together. But again, I just trade what's actually moving and doing volume. Like ape is going down. So yeah, there's obviously a deviation right now in this, and I'm not smart enough to sit here and pretend that I'm gonna, explain how that's actually
80's
happening.
a level here.
But yeah, look at AMC, look at the volume there, 27 million shares traded. It's 8 is the level, man. 8 is a level.
Yeah, no, it's 680.
Sorry, 680. That's what I
At the
meant.
moment, Raul, really like having trouble breaking through that. I'm seeing some decent size show up in the book, but you got to assume there's a lot more than that that's hiding there. Because there we go. Now we get the rejection off 80. A lot of selling coming in there. Now back into 79s. I mean, I took where did I take? I took a 79 long. So I'm going to see if there's continuation. We want to see if 7's a level. We said maybe, if we measure the bull flag breakout, we should have to about 92s. You got to assume, in that vicinity, if it goes up to 95 or 89, whatever, in that area. So I'm taking this one quarter position. Nothing really to write home about, just to kind of like wet my beak as, like do you remember that part in The Godfather?
Which one?
When all of them at the end, when Michael Corleone wanted out, right? It was Godfather 3. He wants to go clean. He wants to get immobiliare, right?
Yeah.
And so he's like, okay, he divvies out all the money for all the businesses. He settles up. Everybody gets their cut. And he's like, well, this is where we part way, guys.
I mean, I'm going to go do my business. You guys do yours. Like, no, Michael, we want to do business with you. We just want to wet our beak a little bit with the Immobiliare deal. So I've always been wetting my beak on some of these trades. Back into three quarters of a dollar now. Back into 6.75, so 4 pennies out of the money. Don't care. I want to see some continuation on this one. Where do I get it out? I think if we break through the peak here, I'm going to say maybe 68, I'll get out, and then I'll reevaluate whether to get back in, whether we're going to have continuation. But for a bull flag continuation, you don't want to see a retracement all the way down. All right. I mean, there's got to be some semblance of symmetry here to the pattern. Otherwise, it's not a pattern. So 68 sent them out. So I'll give it a few pennies. But right now, still rallying back to the high of day. This Apple trade. I'm also in an Apple trade, guys. I'm in at 44s. It's at 45s right now, so it's basically doing nothing. The trade is on Tesla to the momentum high side here. I chose Apple because it had a nice VWAP retracement, and I thought, if we broke through that 4,000, we would also break through the $0.50 on Apple. We're continuing to be below the $0.50. We've tested. I think we went up to 51s. That was immediate rejection there. But now we're above 4,000. We're at 4,001 and change. Tesla's bumping to the high side over 2.7. Not so much with Apple. Oh, also, Microsoft now knocking on the door at 251. 250.99s is where we're at now. So a lot of these ones are moving back to the high side. They look relatively strong. Back to AMC, back into my purchase area here at 679. Is this the top? Do we break 80? It's going to cost me about 11 pennies to find out on a quarter position, so I'm going to let it ride. There we go. Now we're seeing 80s back coming here on the ask, but we got to break 80s because we didn't break 80s the entire time. A lot of size, again, like I said, but I suspect there's probably a lot more that's not showing up. In case you guys wondering what I'm talking about an iceberg order. In case you don't know what an iceberg order is, a great place to find out, here's a segue, Luca, is to go to our YouTube homepage. Where is my browser? So my YouTube homepage is coming up our YouTube homepage, meaning tradertv.live homepage, and clicking the search function right here, typing in iceberg. Let's see if anything comes up. I hope they do. To trading there, yeah. So this one will talk about basically level 2s and how to be able to interpret that, and part of that includes iceberg orders. Iceberg orders are hidden orders, essentially, where you can hide a percentage or the majority of your order. There we go. We get that break of 80. Now we're pumping at 85s. Liking this trade, holding it. My Apple's in the money. My AMC's in the money. I'm running well on both. Let them both ride, but they're only both quarter positions, Luca. So not great, but not bad.
Yeah, I love that little segue that you mentioned over there. It's, you know what? I'm getting better at the segues. And guys, rate me in the chat if you want. I'm getting better at my segues. Obviously, when I'm trading and I'm distracted, I'm butchering the words that I'm saying, and I can't even spell what I'm typing. But I'm like, this doesn't matter, man. What is the risk on this trade? Okay, I added. How much did I add? I don't even know. Let's go to the moon, though, baby. So, yeah, it's kind of funny, but trying to get a little bit better. I know you're saying your positions are not on the screen, so I am not in a position right now.
I am. I don't know why it's not coming
I have
up.
bids and offers out. I'm patiently waiting, but again, I don't want to. Sometimes in the middle of the day, things are just kind of in the middle of the range at VWAP, and I don't want to diddle. But somebody was asking about AWIN. Yeah, Sir Striker. What's going on, Sir Striker? Or Sire Striker. I don't know how to pronounce that. But essentially, yeah, talking about AWIN, saying it's flying up 63% today. Not really. I mean, not really flying. I've seen things fly higher, but again, even if you are just like 5 feet off the ground, that is considered flying, I guess. So this thing is kind of floating around, potentially getting started. This is the daily, guys, for anybody looking at it the first time, aka me. And I would say what's an interesting level is this opening price of that second down day. So the key levels here is the opening price over there. Not so much the closing price, but more so the opening price of the next day, and then I would say 5. So it did close just above 5, but 5 psychological level, opening price of the second day, couldn't really get above that range. So call it 425 into 5 resistance zone. If it breaks 5, I feel like you're going to liquidity vacuum all the way to 7.5. If it breaks 8, then who knows where this thing can go. So it's very far away from that. It's at 275 right now. It's doing quite a little bit of volume there, but I just feel like the daily levels are so far away that I wouldn't even necessarily use them until we get there. So that being said, let's look at this thing intraday and kind of feel it out here. The volume did pick up. it dropped a little bit and then popped again. I feel like this is not done. Again, I'm probably not going to trade this, but my first instinct on this thing, I mean, I've seen it look ugly, and this just does not look super ugly. And the only reason I say that is because if it was super ugly and if it was done, it would have done the volume in the morning, and it would have never really picked up. And even if it did, it may have done like a high day clear out and then reversed, and then volume would have subsided. So it actually did a high day clear out, chopped around, did an exit move where it sort of popped and then dropped again. I mean, if you look at this thing, talk about hindsight 2020, but if you look at it and you see it this way, I would have been like, oh, you're done. Like, this is done. Like, look at this. It chopped around, it made a high, it made a volume spike, it ripped back below. This thing is absolutely dead. It's not going to come back to life. And here we are making another high. So again, I want to check the float on this thing now because that's kind of interesting. So let's do this here. Float checker.
I'll tell you, dude, it's 11.4 million.
Okay, beautiful. 11.4 million, and let's just kind of like do this here. So that's the thing, guys. Float checker is not always going to be correct. It is compiling data. This is potentially a reverse split, or if it was, you know, a SPAC using the old symbol, yada yada yada. Anyways, 4 point. So you're saying.
Am I saying 11.4? But I mean,
11.4.
a whole bunch of different numbers there.
So if you get 11.4 million, and these are saying 40 million, then some is saying 68 million. This is where I sort of take this and I say, okay, look, even though I don't know the float, what does the tape on this thing actually look like? The reason I want to know the float as a day trader is because this is how I'm gauging risk. I'm sort of looking at liquidity. This doesn't necessarily feel like a low float because we're seeing lots of like 1,000 shares, 2,000 shares, 10,000 shares sitting there. You're looking at the tape. It's not really like spazzing out and doing crazy things. Even though it gave an over-under, it seems very, very liquid. So again, I don't really necessarily need to know the float. I would just look at it and say, yeah, it does feel like an 11 to 75 million float. So let's say it's about 11 to 75 million, give or take. But again, I do this to gauge risk, and I would look at this, and I don't necessarily need to know the float. I just know that it's not a low float. It's not sub 4 million. So yeah, I could probably punch in and out very easily on this trade. But again, it's very, very far away from those daily levels. It doesn't look like the run is done. Up 65%. Can it continue? Your guess is as good as mine. Best of luck if you are trading this. Maybe it wants to do a multi-day run, and maybe it just doesn't continue for the rest of the day, but then we revisit this in a couple days, and it's at like 4 or 5, and yeah, anything's possible. So yeah, best of luck if you are trading it. I know Jack Source saying AWIN trades thin. Yeah, exactly. So if you're looking at something to if you're looking and you're trading, you're like, well, what's going on over here? Is it thin? Is it heavy? Is there like multiple float? So again, looking at the tape, I look at this and I just say to myself, okay, as long as it's not a low float, I don't have to take this and say, you know, my size is my risk. Maybe I can actually like trust the stop order on it that it's actually going to fill. But again, it's not really like doing crazy volume, and you know, I can't really find a way into it. But I would map these intraday levels as kind of just like a general rule of thumb. At least the way that I see it here is like the upper end of this move. It sort of popped and rejected, then it got back there, held, and then held again. So it's very significant when something does like a up and down, like I call it like an over-under. When something does an over-under, I specifically want to map that level, and I want to map the exact level where it stopped. And when I say the exact level, I literally mean where did it specifically stop? Because look at this, it literally stopped right at 240 and then never printed below 240. So I feel like 240, which is obviously far away, but it lines up with VWAP. That is the intraday support level. That is the hard level. I think that if we do print even 1 cent below that, this thing flushes back down to 2. And then this is the level where it's at right now. Call it 2 like 80-ish, but it already did the break above and back below. Looking like it maybe wants to make another run. I would look at that 3 level to see, can it break 3 and continue, pick up volume and go crazy. Again, best of luck if you guys are trading it. I am not trading it, but it's always fun to look at these things and see where they can go. Speaking of seeing where things can go, AMC, man, to the high of 680. Okay, I'm waiting for 7, guys, if you haven't noticed. I'm waiting for 7. I'm taking a 7 break long, which sounds silly. It does. It'll be the high of day,
I don't think
probably.
it's silly at all. I think that's brilliant.
But the thing is there's... So if I take a 7 break and I lose 5 cents, I lose 5 cents.
Exactly.
But the one day that I don't, it's going to 700. And I'm holding the whole way, and I'm going to sit here and like the trader in the back on Friday or Thursday with OCEA on the run.
Oh, my goodness.
It's obviously AMC is different.
Thursday,
the squeeze has not maybe squoze. I know that it did.
Squoze.
But essentially, the one time that it keeps going, it will keep going. So I love these trades. I'll take the trades. If I lose on the trade, so be it, whatever. But the times that I make on the trade, you have the upside, 50 cents, $1, maybe 5 if you want to get kind of sticky with it. But yeah, no, we'll see where that one wants to go. And yeah, go from there. So patiently waiting for AMC to see what can happen next. My Intel bids are not filling, so I'm assuming this thing is just not. I mean, this is like, look at this, man. Barcoding up and down just in front of the 25. I think you could have gotten the 25.01 fill. If you want to look at my screen here, you could have gotten the 25.01 fill. And then it popped back to 10, so that gave you 10 cents. Again, it's Intel. I don't know how much volume it filled down there. If you were kind of sitting there on the bid, you would have got a tell on that one. But essentially didn't break 25, right? And didn't actually break 25.01. So 25.01 is the low. And going back to the example, if anybody was still with me from before, me giving the Intel example and relating it to size and stuff like that, like this trader who was at 25.01, I'm just going to look very quickly. Hold on for that 1 second. But the trader at 25.01, like, did they get any of that fill over there? Let me just pull this over. Did they get any of the fill at 25.01? Now it's more. It's like 361. So last time that was 251 on that gateway. But essentially, they could have gotten, like, they would have wanted 25,000 shares. Maybe they got 7,000. Then it popped 5 cents and they got out. Do the math. That's still a win, right? That's still a win. And didn't print 25. So you're essentially risking, in this kind of arbitrary example that I'm saying, it's like risk 1 cent. You didn't lose on the trade. Gave you the 5-10 cent up move. I mean, 5-10 to 1s. Where do you get that? You get that in the world of day trading, man. That's why people day trade. So yeah, sometimes you get that. Sometimes it's really clean and always a good time, but that is a good look. I'm still waiting for 25 to break. If it breaks, I'm taking the long. If not, I'm letting it go. If you like the show, like the video and subscribe. And then it'd be cool if I like caught a ball right now and then
That'd
hit
be
it
great.
again in real time.
Wow.
And then everyone could know that it only took me like one. It only took me one time to actually
There
like,
you go.
to film.
You told
that
people
right there.
already that wasn't the case. All right, guys. Apple long 148.44. We scalps them out here at 65. It goes back 30 pennies against us. Now we're 10 pennies out of the money for the little bit that we're holding on Apple. Coming back into the 50 period, it's been good off the 50 period for the majority of this ascent, breaking it, just by a few pennies here and there. I wonder if this was an interesting area to add. I'm not too crazy about this trade. I don't have a high degree of conviction, so I'll let that one ride. FSR is the one that I'm back into. Now, I'm going to explain why I'm back into it in a sec, but I averaged in. Initially, I got in at 725, and then I added again at 715. Now back in the money as it makes its way back up, 721 average. Now, this is why I got into it, because it broke the 50 period. So I said, okay, this had been a very key level of resistance for it, the majority of its descent down from the highs. But here's the thing. Moving averages mean bupkis and actually can cause a lot of fake ins and fake outs in a consolidating stock, right? Moving averages are excellent for when it's trending. So I'm worried that this might have been a fake in as a result of breaking the 50 period, because now it's consolidating at VWAP within a range. And the evidence, the price action does kind of support that theory a little bit. 727, 730 kind of is the high. We've been trading within that range. Likewise, to the downside, I want to say 710 or so was the bottom area of that range. It's a range, not an exact level, guys. So it's moving up now. This average in definitely helped on that. It's not really making new lows, nor is it making new highs. So it's kind of like a lukewarm trade at the moment. It could go either way. Either way, I'm protected. I've got my stop set in on this one. Apple finding support at the 50 period, 148.35, bouncing above 50 now. So that is an interesting trade. This AMC that I have as well, I think if it breaks 68, I'm out of there. I have Profit Taker sitting at 88. Didn't quite make its way up there. Got up to 87, so we're 1 penny away from the fill. Seeing a bit of a top now developing here on AMC, unless it finds an area of support around the previous peak, which happens to be 69.70 area. That'll just be a loser for me. Quarter position. So again, none of these positions are that big. Lower conviction. I don't want to say low conviction. Lower conviction trades, just given where the price action is. I don't really like to catch tops, right? That's not my strength. So having entered in at what I perceive to be a top, I got to keep my stop a little bit closer to kind of make up for that. There we go. FSR now. moving back into that $7.25. If we can break above this 728, 730 area, that'll be a new high, and that'll be an interesting VWAP hold continuation here. We've been looking for this one to kind of get out the schneid, wake up a little bit for the majority of the afternoon. It's done all the right things by holding VWAP and not making newer lows, but kind of just chopping us out in the consolidation area. We're in the money on it nicely now, about 7 pennies in the money, holding 1.5 position on this one. So 1.5 typically what I have as a result of the average in. This was a full position here, and this was a half position down here. There we go. Now closing in on that 727, 730 top. That's what I want to see. I want to see continuation. The volume, though, not really showing us what we want to see. Or what I want to see is if you're long, I guess. Which is obviously an increase with the upward move. We're not really seeing that. We're seeing kind of the same type of volume coming in for some of these red candles as we are for green. For a big move up, you definitely want to see the green candles closing higher than the red candles, and that's not happening at the moment. Comp SRX says no thanks to FSR. Hey, man. I don't blame you. It kind of chopped me up early, but I'm looking for that continuation. If I get it, I get it. I don't, I don't. It just the cost of doing business. I'm real close to getting stopped out here out of my AMC long. This area is going to have to hold. If it breaks below 67 at this level, I'm going to get out of AMC, and it'll be, what will that be? I got in at 79s, so it'll be about like an 11 penny loser. Retracing back into 70 now. We were talking about holding these levels as a result of, this acting as an area of support, former area of resistance around 670, 669. But, the price action is going to have to cooperate with the thesis here. Otherwise, we're going to cut this one loose and move on to the next. Apple, FSR, both now well in the money. Apple retracing nicely now back into the 148.50, creating, those lower highs. That's what you want to see for a continuation. The market flirting with 4,000. The thing is, 4,000 and VWAP are quite close to each other. So you're getting a bit of a range in between there, at least for the last, I want to say, maybe half an hour or so. Basically, we had 4,000 as a top. We break 4,000 as a top. Then we have VWAP as a top, and now 4,000 has become kind of support. So a bit of a rangy day to be expected, especially with the time period that we're in at the moment. So 148.50, 148.44 is my long on Apple. Let's let that one ride. FSR still doing the same thing. Back to this AMC trade. There we go. So it does hold that level, at least for now, that 670 level holds. We're back up into the near 675 area. If this one can continue, I'll hold it. I have no reason to cut it. My stop is set. Anything happens to the downside, I'm all out of this one. Luca, what happened to AWIN? What a retrace in the 250. I don't know if you were looking at that because you were talking about AWIN earlier.
Yeah.
Big move into 250.
I love, it's like I queue up another name to talk, and I'm like, AWI. Like, do you want to pull that up, Eric? No, I'm just quick. But anyways, guys, GNUS, just a heads up here. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. Okay, GNUS, guys. Ollie, always, man. Another day to gamble, always. Got the hat on, got it on backwards. Aerodynamics, baby. I'm waiting, I'm chilling. But anyways, I want to quickly talk about GNUS. This gave a little bit of a volume spike. Guys, look at this. It literally did nothing, and there's absolutely no volume on this thing. And even now, there's only like 500,000 shares traded, which is nothing. But this crazy volume spike is wild, and I have it here on the left. Not really doing volume. I bet now that I talk about it, volume is going to magically come out of nowhere. But again, I'm not trading this, for the record. I'm just watching it. And this spike was pretty nasty, in general, because the move started at 331, and then it just ripped up to 348 and then back down. This could be somebody just slamming along or slamming out of a short and just crossing to the other side to try to get all those shares. And then as soon as that order is done, then nothing really continues, right? So for example, look at this 9,000 share trade. So somebody literally bought this from 39s into 42s, and then it just stops. So now dark pools, and it's just like midpoints. So let's see if it wants to actually continue. People talk about reading the tape and what does it look like? Like that is like an aggressive buy buying the offer. All these yellow trades at like 41.02, 41.114, A4 and stuff like that. Like this is just like, in my opinion, the robots like filling orders and providing liquidity to markets. So they just do that, right? But yeah, I would say 350, watch that level. No shares traded, so I'm not really going to talk again about it. I am just watching AMC inch its way into the 7 level, high being 687. Hat is still on backwards, aerodynamic. We'll talk about a few others, but let me just make sure that AMC doesn't get away from me, so I put this on my other screen here. AMC, perfect, okay, beautiful. And yeah, let's go back to Tesla. I know somebody, where's your position screen, John, Lupo? I don't know, man.
It goes in and out. We've been having issues with it, guys.
I think you know what it is, it's Monday. So it's like it's Monday, and like
position screen is still sleeping.
Man, even the robots and the software is like, sometimes it's like, yo, like chill, man. It's Monday. Like we just want to like relax a little bit.
AI have feelings too, bro.
AI's got feelings too. Yeah, clearly. And so yeah, it's all good. But yeah, just ask us what our positions are. I am currently not in a position. I'm chilling. I have my orders out. I'm just basically patiently waiting to see if any of them want to fill. I guess AMD didn't fill me. I was waiting I was like waiting to see if this thing wanted to dip. At this point, I wanted this like below 79. It didn't get there. I didn't reshort it because it made a higher low. I said that I wanted it higher, and then I forgot, to be honest. But it didn't even get to where I wanted, so I'm not really too concerned with it. But I'm still waiting below 79. If we can get there, I'll take longs. And then somebody was asking Tesla, and this is the thing with Tesla. So look at this, man. And this is kind of like frustrating, but not really, because I didn't really care too much about it. But I took the long, and then I let it go because I'm like, well, it didn't. I took the long, it stopped me out. It's not going to go in a straight line. I've seen this before. I'll let it go. Whatever, it is what it is. Now look what it did. It went back down. It went up. It broke the 206, and I was talking about this. And when I say like, oh, I called it, I'm not saying I called it like I'm smart, blah, blah, blah. I'm saying basically my expectation of the current market environment that we're in is a hunt for liquidity, especially in the middle of the day. And so my worry of taking the long is something like this happening where it breaks the 206 level because that was resistance. It breaks it, it does a little volume spike, and then that is like the reversal point. So you don't necessarily want to take a 206 long unless you're risking off like a 203. But if you risk $3, you better go for $3. Do you think Tesla is going to break 206? End the day at 209? Maybe, but 1-to-1, you could probably find a better trade on it anyways. So again, this is why I let it go. I didn't want to dip buy it below VWAP because when I'm looking at it like this, I'm just like, this doesn't look like there's probably other things that I can be long and make money. They don't call it, exactly, Hambone, they don't call it stress level for nothing. I'm like, I look at this name and now.
I like that name, Hambone.
Yeah, man, now like after trading for all the time that I've traded and like, being here, trading every day, I have like, 5,000 hours of screen time. Like literally, like I look at this and I go, I've seen this before. Like no, I'm not doing this. That's why you see me let things go, because it's like a me thing. I'm like, no, like I'm letting this go. I'm not letting it stress me out.
Just because it's a perfect segue, you said 5,000 hours of screen time. Do you subscribe to that theory that to master something you need about 10,000 hours? Like, have you ever heard that before?
So I did hear that, and the general rule of thumb, I think, what they say is if you're So people usually work 2,000 hours a year.
Okay.
So people, it doesn't matter the job that you're in, assuming you're doing 40-hour work weeks,
right.
You usually work 2,000 hours a year. So if you do something for 5 years every day, that's 10,000 hours.
Right.
And so it's a general rule of thumb of, okay, if you did something for 5 years, it doesn't matter what industry you're in,
you're gonna get good at it.
You probably mastered the job that you've done, that you're doing, right, that you're working on. So I know Bruce Lee mentioned, don't practice 10,000 different kicks. Practice one kick 10,000 times, and then every time after that, you're gonna execute very effectively on that kick.
Second nature.
Mike Tyson's uppercut, like he's hit that uppercut 10,000 times.
Oh yeah.
That's why he comes in like you're done. You're done with one punch. So the thing is I like the 10,000 rule because you do something 10,000 times. Like if you haven't mastered it by then like what's going on here? Shoot 10,000 free throws, and I promise you, your free throw percentage, guys, will be above 90%. as mine is at 97.5%. My free throw percentage, if Neil's listening over there. Yeah, no, he's not listening.
That's like Fahad take right there, bro.
Yeah, but
essentially,
essentially,
I never miss.
Yeah, but essentially, I think the general rule of thumb is like 5 years, 2,000 hours.
I think it makes sense.
Yeah, so Kyle asking a great question. What about losing 10,000 trades? Does that make me a master loser? Nice to meet you. My name's Luca. I think you want to get the screen time in. You want to get those hours up. Trading is something that this doesn't really apply to, and the reason I say it is because there's traders in the chat that have probably traded 20,000 different trades. You know, have 20,000 hours of screen time, traded for 10 years, and even the guys to the right of me, you know, Sean and Neil, trading every day, like years and years of experience, but they understand like you cannot think in absolutes. You got to kind of trade what's in front of you. They know a good setup when they see it. They know a setup that's iffy when they see it. It just kind of comes with the time. But the market will always surprise you, and the market will always do what it can to make everybody feel dumb. Yeah. So trading is one of those things that, yeah, 10,000 trades means nothing. You need like 500 million, and even then,
I agree, man. I feel like, yeah, it's like one of those ones where the learning curve is a little steeper, and maybe the mastery may take a bit more time, just because of the kind of people you're competing in. Some of the smartest people in the world, and not even people. Some of the smartest computers and AI in the world now.
Yeah,
so we
100%,
you know, it's uphill battle a lot. Guys, all right, let's update you on some of these trades. Same thing with FSR. We're break even at it. We're long, where are we long? 22s. It's at 22s, so we'll let that one we'll move on from that one. I get that nice dip trade at the $0.25 at 148.25 on Apple. Now my cost basis is 36. I'm looking for, you know, we were looking for a hold of 4,000 here. We didn't get the hold of 4,000, so we have to kind of rethink this whole thing, because if Apple's going to come down, I don't want to come down with it, right? 30, where am I long again? 36, it's at 36 at the moment. I'll let that one be for the moment. AMC is the one that's kind of just doing nothing here. It's near high of day, which is awesome. That's what you want to see. We're at 81s. The high of day is 87. I'm sitting here at 89. Silly me. I think I'm going to get like what's it called? A high of day break here. But we're basically we're accumulating at the high of day. That's why I'm thinking we're going to get continuation. That's why I'm sitting here for a partial take at 88. So yeah, I said 89s, it's actually 88. We'll see if we get that continuation. So those are my trades at the moment. None are behind and none are doing anything. They're very, you know, stagnant at the moment. So we'll see how that kind of materializes in the next 20 minutes. About 20 minutes left on the show. It's 1:40. It's been a decent day. My best trades have definitely been on Stresla, followed by Meta as being number 2, and then, you know, just like a hodgepodge of trades here between Fisker, Apple, and AMC. Apple and AMC are quarter positions. Fisker, though, 1.5 position, guys. So loading into this one for the eventual bust up here through that I want to say 729, 730 level. I'm a believer. No, I'm kidding, of course. Just trade what's showing on the chart, and we're holding VWAP, so I don't really have a reason to panic here. I feel that, you know, as the more liquid time of the day comes into play here, we might get some upward momentum, and that's kind of what I'm banking on with the FSR trade. Not so much as the case with Apple. It's more dependent on the state of the futures and how the ES and the NQ are looking. Less so is that the case on AMC, which is more of a secular move. The move here was to get that high of daybreak. It's consolidating above 80, like I said, but not really moving up at the moment. Kyle Adamore saying AMC earnings tomorrow.
Yeah, so there's, I see you in the chat, Kashish, saying, guys, can you explain the reversion relation of dollar with ES? So I see your question. It's a very vague, like.
I'll just talk about that real quick, if that's cool. So basically, when Treasury yields go up, the dollar goes up. When Treasury yields go up, stocks go down. It becomes more expensive for money to flow into equities. And as a result, there's a direct relationship between the interest rates that's given on the yield and the dollar, because those are paid in dollars. So that's why there is strength between those two. And so they're the ones that are directly correlated and ones that are I can't even talk, Luca, inversely correlated.
Yeah, it's well said, well said. And essentially, basically, yeah, that's very, very well said. And I would say, so to kind of take that into, like apply it to like a strategy or looking at something like that, I would say this is more of like a long-term money. Like, I don't use this intraday. I don't look at this intraday and say like this, that, everything else. Like, yeah, sure, it's nice to like the market's going down. Why? Oh, it's going down because yields went up, and then everything kind of rotates and kind of flows back. Money flows. But again, it's not something that I say, oh, like I see yields going up, so I'm going to short equities. Like they're going to move at the same time, right? So yeah, you can build a strategy around it. And I know you're saying reversion trade. Maybe you're like kind of reverting back to like a mean that you're tracking and stuff like that. For myself, it's more of like a longer term like outlook and picture. So for example, early last year, the Fed said they're going to tighten. Like, I sell all my equities. I sell all my equities because I say, well, equities are up here. They're going to tighten. Rates have been like 0% for so long. Even if they raise it to 2%, like equities are going to get destroyed. So if they go to 5%, yeah, they're never going back to the highs. So yeah, that was basically dump your equities and rotate into fixed income. Like on the long-term time frame. Obviously, as a day trader, swing trader, like I'm still trading. There's still like lots of opportunity. And I think what we've seen, the common theme from last year going into this year for like 2 years now is like the opening of the range, the opening of the ATR of all these names. So, there was a point last year where you literally could have taken unlimited size, ample amounts of volume on Apple, and the range was like $6 for like a good period of time. So when you see that, I mean, it's like, what a time to be a day trader, literally. But at the same time, if you're talking about like the long-term picture of things and like what you should be holding, what you're looking at, I mean, I'm sure a lot of you guys deal with financial advisors in the chat. Like your advisors are, that's what you're paying them for. So hopefully they're, you're talking to them and they're doing all this work for you. But essentially, this kind of shift in how money flows and everything, all based on like risk-free rates and where everybody's positioning. This is essentially why Cathie Woods really got destroyed, because large money was into growth because rates were at 0%. And so with rates at 0%, everybody's like, okay, how do I find alpha? It's not going to be in the value names anymore. It's going to be in the growth names. So growth names did so well. A lot of money rotated into growth. And for anybody that's wondering, essentially growth versus value essentially means like a value play, like in the equities market, would be like a McDonald's because they pay a dividend and it's good and they're like a cash cow. A growth name would be Tesla, no dividend, investing back into themselves, always growing, like you don't know the market. And so the way that you value these companies, you say, well, McDonald's pays this is their cash flow based on the risk-free rate, which is essentially zero. This is like where I value them, this is where I value their stock price. Whereas if you're looking at growth names, you do like a kind of backwards approach where you say to yourself, like, okay, Tesla can acquire this much of the market. How big is the market? It's this and growing. If they acquire, let's say, 43% of the market in this region, this region, this region, and then kind of forecast it out and then revert it back and say, okay, based on all these things, based on all these and then what are the risks? This is where I value them. So yeah, the trend was growth as opposed to value. But ever since rates went up, now big money flowing back into value and out of growth. That's why Cathie Woods got destroyed, because she's obviously all growth. She'll still tell you that she believes in growth. And I think if you do invest in growth, you literally have to invest for the long term. But yeah, I'm not really too concerned with that when I'm on here and I'm trading. I'm concerned with, is AMC going to break 7 and explode? Guys, my hat's still on backwards. So I am waiting for 7, guys. I'm waiting for 7, and I want this to break 7 and explode straight to 8, right? Never mind growth and value. Like growth right now on my P&L with 7 break to the north side. So again, I don't know what happens, but I'm patiently waiting for this break, and let's see where it goes.
Yeah, there we go. I get a little bit out there through 88. There it goes, baby. We were waiting for this one. Let's take another little piece out there. We get some out at 92s. Now let's let it ride. Finally, we were waiting for this, man. We get that high day break. We get that continuation. Now we're going to look forward to yeah, it shows there. Good. Now we're going to look for
Mike.
test. No, my mic is on. Guys, my mic. Yeah, sorry. My mic was on. I'm looking for that AMC continuation. That's what we're looking for, guys. We're looking for that 7 test. You heard Luca say it right there. I got out a little piece right there at 88s and then again at 92. So it went up to 93. We don't get technically high of day, but it's, it's got a cross typically. Looking for that continuation into 7. Let's let that one ride.
The one that's not doing that well, though, is this Apple trade. And I took this opportunity to add in front of the whole dollar here at 148, but the market really showing you a clear VWAP rejection here on the ES March contract. Look at that. We retrace up exactly to 4,003, and then it's kaputs from there. It's been one red candle after another. 39.93 is where we're at now. There was an interesting area of support, which is why I added at that level. Look. Former area of resistance around 94 is current area. I mean, you want to assume current area of support now that we've broken into the high side. So let's see if we hold these levels or we continue to make newer lows. The tell will be if we break that 92. All micro trading stuff, guys. I know this is all micro trend. You know, swing traders will, you know, chuckle at how we're doing it, but this is really how you kind of do it from the scalping side of things. So Apple, looking for that 148 hold and a retracement. That's going to have to cooperate with the move here on the futures. If we get a nice bounce back up on the futures, we'll take that one north. The other trade that we have on is that, you know what, Forsaken FSR trade that's really holding VWAP this entire time, but not really giving us a reason to get out. In fact, I mean, call me, you know, like, I don't know whatever you want to call me, but like say, you know, maybe I have confirmation bias or something, but what I see is a series of higher lows on this. Why is it looking like that? Why I can't, there we go. What I see is a series of higher lows. You got a trough here, a trough here, and a trough there, and it's just a series of higher lows, while, you know, you're not necessarily making higher highs, but you're not making lower lows either. So holding this one, looking for that I want to say 730. I've got profit taker sitting here at 728. I've got profit taker sitting at 735, and then eventually I'll sit in front of that $0.50. Some more buying coming in now, but we're still definitely in that range. Nothing really to write home about for that, but not bad either. So in the money on FSR, out of the money on Apple, but holding, and well in the money on AMC as we knock on the door of that $7 here, $6.97. Do we see 98s and eventually 7s show up here on my level 2? The 97s are getting eaten up. 98 just came on board. We're nicely in the 20 pennies in the money on this one. I'm going to wait for the break of 7. I know my guy is waiting for the break of 7. How could I front run that? So I'm going to hold the little beast that I have left through that 7 break as we slow down here in momentum. What a day it's been for AMC, though, up 12.5%.
I was going to say, the squeeze has not squoze.
No, we need more of a squoze, baby.
Yeah, no, just kind of patiently waiting, guys. 2,000, 3,000 lots at 7. $7, you know, $7 being the price. Nothing too crazy, but I think we're going to break here. I just wonder where we're going to go. For myself, I'm waiting. I'm taking the long through 7. Let's see what happens after. This is obviously from 680 into 7, so, you know, maybe buying the dip was better. But I'm going to punch the highs and see if this can continue to go high. You know, buy high, sell higher, and see what happens there. If I lose on it, I lose. No big deal. Yeah, I just said I was going to wait there and try to take the trade. So, yeah, here I am. Like let's do it. Yeah, AMC to 15. Just let me get long and then just go straight to 15. I'm aerodynamic with my hat on backwards here. So, let's go.
Here
let's
comes,
go
baby,
move,
99s.
And keep going. Yeah, best of luck to all the traders. And I think it was Jeff Ross in the chat who said something very interesting, saying, yeah, even the masters lose at trading. I don't put much. Yeah, I'm getting this long. I know I'm getting it. Okay, baby, let's see
There
where
goes
this
701, 703.
Yeah, go back.
Let's go, baby. We're spinning the money on this one. Nice trade on AMC. Wait. There we go. Bang.
Let's
They don't
go.
show.
Oh,
Proudly,
okay,
you missed
okay.
the double high fist there. 705, we're knocking on the door. We're at 704 now. Nice move on AMC. It's continuing to pump to the high side, baby. Bear's looking at the daily chart here. Where are we to expect support and resistance? I didn't even bother looking at it, guys. All right, so the high of this peak here, a clear 733 high, but prior to that, we have a 719 high going to February 7th. We have a 733 high on February 6th, though we'll have to get above those bad boys here if we want to continue. But we're definitely looking at, $8, $9 here. I mean, if we really can get going, who knows what this afternoon is bringing. But pumped on this one. Let's get some continuation. 710 now, guys, is the high on EMC.
Is that a transition for me to continue here?
Yeah.
Okay, man. Yeah, guys, this is so just a heads up. Basically, scalp trade through 7. long, look at my screen here, long, cover some, and I'm basically waiting to scale myself out. You know, punching the highs doesn't always work unless it's AMC, which is then potentially going to go. 7 was the level, again, the daily, just to kind of cover this. That was the level that we faded off. We're back there. So if we actually get to like 740, whoever short this is underwater. If we break 740, like all the shorts are underwater. So, I mean, where are they holding? Maybe they're holding to 0, and it just doesn't want to go to 0. So, yeah, let's see if these algos want to make this run. Susceptible to a flush back down, obviously, the same way how this flush happened, could get another flush there, but I just feel like I'm kind of scaled accordingly, taking the win, waiting to see if this thing wants to print like 7 up at like 720, and then, yeah, if we break 750 and above and beyond, I want to hold a little piece for that. So scalp, and then hold the rest for the dream. And the dream being like $500. So can AMC go to $500 today?
By 4 o'clock today, guys. You heard it here first.
Let's see it.
You heard it here first.
Yeah,
That'll be lots of bangs for that one. All right, guys. It's been a decent day here on the midday show. We've had AMC waking up. Some of these, you know, the big cappers, they've been moving. Stressla's been doing its thing. Traded that one early in the show. We've got like, what do we got? Like 6.5 minutes left here, guys. I'm looking for this Apple trade to hold the current position here that we're at, and then maybe ride with the ES, as the ES maybe wants to trace back into 4,000 or 4,002 and do another VWAP test. If that is the case, I am well positioned with my position here on Apple. Initially got long at 148. I want to say 42, took it out in the 60s for a nice 20 penny winner. Then we retraced. I add at 25, and then I add again at 12s. Now we're dancing around mid 20s. So my cost basis is 24, 148.24. So just like a penny or so out of the money. Woo! AMC retracing.
As I talk about it.
Wow.
I love it, man. But again, guys, this is for myself. You know, like scalp trade, like take the long, see if it can go. If we keep going lower, like I'm not going to hold it against me or anything, but it's all fun and games. And somebody said it, who was in the chat saying it's not funny anymore? Yeah, Comp SRX. No. It's like fun and games until this happens. And then I go, uh-oh, I'm still in the long here. Is this going to continue to go down? I don't know. We're going to see where that one wants to go. I'm going to hold unless it wants to stop me out there, and then whatever, no problem. Just a heads up on NVIDIA. This thing double tapped 238. Like 1-2 kind of through and then back down. Very, very choppy. I don't really know like what to think. I was thinking like maybe I short 238, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like dancing around. It's not like too crazy there. So yeah, I'm gonna be patient there. Meta's back at 170. Are you in
FSR?
something?
Come on, FSR is coming to that range at 28s. If it breaks this level, I mean, I don't want to say it's a blue sky setup. That's obviously an exaggeration, but that's a very clear break of the level. FSR coming back into 28s here. If it can break that 30, I like it to run into 35. It's a tight spread on this one. It's been tight the entire day. Penny at most. How many shares has this done, Luca? Let's just check here real quick. Where are we with our EVs, FSR? Come on. We've done 40.4 million shares, and now we're knocking on the door of that higher range again. I need to see continuation here. Now we're getting into that more liquid part of the day. You really can't make up the excuses, oh, we lack liquidity for continuation and for see-through, this and that, and the other. No, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen from here on in. 5 minutes left on the show, guys. I'm holding this one. I'm going with it. I've liked it the entire day. Back in the money on Apple, positive on all these trades. Now AMC looking $7 in the face again. I don't get out of that one, and we just reclaimed 7. There goes 7 again. Can we get a 7-11? That would be nice. A 7-11 high, I'd take that.
Yeah, I think like it's like this is like so classic, man. It like breaks 7. It's a new level. It rips to the north side, right? So the reason I cover is because I've seen this before. It's like high a day. Like I'm gonna take some off for the win. I'm expecting the flush, the liquidity vacuum back down, but it doesn't, I mean, like, still up, and then it goes back down. People slam the short, thinking this is the top, and then the bots go, I've seen this before. I'm now going to run high a day. So this probably goes for another high a day, which stops out the shorts that just slammed 7. And then at that point, your guess is as good as mine. Now it's a beast of its own, right? So we'll see what happens. This is why I wanted to, like, take the long, take some off, hold the rest, see if it can continue to high a day. I still want to offer, like, in and around high a day, like, you know, scaled randomly, 7, 15, 20, 25. Like, I mean, I don't really know too much, but like,
we go.
yeah, just basically high a day. I want to hold for that to see if we can continue, and then hold like a little piece to see if it really wants to go and give me like a dream. If it stops me out, it stops me out.
Go,
so,
Apple.
Yeah, basically just managing the trade there.
Yeah, you go, Apple. There we go. I got Mr. Katina on my side. He's like, you tell him. There we go. We scalp a little baby out on Apple there. We're still holding a 40% position. I want to run to the high side. My long now, 148.19 on Apple as we print high 30s. Here come the 40s on Apple. We're knocking on the door. 40. Let's go. Someone said there, the reverse woo ETF needs to be a thing. Apparently, every time I woo, something goes down. So I don't know if I'm jujued like that. There we go. We'll take another piece out here on Apple as it continues to pump to the high side. Nice long there now. My average in 148 15s as we knock on the door of 50. And guess what? FSR about to print. We're about to get that 30 break. Now 29s, stair stepping up. We get it. We're spinning the money again. Pumped about this trade. Let's go 35s. Sitting here at 35. Where are all the people writing my obituary in the chat about FSR? Where are you guys at now? Right? Where are you guys at now? All right, so running this one to the high side. I don't mean to antagonize anybody. I'm just excited, guys. All right, so this one, FSR, clearly breaking the range here. Pump into the high side. Let's hold this one. I've got my profit takers already sitting there, Luca.
Somebody's like, we need Luca with the backwards hat to look at FSR. Yeah, I can keep it on my screen here. I'm basically chilling. If you want to pull up the combo of my face with the hat and the screen, FSR breaking out of range. Do your thing, bots, and show this thing that it can actually go to the moon. Are you still in that long, FSR?
Oh yeah,
you are.
absolutely.
721. Let's go.
Absolutely. Let's go, baby.
We chilling. Sharif the sheriff laying down the law. Bang. Yeah, hit the bang. And yeah, hopefully AMC continues to the upside. And we'll see where this wants to go. Man, time flies.
I know.
When you're having fun. What a Monday.
Just got that fill. Luca on FSR 735. We're pumping to the high side. This is a 1.5 position. Mr. Katina hitting the oh my God. Okay, the next place where I'm sitting at, guys, is a lot farther than where we're at now. I'm looking for a continuation since we've made it this far. I'm sitting at 748. So I want to take some out before we get to the $0.50. You got to make the assumption we're going to have some resistance at that $0.50 area. It's been kind of stair-stepping its way up, but let's not get too excited and start counting our profits before we secure them. We're long on FSR 720s now, and we're holding nicely in the money here as we are in the mid-30s. Let's continue this one long, but I think that is the end of the show. Luca, as we come in on 2 o'clock, it is officially 2 o'clock. It's been an interesting day here on the markets. The big kahunas and the big man at the big desk are going to take you into that power hour. Ciao, guys.
Now.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll wrap things up into the final 2 hours of the day we go on a Monday. That's shaping up to be a pretty positive one. We're still holding on to decent gains here, even though we've come off, obviously, the highs of the day. Just refreshing my board and seeing we are actually still above 1% here for the market. NASDAQ, anyways, 1.04.